Saga resetting his counter cooldown there. Has huge damage coming in. They're turning it around once again with Sinu in Angel.
It's cross kill, cross kill.
It's gonna be cross kill.
And Echo stall. They need to stall for one more ice block. He might feel confident. He's got Trick, he's got a turtle. Raikou gets stunned. Bash on Matt, and Raikou looking like he will go down. Locked in.
Once again, the trail could just go down right now. They got nothing left. Sinu
Ice Drake!
They're going for the kill.
Oh my goodness.
Coming in from Drake.
If they can get to JT, they might be able to kill him. They're trying to 2v3. And Mimbrani down.
Gentlemen, you get one shot. Holy moly.
He goes to the snowdrift, the wall hits, and Flappers gets shattered by Raikou. It's over. Waz finds the kill, but maybe it's a reversal. Waz is low. He's gonna go down, and it's a 2 versus 2.
Hypothermia, massive shatter. DOBOB might be able to do it. Tessia takes him down. A beautiful play. They were way behind in the 2v2.
They have any fun? They do. They follow up with the full poly cheap shot in the ward. This is it right here, right now. There's no way he lives. Even the disarm, he couldn't even heal himself. Oh, Slappers gets knocked behind Zilla. Massive catch by Echo. PI being committed as well. Sea-Doo desperate prayer.
He's dead.
The swap the flop. Can Drill do it? He does. We have ourselves a 2v2 here.
No, important to bear for him. He might just run down.
Huge damage. Lights out.
Hello everybody, welcome to day number 2 of the War Within Season 2 Grand Finals. My name is Aya, I am here with Zico, Vin, Ruki, and Chan. It is going to be an exciting day of games. We have our top 4 for both NA and Europe, and we can take a moment here, Chan, to look at the journey that these teams have taken so far. Of course, they had those first 3 cups, and now they are finally here. How are these teams feeling? What is the pressure that is on their backs right now?
I mean, this tournament is the biggest of the season. The finals is really the one that matters for all these teams, for all the bragging rights, the glory, and things like that. Of course, the money is nice as well. But these guys are under a lot of pressure right now. They're all very nervous, and I specifically want to call out Echo as well, who are coming into this finals as the 3rd seed. These guys are used to being number 1 always. They're going to be trying to reclaim their throne, and it's a tough spot for them to be in. I can imagine that they're pretty nervous, even as veterans.
Yeah, I can imagine as well. I'm sure all of these teams are feeling kind of the same way, but because they're up against a lot and they're also competing for a lot as well. Of course, we do have a prize pool. $200,000 is on the line. We've also got some fancy new medals as well. Look at how cool those look. I know Absurge, when he first saw those, he's like, oh, the season that I'm not playing, you guys make these cool medals, and I couldn't agree more. I think they look very, very nice. So quite a lot definitely on the line. Of course, then yesterday we did have the gauntlet for EU and NA. For those that may have missed it, can we give a little bit of a recap for the European gauntlet and what all went down?
Yeah, if you missed the gauntlet, you want to go back and watch it. It was amazing in both North America as well as Europe. For Europe, we had Super Duper Gamers going on an absolute tear. They started, this was our first match, Streamer Zone versus Super Duper Gamers, but Super Duper Gamers, they made quick work of Streamer Zone, then took down Forged RMP, then took down Locked In, and they were looking like they were going to make it all the way, but unfortunately, they went up against CHIBAKU TENSEI, an incredibly close series. We had Zeepai going up against Jamie, but ultimately it was Zeepai, Lontar, Fuston, and Croto that came out ahead with their Windwalker Monk, Elemental Shaman, Restoration Druid. They were just looking really solid. They earned their position in that grand finals, and yeah, we gotta feel a little bad for Super Duper Gamers. It was so close, but they definitely put on a show for us. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Definitely a bit unfortunate. You can see the journey that they took here. CHIBAKU TENSEI making it out alive, and now they're going to be playing in the top 4 here in the EU bracket. That first game that they're going to be playing is against DOBOB, but quite a lot of exciting stuff, Zico, going on in this EU bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw, like you mentioned, CHIBAKU TENSEI crawling out of the gauntlet, and they will be going up against DOBOB. DOBOB being kind of the team to beat so far in this season. They formed up with the previous Streamer Zone roster, Tessia and Relza, and then they got Flappers on there, as well as Trimaz, been playing primarily Feral Mage Priest, but also their RMP with the Sub-Rogue has been looking real solid. So I think there's a lot of questions in general right now for this team, because I feel like heading into this tournament, they have a big target on their back. all of the teams are gunning for DOBOB right now. Has DOBOB kept up their level? Because the worst thing that can happen is that you peak during the cups and then you get into the finals and then it starts to fizzle out. And then, of course, we have Overload versus Echo. These are two very, very strong teams as well. Overload has been relying a lot on their RMP, but we did see them bring in TJ Farrell a little bit more onto their roster. And I'm wondering, there's a lot of questions for all of these teams. What have they done with this time between the cups and now? How have they been preparing? I think a lot of these teams have been maybe practicing their Feral Mage Priest. I'm expecting to see some mirrors. And of course, like Chan mentioned at the beginning of the day, also Echo. What is going on with Echo? This is usually the team that is the best in the region. How have they been practicing? Are we going to see Waz Farm come out? Are we going to see some surprises from that team?
Absolutely. A lot of questions in the air. Let's first take a closer look at the individual rosters themselves, Chan. We can first start off with DOBOB. What is it about this team that they've been performing so well this season?
DOBOB, I love to watch them play. I always compliment Thezia. I think he's the star player of the team. Not to say that Trimaz, Relza, and Flappers aren't, excellent in their own right as well, but Thezia, he's really the playmaker. He makes it so entertaining for us to watch. And they've been pulling Trimaz out a little bit more. Not so much in the cups, but in practice lately as RMP. So I'm excited to see them play some of that. Maybe we get a treat, some mirrors in this tournament perhaps. And of course, moving on to CHIBAKU TENSEI, who smashed the gauntlet yesterday. Very close 3-2 Houston, Lonta, Kroto, and Zipai against Super Duper Gamers. I actually think this team is, a little bit inconsistent. They won Cup 2, Cup 1 and 3 didn't have such great showings, but they are really the only team that is playing this Elemental Shaman Resto Druid melee. And honestly, I think the meta has shifted slightly away from this Holy Priest Mage into the Eli Shaman melee. So I think that CHIBAKU, they could take the whole tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, we have two more teams looking at Overload. These guys came in incredibly hot in the cup stage of the tournament. The first cup, they ended up winning with their Feral Mage Priest. That's JT, TJ, of course, Oscar, and Brunhilde. So that Feral Mage Priest, like Chanimal was mentioning, it's been a huge part of the meta in Europe. We'll see if they can continue to win these mirrors, because it seems like if we have Overload, Echo, as well as the third team, they're all playing the Feral Mage Priest. Winning that mirror matchup is going to be incredibly important, but we'll have to see how much Overload has practiced, because they're going to be going up against Echo, kind of the kings of the region, Raikou, Mercy, Waz, and Meh. To me, this is still the best team in Europe, maybe even the entire world. I think they had a little bit of a slow start here in the cup stages, but going into that Cup 3, Waz logging onto the Feral Druid, they started going toe-to-toe with all of these teams, looking a lot better, and I think they've put in a lot of practice for this finals, and I think they have a lot to prove not only to us, but to themselves. I think they want to remain on top in the European region, so we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, we certainly will. So excited to see how this bracket is going to play out and how these European teams are going to perform today. So let's take a look at our first series of the day. It is DOBOB versus CHIBAKU TENSEI, that team that made it out of the gauntlet, and now they are here. So if you're watching from home, get those predictions in. We have them ourselves, and we can look at that in just a moment. But let's talk about the teams first. You guys kind of already highlighted DOBOB. We do have a clip also that we can take a look at. DOBOB, we had an interview with Flappers when they ended up winning that cup, and they had a lot of good things to say, but I think the most important one was really cool because he said that they really are friends, and it just seems like the vibes in that team are incredible. Let's check it out.
It's crazy, but I just wanted to say, for me, this, I've not competed in 6 years, and I'm playing with two of my best friends, and Trimaz. This is amazing for me, a great feeling. We're best friends in real life. We go to holidays together and everything, so it's it makes you emotional, but I love playing with these guys, It's nice.
All right, it was definitely good to hear from them. And then on the other side, CHIBAKU, we've talked about this team so much. They're the team that survived the gauntlet, and they have had an incredible performance as well this season, obviously, if they were to make it here. And we can take a look at some of the highlights from their performance as well.
Yeah, CHIBAKU TENSEI, they look incredible, honestly. I feel like during the cup stages, maybe struggling a little bit, even losing to Super Duper Gamers, but they got their revenge in the gauntlet, which is exactly when you want to get that revenge, when it matters most to actually qualify to the finals. But Chanimal highlighted, this is such an interesting team because I feel like they are kind of the the opposite of every other roster. Every other roster is playing mage-based setups with the priest. CHIBAKU Tensei, they have Zeepai on the elemental shaman. They have Fuston flexing on the melee, Lontar on that healer. I just feel like they have so many options as a result. You can tag in Croto also. So I'm curious. I feel like if CHIBAKU Tensei, their compositions look good, they could be the team to win it all, because if other teams are only playing mage-based setups and they could beat those mage-based setups, I think they're in a really good spot.
Most
Is
definitely.
that foreshadowing with your prediction there, Ben?
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. It is time. Let's take a look at our predictions. I guess we can start with Ven. What is your prediction for this series?
I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go in favor of CHIBAKU Tensei. I'm going 3-2. I think it's going to be a really close series. I'm not doing any 3-0s. Yesterday, I did a lot of 3-0s. Not today. I think all these teams are just so insane. They're going to be able to pick up some wins.
That's fair. All right, Zico, what is your prediction for this series?
Unfortunately, I am going in the opposite. I'm just kidding. I'm going in the same direction. I think 3-2. CHIBAKU Tensei, like Chan mentioned, it's a team that when they look good, they can beat anybody. And when they look shaky, well, they end up in the gauntlet. So I think it depends on which CHIBAKU we're going to see. Yesterday, they looked really solid. I think that when it's do or die for players like Zeepai, I think they always, time and time again, have proven that they're ready to lock in. So I think 3-2 for CHIBAKU.
Okay, Chan.
Well, I made the mistake of putting my predictions in the group chat, so it's nice that you guys copied me on this one. 3-2 to CHIBAKU. I think
No
this Ellie
way.
Shaman is going to smash all the mages today and tomorrow. Honestly, I can see them winning. I don't even know who's going to win, but I think Ellie Shaman is just so good right now. So CHIBAKU, it's going to be a close one. TENSEI is going to make him work for it. The entire DOBOB team is, but it's going to be close.
All right, well, I think I'm a little bit flipped here. I actually am in favor of DOBOB for this 3-2. I think there's just something about this team, DOBOB. They've improved every single cup. They got third place in the first one, second place in the second, and then first in the third. And I just feel like they keep capitalizing on their performance, and I can hope that they are going to do that today. So we'll see. I'm odd man out once again. I'm curious what these guys picked. Okay, I got Sid on my side. Absurge 3-1 in favor of CHIBAKU, and then we do have the coin, of course, that production is flipping behind the scenes in favor of DOBOB as well. So definitely curious to get this one started. What do we think that we're going to see, Chan, in terms of compositions, or what do you want to see for the blind pick?
I feel like RMP is going to come out of DOBOB here. I think that Trimaz is fantastic on the sub-rogue, especially. I think he's going to do great. He works very well with Ezia. And of course from CHIBAKU Tensei, it's going to be the Ellie Shaman Rested Druid, I think, the entire tournament. Which melee you have in there, I'm not too sure whether it's going to be the Monk or the Demon Hunter. Houston going to be flexing that, but Ellie Shaman, Rested Druid versus RMP. I think that's the entire series for this one here, and it's going to be explosive. Can DOBOB close it out, or are they going to get dampened by the Elemental Shaman, or one shot like we saw Jamie do so many times yesterday?
Yeah, definitely curious as well. Who do we feel like the most versatile team is right now, Zico? Obviously, we did see a lot of changes come out between the last time that we saw these teams, but between all of the teams that we're seeing compete today in the EU region, do you feel like there's a team that's most prepared in terms of compositions, given the changes that we've seen?
Well, that's a tough question.
Sorry. It's early in the morning.
I feel like from what we've seen, I think most teams have basically two really solid options that they can run. Most teams are running RMP and FMP, and in CHIBAKU's case, they're running Windwalker or Demon Hunter. So I think that we're going to see a lot of 3-2s, and I think it's going to just be small adjustments in terms of what they're actually going to run. So for example, if DOBOB ends up running the sub RMP and CHIBAKU ends up running the Demon Hunter, I think that's a matchup that goes in DOBOB's favor. However, if they run the Windwalker, I think it's not going to be as easy to take down that Windwalker. It's going to make it a little bit easier for Lontarino to heal the damage and kind of predict where it's going to go. And I think in that case, maybe CHIBAKU will take it. So I think it's really hard to say. One thing that I will say is that with DOBOB, we've talked so much about their FMP and how impressive their FMP has been, but last time they played, their sub-rogue RMP looked really, really, really good. So I think that DOBOB, in terms of how well they're looking on both of their comps, is definitely something that plays into their favor. I think the series in general is actually really hard to call. I think it's going to be a 3-2 either side.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be the running theme of today. I think, Ven, you said it yourself. You didn't want to do any 3-0s, and I feel like that's just kind of a testament to how close these teams are and the level of competition that we're seeing here in the EU region.
Yeah, it's just interesting. We have all these teams, all these FMP, the Mage Priest teams. They're going to be focusing on setups, and then of course CHIBAKU TENSEI. They're going to be looking to just disrupt those setups all day long, just put out raw pressure, try to survive, do damage, don't die. That's going to be the main strategy. And I kind of wonder if any of these teams, I know in North America, a lot of the mages are trying Arcane Mage, especially into the Restoration Druid, just for more, throughput. You have the Kleptomania. Maybe you can win the long game. I'm curious if we see any of the mages kind of adapt that and if that would actually work against a team like CHIBAKU TENSEI. But yeah, a lot of these teams, I think they kind of know CHIBAKU TENSEI's game plan, and I'm curious to see if they've made any adaptations and what melee DPS they're going to play. Maybe it is going to be the Subtlety Rogue. Maybe they bring in a Windwalker Monk, maybe an Arms Warrior, something like that. I'm curious to see what the blind pick's going to look like.
Yeah, curious as well. I mean, we know how important that is, especially given, the draft process, because winning that blind pick not only obviously gives you a win, but it kind of sets you up in favor for the rest of the draft if it ends up being going to a game 5 and being kind of a back and forth series. I'm curious about your thoughts, Chan. You're kind of fresh off of being a player. We have Relza on this team. He's found this new roster. He's found this new success. In your mind, how difficult is that to switch teams not only, but also find such success that Relza has been able to this season?
Relza has had a lot of success in the past in tournaments, so he's a bit of a veteran. I think he's got it under control. Obviously, he plays with Dezia a lot, and Flappers too. I think Trimaz and him don't play together too often before this team, but he has a lot of familiarity with Dezia, with Flappers. I think, they mesh together very, very well, and I like the style of play they bring to the AWC.
Yeah, I do as well, and I'm sure that he does. All right, well, I think we are ready. I think the teams are ready to go. Bit of a delay there, but we are looking good now. The players are loaded up into the arena, and we're going to get started here. It is the first series of the day here. It is the top 4 in the European region. First game, best of 5. DOBOB versus CHIBAKU TENSEI. Game number 1 here in the Grand Arena.
Okay, we are going to see Houston tagged in on the Windwalker, and we are going to see Flappers on the Feral Druid. So both of these teams kind of running what we expected to see. I do think, I'm not sure actually if the Demon Hunter would have been better into what DOBOB is running, but I do feel like this is kind of the matchup that DOBOB wanted. We'll see if they can snowball this into a win. Already a huge opener coming in, Ice Wall being dropped down, Relza in Angel form, Lontarino in the Giga Tree, doing some big work there. Houston actually dropping quite low there, but doesn't have to use anything just yet. Both of these healers dealing with the damage so far. Flappers had to trade out his Bark Skin. Gets caught up in a Cyclone. Zeepai also still taking a lot of damage here from Tessia. Huge pressure coming in. That's going to be the Astral Shift. They might just go down in the opener. Now he trades out the Stone Bulwark Totem there. Close call already onto Zeepai.
I mean, Zeepai taking so much damage here. He really only has the Burrow left. But the problem is, Dezia did commit the Icy Veins. Flappers did commit the Incarnation to get those cooldowns from Zeepai. So I don't think anything really is going to come of that unless a huge mistake is made. I think this game it's going to be quite bloody, but Flappers in a lot of trouble. Has the Ray of Hope, should be okay from Relza. Should be able to top him off with that. Once the game heads into a bit more damping, a few more minutes, when that Incarn comes, that Vein, Zeepai in a lot of trouble. Still has Trinket and Burrow. But once the Incarn and Veins comes back in damping, CHIBAKU TENSEI are going to be in a lot of trouble. If they can survive that Z, they're going to be just fine, and I think they're going to win on mana.
Yeah, so CHIBAKU looking to win the long game. DOBOB looking to execute on a kill early. Flappers needs to be careful. He does have the Bark Skin, but he doesn't want to just trade it out for free and just get a couple of heals. Zeepai once again taking a lot of damage, and the damage that Tessia is doing is very significant. They're just trying to crowd control Fusion as much as possible at this point and just get out as much damage as possible, but the late game advantage should go to the rest of the Druid. Flappers once again taking a huge chunk of damage here. They're really testing these Feral Druids. Guardian coming out there onto Flappers, and that is going to get Cyclone there for a second, but Flappers manages to get out of that one. Still not out of the woods just yet. Big heal being casted there in the back line. Relza trying to be very efficient here with with the healing, but still the damage from the Windwalker Monk is definitely incredible. Flappers is not feeling confident in pushing in, and Lontar has the Ancient of Lore active, so he's going to be able to heal through this damage. There's the Celestial Conduit as well being popped. There's a Lightning Lasso onto Flappers, taking a lot of damage as well, but once again, Relza not in crowd control, able to heal through the damage for now. Rake stun coming out onto Fuston, and do you think that these Windwalker swaps could potentially be a key to victory for them on the side of DOBOB, or do you think that we're looking at a potential Z-Pi kill here?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you should cleave both of them, this FMP. The Ellie Shaman's a great target, the Windwalker Monk is a great target. Karma, not really doing that much these days. Full sheep on Lontar, though. Fuston going to have to trade out his Karma. They're going to try and crack through it and swap back the Z-Pi. But one thing I really want to say is that DOBOB, they're sitting in the middle, Z. They're just PvEing and playing Chibaku Tensei style and just trying to, maximize damage and avoid damage. Thezia isn't utilizing his usual playstyle where he's running on top of Lontar, trying to CC him and get pressure that way. And, the rest of Druid is having a good time. Double hots in both DPS. Fuston in a lot of trouble right now, though. Going to treat the Fuse, going to be okay, looks like. Is caught into a full stun, but I really want to see DOBOB. If they want to win this game, run on top of Lontar, make it hard for them to play that game. And when Incarns and Veins comes up in dampening, you're going to have so many windows to close it out.
Yeah, they might be able to capitalize on those windows, because right now Lontar has no trinket and Fuston has no defensives. He has his trinket still, but definitely could be a nice opening. Nice stun, nice grip on the stun there onto Flappers. Flappers just gonna reconvene at the pillar here, but right now you can see Chibaku's feeling very confident to push forward. Z-Pi has his Astral Shift in about 25 seconds. There is an opening. I completely agree with you. I want to see DOBOB be a little bit more aggressive right now. There's still a 30-second window where Lontar has no trinket. They need to make something happen with that. Unfortunately, Tested just dropped his Ring of Frost, so not going to be able to go for that onto Lontar. Maybe doesn't want to push in just yet. Maybe just playing for a little bit of dampening. Ancient of Lore gets popped there for Lontar as well. And he's going to be able to just heal through this damage. Z-Pi getting crowd control for a second. There's the Ice Wall being dropped, but doesn't look like they're going to get too much work done with that one. Lontar is going to be able to rotate his trinket back off cooldown there. And it was a scary moment with Tessa kind of sniping a random poly, but they haven't been able to actually capitalize on it and snowball it into anything more, and it's going to actually look like Chibaku Tensei is going to be the ones who are leading the offense. Big Lightning Lasso onto Flappers, and he's going to be the ray of hope, and finally Tessia pushes in, looking for the crowd control. Can he get it? No, the Ring of Peace denies it from Fuston. Nicely done there. He went for the Dragon's Breath Sheep, but wasn't able to find it. Z-Pi trading out the Astral Shift. Flappers could be in some trouble, but Relza in Angel form should be able to deal with the damage.
Yeah, and that was the income from Flappers. It's still ongoing, but it will be expiring soon. Of course, Desi are going to have his Veins up in a minute, so that's the next big window we're going to look for. Really, they're just playing Chibaku Tensei's game, as I said earlier. I don't see how DOBOB's going to win this. Look at the mana difference. Relza is a little bit behind Lontar, but as Dampening ramps up, as the Holy Priest, who is already struggling, Relza's going to have to do so much work in order to catch his team back up. And I don't like this. This isn't what we have come to expect from Dezia. Fuston in a bit of trouble right now, though. Lontar does still have his trinket and just playing cautious, playing safe, but Veins is coming up in 25 seconds for Dezia and Z.
Yeah, that next Icy Veins could potentially be lethal. 25% dampening. Lontar actually pushing in here, trying to get some stuns potentially onto Tessia, but walks right into a stun from Relza and it's just dead. Fuston just gets absolutely smoked. What was that damage? Where did that come from?
Proc Veins from Thezia. Winning the lottery a little bit there, hitting the jackpot, and exploding Fuston, but
it looked like Lontar was pushing in. He was just chasing a stun on Tessia, and Tessia was just kiting him, and he was just kind of crowd controlling himself. And I think he got caught in a chastise stun, and I just blinked, and Fuston is just dead instantly. Let's see it here. So Fuston has no diffuse magic and no touch of karma. And look at Lontar here. He's chasing Tessia for a stun, and Tessia's just blinking away. Then he gets a Dragon's Breath double, and then he procs Icy Veins, and yep, that chastise is just enough to take him down.
Lontar going into the Giga Tree just a second too late there. If he was able to immune that DB, immune the chastise, perhaps he would have been able to keep Fuston up. Honestly, I think this one is a little bit on Lontar here. He has the trinket, he has the Iron Bark. It comes too late. Fuston has no cooldowns, and he really lets his teammate die here. But it is so hard to say. Proccing the Veins and then just, that is so unfortunate for Lontar right there. He is kicking himself over that one. But I don't know, Z. This series, this was a DOBOB win, but it wasn't a comfortable one. I really do think that Dezia, Flappers, Relza, we need to get on top of the Druid. We need to hit the Druid a little bit, make him swap the hots around. We can get a mana advantage that way, get some trinkets, get some cooldowns, and this is reminiscent of Cup 2, if you remember in the finals. the final rules of Lordaeron game, DOBOB almost never went on Lontar. And they recognized that after the series, but it seems like they've forgotten that lesson now.
Yeah, maybe some nerves coming in from DOBOB. Maybe they're not feeling super confident, but it definitely it didn't look like the standard DOBOB that we're used to seeing, but you see the damage breakdown here. So Tessia proccing on Icy Veins right there. Rel's actually adding in a decent amount of damage there as well, getting a little Holy Fire snipe. But yeah, just Flappers getting some dot ticks. And most of that is going to be Tessia. That Comet Storm Meteor is quite bursty, as well as the instant Frost Firebolts. So a little bit unlucky for Houston in that moment, but also saw Lontar do something similar to this yesterday, where he just kind of miscalculated his offense. He was trying to build up a stun and kind of fell behind on the healing and then ended up dying. So he's definitely kicking himself over that, but that's the thing. We are in the finals now. Can't afford to make these kind of mistakes. We're still in the upper bracket, so nobody's getting eliminated right now. But still, that is a very costly mistake. And just going to have to forget about it and just lock in again for this next game. Going to be Ashamen's Fall. DOBOB is taking their time in terms of composition. Do you think DOBOB should lock in the FMP again? Or do you think on the blind, going with something like the RMP or maybe even Outlaw RMP is something that they should consider?
I don't think the Outlaw RMP is going to come out this weekend. I think if they're going to play RMP, it is going to stick to that sub-rogue. But I wonder what they're afraid of, right? CHIBAKU Tensei, they don't want to play the Demon Hunter into the sub-rogue. Sub-rogue, for the longest time, has been a natural counter to that Demon Hunter. The Windwalker Rogue, though, very annoying for the sub-rogue. Disarm, in-cap, and just constantly, you know, making life hell for Trimaz. I think DOBOB just taking their time right now, strategizing, thinking, what should we have done better there? And I hope they take this time to recognize, if they want to win this tournament, that you can't sit back. You need to play in. You need to play to your strength here. Don't let the Restoration Druid, the Elemental Shaman, get away with that damping style, and FMP gets locked in. Okay.
Okay. They're gonna go with the FMP, and I feel like for CHIBAKU, I don't know actually. Do you think the Demon Hunter is a better option here? I feel like DOBOB kind of won the blind pick in game number 1, and yeah, they're gonna be bringing in the Demon Hunter. I think that it's kind of what I said before we got into the series. I feel like they want to play Demon Hunter into FMP, but they don't want to play Demon Hunter into the sub rogue.
Exactly.
For the reasons that you mentioned. So I think DOBOB actually did come out ahead a little bit in the blind pick, and it still looked kind of sus. So I think that CHIBAKU could potentially still win this, but with the Demon Hunter, they're gonna have a little bit easier time kind of play to that win condition, and also just have a little bit more safety. Demon Hunter's going to be bringing in, reverse magic, going to be bringing in a lot of extra, just short cooldown defensives to help Lontar rotate with darkness when things get sketchy. And just in general, I think Demon Hunter also has a way better uptime throughout the match compared to the Windwalker. The Windwalker, every time you go for that Fist of Fury, you're always getting knocked, you're always getting Dragon's Breath, you're always getting Ice Nova, you're always getting like something is always there to annoy you. So I think the Demon Hunter is just going to have better uptime in general throughout the match, and that should burn Relza's mana more.
Exactly, and every mage, and to be honest with you, like Thesia especially, is a slippery eel. If you're trying to attack this guy as a melee, you're not going to like it. I think Demon Hunter is probably the best melee for that, sticking to him and just making his gameplay difficult. But, you know, I don't think that this is a free match for FMP whatsoever. I think that Demon Hunter, Ellie, both very meta classes, very high DPS, very good in dampening. If they can hold on, if CHIBAKU doesn't make mistakes defensively like Lontar did, honestly, last game, it's not going to be an easy one for DOBOB. They're going to have to play very well. And like I keep saying, I want to see them run on top of them, make some plays, even if it doesn't feel good. Very high pressure, high stakes tournament here. You need to make the enemy team nervous. You give Zeepai that space, Lontar that space, it's going to be so easy for them to react, isn't it? So
you want to see DOBOB run on top of CHIBAKU basically more throughout the match.
Exactly. Fear him as well. Fear Zeepai, cover Lontar with a stun, get skin, swap back in 30 seconds, and see what they can cook up with that.
Okay. Oh, so you want them... Well, okay, so you want to see them fear Zeepai and go after Lontar in a match, in general.
You avoid the Tremor Totem that way. It's more efficient, trading off cooldowns, more opportunities, more windows. You get a skin, you get a trinket, Incarn Veins comes up at the right time, you score a kill with Ice Wall.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. That could definitely be a good way for them to open up the match. And what about swapping to Fuston? Because the sub-rogue kind of counters Fuston a lot of with those stun locks kind of setups onto Demon Hunters. But a Feral Druid can do... It's not as potent, but if Feral Druid definitely can do the same thing. Is that something that could potentially be a win condition as well for DOBOB?
Absolutely. I mean, I think DOBOB just dots everyone, attacks everyone. Swap this, swap this. You know, the Feral Druid doesn't have that, like... You know, has a decent amount of control. Yes, it's not quite sub-rogue level, but you have the maim, you know, the rake stuns with Shadow Meld, Incarn. You can still make something happen. So I want to see them play very aggressively. I don't want to see what we saw last game where Thezia honestly just sat back. I think that's a losing recipe for DOBOB. Lontar getting in.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Lontar already getting chastised stun, but they're not able to chain it with any kind of crowd control. Already popping the Icy Veins, but Flapper's holding on to the Incarnation here a little bit.
Good.
So it looks like they want to split up those cooldowns here a little bit. And so far, Lontar already trading out the Ancient of Lore, and Flappers is going to pull the trigger now on the Incarnation, looking for Zeepai. They already force out the Dwarf Racial onto Zeepai there to remove the Incarn Bleeds. And now Zeepai's caught up in the stun. Sheep on the Fuston. There's the Ice Wall. Potential KO opportunity here. Nice stun onto Lontar as well. Huge opener here, forcing out Lontar's Trinket as well as Zeepai's defensive. And is that because they split up those offensives?
Exactly. So the Giga Tree got traded out for that Veins PI from Thezia in the opener. Flappers having the foresight. Big damage on Fuston though. Thezia trying to push Lontar away and zone him out of the action. But splitting up that Incarn and Veins is brilliant because you have to react with one cooldown. And if you're using both, that one cooldown can cover both Incarn and Veins. So I'd love to see that adaptation. Very, very good. Thezia under a lot of fire right now. Full stun on Relza into an Incap. Looks like he is going to be okay right now. But Zeepai almost going down earlier, trading out the Stone Form on the Incarn, gets caught in a full maim and, you know, almost drops. Lontar had to trade out his Trinket to save him. So I'd love to see that. DOBOB, they're cooking a little bit now, but Thezia still standing in middle. This isn't what we're used to seeing from him. And with the Demon Hunter, Flappers in a lot of trouble, gets traded out on Ray. Houston! Trinket Nether.
No, he's going to Trinket, trade out the Nether Walk. So again, a big cooldown. Tessia is pushing in now, looking for the Ring of Frost. There it is.
No
he
Trinket.
finds it. Can he get a sheep as well? No, it's going to be the reverse magic coming out there from Fuston. But still, they are playing a lot more aggressive. And now they still have Fuston's Trinket down,
Flappers.
which is a huge... Oh, Flappers, though, might just go down here to the damage. Oh, he is going
It's a life swap used.
Really fine there, the renewal. And also the life swap, being traded there for Relza. So both teams kind of trading up massive cooldowns, but Lontar is going to have his Trinket back. And I really like, that Ice Wall, almost isolating Fuston there. They were going for a KO play, but Lontar reads it and is just stacking on his Demon Hunter, not allowing him to split up like that. So still an opportunity to take down Fuston. Zeepai has his defensives back. Lontar has his Trinket back. But Flappers has his Incarnation back. And there's the Icy Veins popped as well for Tessia. Let's see if they can get something going with this.
Incarn is available for Flappers as well, but it looks like they're opting to split it. Flappers actually using it now. Fuston doesn't have Trinket for a minute here, so they really want to punish that. Look at Fuston right now. Gets Iron Bark from Lontar. Still almost dying through. Darkness traded out at 20% health. So close. Lontar trading out his Trinket, but is into a full sheep. Fuston should be okay, but fantastic swap. Zeepai right now having the Trinket wall as well. Lontar gets caught into a mass poly. Zeepai, he still has the burrow. He should be okay.
Really, really nice setup there coming in from Tessia. They stun Lontar, and then Tessia Dragon's Breath sheeps his Trinket. And when Fuston goes over there to reverse it, he mass sheeps Fuston as well. So Tessia is finally starting to make those plays that we love to see from him. And Fuston still with no Trinket. Lontar with no Trinket. Fuston could honestly just die in that next setup. They have an Ice Wall as well coming up in about 10 seconds. So they could isolate Fuston, take him down. They could isolate Zeepai and take him down. Literally anybody on the side of DOBOB, on the side of Chibaku is actually a target here for DOBOB. Who are they going to go after? They sheep up Fuston. They're going after Flappers. Flappers actually taking a lot of damage, but he has the Ray of Hope. Ice Wall being casted, but he gets instantly wind sheared. Here's the Ice Wall coming out. They're going after Zeepai. Big damage coming in here. There's the Dragon's Breath onto Lontar. Can they take him down? No. Yes. Huge damage onto Tessia. What is it? What an insane reversal. He blinks to the wrong side of the wall and just gets evaporated. What in the world was that?
It's an Elemental Shaman for you. 30% health, 40% health, gets earthstruck twice, I think, and pulling a Raikou there, honestly. But this game was looking good. This game was...
You're going to say that.
I mean, I'm sorry, Raikou, if you're watching this. He is hate watching so hard right now. They do not want to face Thezia, I can tell you that for sure. Echo is loving the fact that Chibaku just won this game, but this game was you know, not how I was expecting it to go. Houston on the Demon Hunter almost going down, Z-Pi almost going down. This FMP is doing so much damage with these Veins and Incarnations, and Desier here, unfortunately, just a little bit too greedy and gets gifted by the Earth Shock.
It looked like Reza had a Guardian though, did he not? I feel like... I thought Tessia was on the wrong side of the wall there, trying to isolate Lontar, and then he lined. But look, yeah, they have Guardian right here coming back up. I think he's out of range there for a second, but now, yeah, now he is in range of Guardian. So, unfortunately for him, it's just, yeah, Reza didn't anticipate the damage there to come in that hard. Because I don't think that was on Tessia's fault. I mean, let's be honest. They don't have Trinket on Lontar, they don't have Trinket on Houston, they don't have Trinket on Z-Pi. They want to make an aggressive push with Ice Wall, which I think is the right play. So obviously the mage has to play offensive in this position. Unfortunately for him, he just got absolutely blasted. And it's interesting because the first game looked kind of bad for DOBOB, but the second game looked really good for DOBOB. And the first game they won, and the second game they lost.
Yeah, but to be fair, you know, Thesia did go down there because Relza opted to do that Chastise Global on Lontar, isn't able to Serenity Thesia in time, and he dies pre-block. But, you know, as you said, this game was good for FMP. It was going great. CHIBAKU Tensei instantly locking in the Windwalker this time around, so they are scared of that rogue. That does confirm that,
yeah.
Which makes sense. Tolveron Arena, huge map. What do you think about this? FMP versus Windwalker Ellie on Tolveron.
I think it's solid, but I feel like their strategy to me, and this is what it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like DOBOB has a different strategy in mind. They don't want to be playing this matchup where they're playing the kind of FMP that we're used to seeing from DOBOB, where they're in your face, they're going after the enemy, they're looking for constant crowd controls. Instead, it looks more like they just want to surprise somebody with huge burst damage, and when they have that big burst damage, they just want to go for a micro CC. So they want to just throw a Chastise onto Lontar and just combine it with an Icy Veins and just try to one-shot somebody in 2-3 seconds of CC, or just a Dragon's Breath, you know, like just some instant micro CC onto Lontar when they have damage cooldowns, and they're not afraid to play into dampening, because sure, dampening favors CHIBAKU Tensei in the sense that they will win on mana, but the pressure and the burst that DOBOB can pack in dampening is also really good. So I think that is their win condition. What do you think about that?
I can see them, you know, making it work. The only issue with it is if CHIBAKU Tensei reacts appropriately, if Houston, you know, peels defensively, gets a paralysis at the right time, completely shuts down the go, and time is ticking for DOBOB. That's really the problem, because the Holy Priest runs out of healing faster than the rest of the Druid does, especially on this like cleave heavy early shaman. So maybe they're, you know, they're not wanting to play that aggressive style because it's such a high stakes tournament right now, and they're opting for a more safer, you know, Gib style cheese kills. But it worked, you know, in game 1, but game 2, the game was looking good for them, so it is working out. It's just not something that I think is to their strength. And if you're Thesia, Relza and Flappers, I think that you should play to your strength. You should overwhelm the enemy team and just bulldoze them down.
Yeah, because I mean, Tolveron is a map where if you want to be playing on top of your enemy, it's not the best map for that. So
exactly.
It's definitely a good map if you want to just sit back and PvE. So I feel like for CHIBAKU, they're not too unhappy with that. But we'll see if that strategy from DOBOB comes out, if it's going to work. Ice Wall coming out. Lontar is on the right side of the wall, manages to keep his team alive. They trade out the Touch of Karma. They still have the Fuse Magic, I believe, on the Fuse. Z-Pi, though, much get clapped here in the opener. Does trade out the Astral Shift. So, again, a pretty standard trade. And they actually did not split the Icy Veins and the Incarnate. They just popped both of them. Oh my god, Houston still taking a lot of damage here. But Lontar is able to recover his team. Such a scary amount of burst in the beginning. But now Flappers could be in trouble.
I mean, this is a completely different DOBOB than we're used to seeing. Look at this, yeah. Right now, he's getting a sheep on Lontar who pushed in. Z-Pi in a lot of trouble, though. Gets restunned. Chooses to Trinket Burrow instead. Had no Astral Shift ready yet. Lontar getting punished a little bit for pushing in here. Honestly, a little bit debatable. I don't know if that's really worth it for him. I think it's better to play safe. You're going to win in the long run. Just sit back, relax by the pillar, and let your DPS handle things. Yeah,
we'll see if Lontar, at least at this point, it's still very early in the match. So it should be okay for Lontar, but Houston forced to trade out the Diffuse Magic here. So Houston actually has no defensive cooldowns here for a little while. He sure has his Trinket he could port away, but Flappers in a little bit of trouble. Nice counterspell on the Lightning Lasso of Zeepai. And Flappers is going to recover here. Relza has his Guardian coming up in a couple of seconds. Lontar also has his Ancient of Lore, so both healers with big cooldowns available. Nice Cyclone onto Flappers on around 50% HP. Lontar pushing in, getting a stun onto Tessia as well, and trying to give Houston a little bit of uptime, but Zeepai could be in trouble here. You stack up for the Meteor, and it looks like they are going to be completely fine here. Flappers getting the Ray of Hope on that Windwalker damage. And Flappers should be able to survive with that. Now, Tessia forced to blink back, actually. This is kind of what CHIBAKU wants, though. They're actually pushing DOBOB all the way back to the pillar and just taking control over the midfield. And I think that is something that is definitely going to work in their favor. Nice Hex there onto Tessia as well, just slowing them down. For CHIBAKU, the name of the game is just slow things down, get to the late game, and then just win on mana.
Exactly, and the Eli Shaman and the Windwalker Monk gonna scale quite nicely into dampening. Holy Priest, not so much, right? Zeepai in a lot of trouble though, uses his Dwarf, isn't able to shrink it out of this stun. Incarn Veins trying to punish Zeepai on that Stone Bulwark, gets traded out. Zeepai doesn't have any cooldowns for a bit, but also gets the Iron Bark from Lontar. Reversing pressure on Flappers, but he does have the skin, and this Incarn Veins is gonna be absolutely deadly. See if they can get any more. Houston Ice Wall doesn't amount to anything. Lontar actually trinketing in that exchange here, so there is an opening. Zeepai does have his trinket, but he doesn't have wall. So if they can get some damage going on Houston or Zeepai, they can maybe lead that into something. Full bash on Lontar. Full sheep from behind. Brilliant.
Nice setup here coming out from DOBOB, and they get the follow-up CC. They do get another polymorph. Actually, it was grounded there by Zeepai. Nicely done by Zeepai. But still, Lontar with no trinket for a minute is going to give DOBOB a little bit of room here to make something happen. They don't have Ice Wall for another 48 seconds. Icy Veins coming up in about 30, as well as that Incarnation still being about a minute away. So no heavy hits here on the side of DOBOB, and instead they're just going to have to try to snowball something into a lead with potential long CC chain. Can they make it happen though? They do have still a long while left on that trinket. Nice counterspell there onto Lontar. Tessia drops low though. Lontar is still going for these Cyclones, and he manages to get the Cyclone onto Flappers. Now Tessia is getting blasted here. Zeepai is definitely unloading in the midfield of the map. Flappers also taking a huge hit of damage. There's the Ring of Frost, but nice Ancient of Lore to avoid the CC. And Lontar's been doing a great job. Just whenever his trinket is coming back off cooldown, he pops that Ancient of Lore to kind of just stall for his trinket cooldown, and that is going to allow them to kind of negate that window. There's the bash though onto Lontar. They don't have any follow-up CC. Flappers could be in trouble. Big heal coming out from Relza. Houston also dropping quite low in that exchange. Trades out the Diffuse Magic. Ice Wall coming out, but not doing too much work here for DOBOB. And mana is looking real tough here for Relza.
Yeah, and Lontar actually was behind in mana early on in this game in the first minute, but of course with the Elemental Shaman, the Windwalker Monk pulling ahead, Flapper's in a bit of trouble here, has no trinket, does have SI out, Relza trading his Angel, but you know, that was the Veins from Thesia. Now it's the Incarn from Flappers. Zeepai full stun, he could die here. Lontar's in a full fear, trinkets.
Huge setup there. That all started with Tessia getting a counterspell onto Lontar, and then they chained it with more CC. Now, all of a sudden, there's another window of opportunity here. Flappers needs to be careful, though. That's a touch of karma coming out from Houston, so Houston's going to be a good target. Zeepai is going to be a great target, actually. Zeepai has nothing. He's already rotting down quite low. Dampening definitely working for both teams right now. They still have a little bit of mana left in the tank on Relza. And you can see CHIBAKU Tensei, they realize that they are in a little bit of danger at this point with no cooldowns left. They're going to just stall it out and just try to play it safe. But at the same time, if they give up too much ground, Relza could get a drink, and that could be absolutely game-changing. Houston is going to be a good target here as well. No Diffuse Magic for a couple of seconds, but Flappers is dropping low. And that is the Ray of Hope connecting onto Flappers. Should be enough to top him off. And Houston's still dropping quite low, but he has his Diffuse Magic back, and he should be able to survive with that. But the mana not looking good right now for Lontar as well, actually. No Innervate, has the Ancient of Lore, but still, Relza still has a little bit left in the back pocket with that Void Shift. Just popped that Apotheosis. Relza's looking for a drink. Can he actually get mana here? He's getting mana. Nicely done. They could trade the Ice Block for this. I think they will. There it is. Ice Block coming out from Tessia. Relza got a little bit of mana, and that could be the difference maker in this match.
The Thesia trades out his Icy Veins and has to go defensive. Flappers has to get swapped by Relza. Thesia trading out most of his Icy Veins in a block defensively, so they lose that massive window. Just for what, 5% mana from Relza? And look at the mana difference again. He's almost out. 25 seconds left for Flappers Incarn, and he's been on the run in cat form for a minute straight. He hasn't done a point of damage. if he can make it to that point, they have a slight window to get a kill, but this is going in Chibaku's favor right now. Relza is dead. Goes into angel form. Flappers incarn in 7 seconds. See what he can do with that in a moment.
Yeah, and this is Lontar actually getting a lot of mana left. This could be it. This is the swing match. Flappers might just drop right now. They got nothing left. Huge lava burst coming through. Zipai is looking hungry here in the midfield of the map, but Relza with a miraculous recovery. Flappers looking for the cyclone. Gets interrupted by Lontar. Even Lontar smelling blood in the water here. Getting aggressive on the druid, but here comes Relza. Chastise stun into the fear. He gets it, but Zipai is there to deny with the Tremor Totem full hex.
Incarn?
Tessia. He can't get it. There's the incarnation. This is the last opportunity, but he gets stunned on it by Lontar. Lontar making some big plays here in the last couple of moments. 35% dampening. Relza with no cooldowns left, with no mana left. DOBOB are making their final stand with this ice wall. Can they take down Zipai? It doesn't look like it. Lontar powering through with the tranquility. Flappers is flailing to stay alive. The offensive touch of karma coming out from Houston. Slicing winds connecting. There's the leg sweep onto Tessia, but Flappers has managed to duck away from combat. He's managing to get away. Can he re-stealth here? Doesn't look like it. The Guardian connects, but so does the leg sweep. So does the maim stun. So does the damage, and somehow, some way, Flappers is still alive. But the question is, for how long? Houston is all over him. Nice little pet stun coming out there from Zipai as he tries to close out the match. It should be pretty much over at this point. There's the astral shift aggressively as well. Lontar is in there as well. Some cat-on-cat violence, but the veins from Tessia coming out. Could it be enough to close out the match? Lontar is in that tree form. There's no way that anybody on his team is going to die. And that is going to be Chibaku Tensei taking game number 3.
If you look at the last 2 minutes of this game, Z, Flappers was so despy, just running around in cat and bear form. Didn't attack anyone for such a long time, trying to buy Relza that little moment of respite to get a bit of mana, but it doesn't work out. You lose too much momentum. Chibaku Tensei reaching that point in dampening where Relza completely out of mana, just can't do anything. And going on this Feral Druid, making him run away, he just can't do any damage. And yes, Thesia is trying to pump out Frost Firebolts, but it's just not enough. So, excellent read on the situation by Chibaku. Again, I have to criticize DOBOB. The game went on too long. You didn't do anything with the Veins. Incarn came up. We stunned Houston. Flappers gets stunned himself by Lontar. Good read by Lontar, but too despy, too late. And we need to get something going sooner if you want to win as DOBOB here. But excellent win from Chibaku.
Yeah, I think Chibaku definitely played to their strengths, and I like the aggression coming out from Lontar here as well. I like the fact that he didn't let that game 1 kind of blunder stop him from playing his game. He still had the confidence to push in, go for these stunts, because when Flapper pops that incarnation, he's immediately there. You can see it here even on the replay. Lontar is pushing in, trying to go for stunts, trying to make sure that he's assisting his team, because this deep into dampening, it's all about that offense. If you're the team that can stay aggressive, you're the team that can push for the win, you are going to just keep that momentum rolling forever. So I like that from Chibaku Tensei. 41% dampening. Tolvir, I feel like it backfired. I didn't like the Tolvir pick at all. It's just a dampener map. Like, you're playing, Ellie, Resto Druid comp. Like, you want to be the ones picking Tolvir, but they're going to pick Maldraxxus Coliseum, which is another large map here.
I mean, they must know something that I'm not thinking about here. Maybe they've got a lot of practice. I have seen them playing a lot of ladder, and they haven't had such good success into the Elemental, Shaman, and Resto Druid melee combo. So DOBOB may be feeling a little bit of pressure here, wanting to play to what they think will work. But the reality is, and something that I've always praised about DOBOB, is their aggression in a tournament situation. It's so easy to mispress your cooldowns, rotate incorrectly, and get punished for it. And that's what this team does excel at. Windwalker, Ellie, Druid locked in again. DOBOB using their time here. Do they stick with the FMP? Or are they going to... Okay, they're swapping to the sub-rogue. Here it is. Okay. I'm curious to see how this will go. I think the sub-rogue is going to have a very hard time against the Windwalker Monk. I think Houston, one of his strengths is protecting his teammates on his melee. He's always been good at that, very annoying to face, and we'll see if Trimaz can avoid that, if he can meld a disarm, make some plays, and Maldraxxus, though, is RMP into Ellie Druid. I don't know what's going on here. This is very sus for me. This is not what I want to be seeing. If I see this on my team, I'm gonna have a headache.
It's so nice to sit here with you, Chan, because usually we're sitting here as the casters. We're always, wait, what? Shouldn't they be playing on a small map? Don't they want to just be like making it really difficult for the druid to kite the sub rogue? But now we get to have you here sitting with us, asking the exact same questions.
Yep.
What are they doing here? Maldraxxus. If you're a Resto Druid against a sub rogue, that's perfect. Like, the ghost could not get more telegraphed than that. I feel like something at least mid-sized, like Tiger's Peak, but then you're picking Tiger's Peak into Ellie, which is also not that good. I feel like Hook Point is the play here. Like,
Hook Point?
Hook Point, you're just swapping around. The sub rogue is always stepping around. He's always in range of the Ellie Shaman. He's always in range of the Druid to either swap or set up. Even Dalaran Sewers, like maps like this, would be fantastic for DOBOB, or maybe even the Cage.
The Cage, Ruins as well.
Yeah, or Ruins. Yeah, these are all great maps. I feel like, but they're just picking these like really large maps, which I feel like just favor like dampening strats, which is basically Resto Druids. That's what they love to do, right?
Exactly.
So we're asking the same questions here.
I mean, like I said, maybe they know something. Maybe in practice they've tried to run in and they've just died in 2 minutes flat. Maybe it just doesn't work. But it is a different day. It is tournament day. It is not a random ladder game or war game to practice in. Everything changes when that's the situation you're finding yourself in, and you want to play something that can, get behind the wheel and press on the pedal. So DOBOB, let's see what they can do with this sub RMP. 3-1 for CHIBAKU TENSEI here, unfortunately, is what I'm calling here. Trimaz is moving in, sap on Houston, opens on Zeepai, gets stunned by Lontar. Opener gets shut down, Gigatree gets traded out.
All right, let's see it here. Trimaz tagged in with his team's backs against the wall. So who do you actually think is the target here? Just Zeepai and Lontar for the RMP? Or do you think actually they're going after Houston a little bit here? Might have even answered that question as I asked it, but I think they have some good opportunities to try to take somebody down. But of course, Houston is playing that Orc, so he's going to be reduced time in those stuns, but still good pressure coming out from DOBOB. They were not able to get any trinkets though, unfortunately, but they still have a lot of cooldowns. Still have blind, blades, and smoke bomb. Zeepai is dropping low. There's the blind, and that is going to be Astral Shift. Can they chain it? Tirimas is in a leg sweep. I don't think he's going to be able to chain it into anything. Nice shutdown there from Houston, but they get the kidney shot onto Lontar. They're actually swapping to Lontar here. Nicely done from the RMP. They get the bark skin, but not able to get anything more. They wanted to get the trinket there ideally, but still a good push from DOBOB.
Curiously, Trimaz not using his Shadow Blades yet, holding it for a rainier day. Now, look at the situation. Lontar has no skin. Houston, big damage. Here comes the Blades. He does have Trinket, though. Lontar getting in there, saving Houston. So, not much coming from there. But Houston uses his Karma there. Zeepai has no wall, and Lontar has no skin. So, DOBOB, they have an opportunity here. They need to go quickly. They need to stun Zeepai or Lontar and make a swap right now. They need to get off Houston ASAP.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Maybe polymorph Houston and try to set something up with that, but it doesn't look like it. TENSEI gets shut down with the Wind Shear Hex combo from Zeepai once again. There's the Sheep onto Zeepai, but it's on triple DR. They're going after just raw pressure here onto Houston. Huge damage actually connecting there. Now they're going to swap to Zeepai, and they're just swapping around. Unfortunately, Lontar is in that Ancient of Lore, so they can't really crowd control him right now. Nice Ray of Hope coming out there onto Trimaz. Shadow Step kicks Lontar as well. Lontar is off DR. If they could swap to Lontar, that would be ideal, but it doesn't look like it. Lontar is actually being aggressive. Might get Sheep there. No, nice kick from Lontar. Blast Wave as well. Big mind games coming out. Trimaz in the meantime taking a tremendous amount of damage. Relza was able to heal through it, and here comes the swap onto Lontar. But as you said, Houston really good at protecting his teammates. Beautiful
Disarm.
Ring of Peace as soon as they Shadow Step, and then they disarm.
It's so hard to face a Windwalker Monk as sub-rogue, and TENSEI is popping his veins now, gets full stun on it. Oh, the swap comes out. CHIBAKU TENSEI is in the driving seat right now, and this is not what you want as the RMP of DOBOB.
Yeah, they had to use they had to cancel Angel Form there and drop the Void Shift for Relza to try to keep Trimaz alive, and you can tell CHIBAKU TENSEI are just getting cooldown after cooldown and surviving these big setups. Zeepai right now is taking some damage. Nice Astral Shift being popped there in response to that Ice Wall. Houston, though, still going to be the target of choice here potentially, but he still has his Trinket, he's still an Orc, he still has Karma, and Lontar, I think, is re-stealthed right now, looking for a stun onto Trimaz. Trimaz could be in trouble. How are they going to respond? TENSEI fake casts the interrupt, gets a Lightning Lasso, though, as soon as that precognition fades. And Houston sitting through yet another kidney. There's the Chastise onto Lontar. Into the cheap shot. They're swapping to Lontar. This could be it. That's the thing about the RMP. All you need is just a solid swap to the Druid, and you could be able to take him down. But Not able to execute on a kill there. They did get the bark skin though, so if they swap to Lontar again, they can get his trinket. And I really like that they're setting up these swaps onto Lontar with a chastise. Try to catch him out of form with something like a Dragon's Breath or a chastise, then set up the stun out of it. Gives the team just more time to coordinate the CC and the assault.
They're looking for it. Here it is, full kidney. Bomb. Will he trade his trinket here? He does have the Giga Tree. Lontar gets restunned. Trades nice and early. Chibaku don't want to mess around. Lontar fumbling the bag in the first game here, not wanting to take that risk just now. Good punish by DOBOB, reading that Lontar has no skin, no trinket, and this is exactly what they need to do if they want to clinch out a win here, because, you know, we're 2-3 minutes away from Relza being tapped.
Yeah, definitely. Time is ticking here for DOBOB, but Lontar could actually get caught up in a long CC chain. Actually, no, they're going for him. Can they get the bark chain? He doesn't have bark chain actually for a couple of seconds, but again, look at Houston, man. This guy is so annoying. Just comes in with the Ring of Peace every single time. Disarm, paralyzed, just always at the right place at the right time with those peels. But still, they also have a... Oh, no, actually, they don't. They used the blind there. I was going to say they have a win condition where they could maybe set up with a blind or potentially set up onto one of the DPS with a blind on Lontar, but they actually did use it in that exchange. So unfortunately for them, they're not going to have that available. And now they have a pretty one-dimensional strat. The only thing they actually can do on the side of the RMP is continue to go after Lontar. And that strategy is very, very obvious. Trima's in a leg sweep, taking a lot of damage from Houston. Relza, though, is there to back him up. He's got the Apotheosis, resetting his cooldowns a little bit as he caught up in a Hex. Does manage to trinket out of it. Trima's still in a lot of trouble. Ray of Hope connects. Full sheep onto Houston, lightning lasso onto Tessia, and Zeepai on the LA Shaman is just so annoying. Lontar, look at Lontar. He's just a bear as far away as possible from the match. He knows, I don't have trinket. I'm the only one who can die. My teammates, they have all their cooldowns. I'm just going to AFK until I get my trinket back. After he gets that trinket back, then he can start playing aggressive. And if you're DOBOB, you definitely hate to see that.
Exactly, and look at Trimaz. He was just running around the map in circles trying to live. Now he's going back in, but immediately under so much fire already. Desi getting put into a full Hex. No Feral to decurse him out this time. Gets cloned on top as well, so it's going to be okay. But Trimaz getting life gripped back by Relza, but that just means that it's going to be even harder for him to go back. And Houston going to be in a bit of trouble. Gets full stun. Trinket Karma comes out. Gets restun on it. They're trying to go through it, but Houston is going to be okay. Instant swap onto Lontar here from Trimaz. Love it.
Yeah.
Disarm.
Now they have an opportunity here with the smoke bomb still onto Houston potentially. So there's still signs of life here for DOBOB, but definitely not a lot of setups left before they're going to run out of time. Nice Shadow Step kick there onto Lontar, but he answers with a Maim Stun onto Trimaz, Dragon's Breath, Sheep onto Houston. How are they going to set this up? Zeepai could also block the kill. That grinding totem is going to be really annoying to deal with. There's the full Hex onto Tessia. They don't have a lot of mana left onto Relza, and Lontar is in that Ancient of Lore. Gets a Cyclone onto Relza, spamming out the heals. Houston is the target. And look at Lontar and Houston's position right now. They're just stacking up. They know smoke bomb is the only thing that can kill me. If we stack up, they can't really get that, but they're going to swap to Zeepai here, get some pressure in here.
Here it is.
Smoke bomb potentially. There
Shadow
it is.
Blades.
Can they take him down? Big damage with the Shadow Blades. Can they take Houston down? Oh my goodness, he ports away at the very last second, and he will survive, and that was really the Hail Mary here for DOBOB. I don't see any opening here. What can DOBOB do to actually snowball this into a win somehow, Chan?
Well, they have no trinkets, so that is the one opportunity. But that is the Shadow Blades, that is the Veins to force those trinkets. How do you kill Ellie Resto Druid Windwalker without any cooldowns? Yes, they have no trinket, but you don't have enough damage to go through between them. And Lontar, of course, still has skin for himself. So, I mean, this is like... I don't think Houston's going to be in any trouble here. He does get stunned. Icewall comes down. He's going to be just fine. Has the Karma rotating back in 5 seconds. Has the Fuse ready. Zeepai has Burrow ready. There's no windows here. Trimaz is just under so much trouble, and Relza is going to go out of mana soon. But so is Lontar, surprisingly.
Yeah, they have actually taxed Lontar's mana quite a lot. Tessia is doing so much damage here on the mage, but look at Trimaz. He is in big danger. They got nothing here. Ray of Hope is going to come out for Relza. He's spamming out heals into it. Is it positive? It's going to top him, but they don't really have any more answers. No Guardian, no Ray of Hope. They actually just got the Void Shift back for Relza, so he might have to pull the trigger on that immediately here. Big Serenity comes out. Relza casting out some heals in the backline, looking for some Holy Fires, and now Fusion has his trinket. Lontar has his trinket in 15 seconds. Zeepai has no trinket, so it's either Zeepai or Lontar. There is a small window where they could take him down, but Veins proc here could go after Zeepai. Lontar looked like he wanted to drink there potentially. He did get a restart. He's looking for a stun onto Tessia. Actually goes for it onto Relza and then Maim stun Tessia. Really nicely done here by Lontar into a double roar. Lontar just taking out 2 players at once by himself. Then NS into the Giga Tree, and he's just spamming out the heals. but now Lontar's going to run out of steam here for a little bit, and that could be an opportunity here. But still, with so many trinkets available on the side of CHIBAKU, the RMP has to still go through a brick wall to try to end this. But somehow, Relza has recovered mana. Relza's defense and mana, like how efficient he's been with his mana, is the only reason why this game is not over. And Houston now has to trinket again, which is opening up the game here for DOBOB.
That was the blades, that was the veins. So Houston, you know, he can get caught with his, you know, no trinket. Potentially, bomb is ready for Trimaz as well. They're looking for that, but Lontar is completely out of mana. Z-by DCs. Are they gonna wait for him?
But you got mind control DC'd, I think.
I'm not waiting if I'm them. I'm not gonna lie. I'm going for the kill right now. But there it is. Trimaz is going for it. He's going for it.
Send everything. You pop everything on Z-by there. 100%. Lontar gets Iron Bark. But I think it's unfortunate here for Z-by. Got disconnected at the worst possible time. It was looking so good for CHIBAKU here. They were about to end it. And then Z-by gets DC'd. Oh no. I mean, if you're DOBOB here, there's no way you wait. Like, if it's at the beginning of the game, maybe. Like when no one has used anything yet. But this late into the game, there's no shot. You just full send it. It's a bit unfortunate.
Lifeline here, so you have to take it, right?
Oh, 100%. There's 200k on the line in this tournament. Like, you definitely take it. You just thank the gods, and yeah, that's pretty much it, right?
Z-by
Very
is
unfortunate though for Z-by.
Absolutely screaming off that one. I mean, like you said, Z, this game was a CHIBAKU Tensei win. It was really going in their favor. Yes, Lontar was out of mana, but Relza was very close behind, and you never know what could have happened, but there was no blades, no veins, so it is a little bit hard to say. But overall, I think the game was going CHIBAKU Tensei's favor. I don't like what I'm seeing from DOBOB today. Maybe it's an off day, maybe I just am clueless and I don't know, you know, what's going on. But this Maldraxxus Tolvaron pick, this is very uncharacteristic from them. Big criticism from me. I don't know what they're doing here. I don't know how you're going to kill Restadru and Eli Shaman on a big map. Lontar's just playing so far away, having the time of his life, and here we see Z-by just grey bar, and he gets taken out.
So what do you think, in terms of maps, actually, since you mentioned it now, what do you think CHIBAKU is going to do here in terms of map? Because now it's their turn to pick.
Yes.
Do you think that there's just something that they know that we don't know, and that they're going to pick a small map? Or do you think that they're just going to also... do we even have any large maps left?
Crucible.
Oh, yeah.
Crucible is very good for CHIBAKU. I don't think there's any way they pick a small map. If they pick like Hook Point, Dalaran, Cage of Carnage, or Ruins, they're just completely trolling, right? RMP, the setup comp, it needs a close quarters. But
oh yeah, we still have Imperium Domain too.
Yep, that one too. It's the game. The series is still, you know, I think favored for CHIBAKU here, but DOBOB, you know, thrown a lifeline really here. But unless they change their strategy or get lucky with a cheese kill, I don't see how they're going to progress from this. And if you're Waz, if you're Raikou, man, Mercy, you're loving this, because I think they feel very confident into Lontar's team. Sorry, they're not loving this. They feel very confident into Lontar's team. They don't want to face Thesia. We'll see. Hook Point gets picked. Okay. Hook Point. What do you think, Z?
What is it that we don't know?
I don't know. I think these teams are trolling, because there is no way you're picking Hook Point here. What is going on? This is sus.
What is it that we don't know? I feel like... I don't know.
I'm not going to lie. If you know,
I would be terrified to play Restadru into a sub-rogue
exactly.
on Hook Point.
Exactly. Okay.
I would be terrified of doing this if I was CHIBAKU.
Well...
Why are they picking... Ashan, you're the analyst, bro. What's going on here? Why are they picking Hook Point
I just think that they're...
into sub-RP?
Trolling. Maybe they think Thesia can't get away on this map. Maybe they think Thesia can't get away, but what are you doing? Pick a big map. The sub-rogue is useless on a big map. Pick the big map. Give Lontar the space. These guys are completely... They've lost the plot here, but... you know... I don't know what's going on, but... Maybe they can make it work here. I'm gonna eat my words when they kill Thesia in 2 minutes, maybe.
Yeah. Now you know how it feels. Why are they doing this? Why are they playing this? Why are they locking in this map? These are questions I feel like every AWC we have these questions, but it's got to be something that they know that, particularly for this matchup, that we just don't know. And one of us is going to be right here on the desk. Look at that. We got someone is going to be right with the prediction.
Well,
read
let's
the
see what
2
Super
prediction for DOBOB.
Super's at the bottom of the predictions, I think, so he's going to be the important... Okay, yeah, so I think Super's going to lose here. Chibaku's going to win this one 3-2, unless Z-Player has more technical issues. Very unfortunate for them. But, you know, if I'm in this position and my team is playing Ellie, Wrestler, Druid, Windwalker, I will not be telling them to pick Hook Point. I'm looking through the map list. I'm picking the biggest map, biggest square footage here, and just picking that one and telling Lonta to sit back and relax. But I think Shimaz is going to have a field day.
Yeah, I think so too. And I don't know. We definitely want to be on the opposite pick in terms of predictions of Super Tees. That's what I've noticed throughout the cups and like in general yesterday as well. Like anytime I have the same prediction as Super Tees, it's a bad omen. So definitely something that you want to keep in mind as well when you're making your predictions at home, guys. Make sure to wait for Super Tees prediction and then lock your own in. It's a solid recipe here for the weekend. But yeah, I don't know. I think Super Tees could be right. Like, there's like a part of me that thinks CHIBAKU has played better throughout the series. They played, okay, they had that one game 1 where they kind of messed up, but in general, I feel like DOBOB hasn't looked like themselves. CHIBAKU has looked like the CHIBAKU that can win against everyone. And now I'm a bit scared because do you tilt after something like that? After what just happened in that last game? If you're in CHIBAKU Tensei, now like you should have won, it should have been 3-1, it should have already been over, but now you're on Hook Point, you're facing RMP, and anything can happen. It's 2-2. Is this a factor where you might lose the mental game?
Absolutely, and Z-Player I think is quite an emotional player himself. He is a veteran, but he is quite emotional. But the world has been flipped upside down. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Everyone is doing what I'm not expecting. I don't know what's going to happen in this game here, Z.
Yeah, this is it. This is going to decide everything. Winner here will stay alive in the upper portion of the bracket. Trimaz might just go down immediately in the opener. Nice setup coming out there. That is going to be the Guardian, though, from Relza. And I wonder if they're going to go after Lontar a little bit more. Going after Houston right now. Not able to pull any trinkets with this first Icy Veins on the side of DOBOB. Unfortunately, Trimaz still taking a lot of damage, but a nice ray of hope coming through. It did absorb a lot of damage. I don't know if that's going to top him. Actually, it is going to, but actually, so much damage came through there with that Slicing Winds, that new tech coming out for Windwalkers, and hit upwards of 2.5 million. Trimaz still going after Houston here. He actually pre-Ring of Pieces himself on the setup. So they're going to go after Lontar instead. But unfortunately for Trimaz, the rest of his team is not there. And they don't get the Bark Skin even with that go.
It's the Shadow Blades from Trimaz as well, so that's not a good sign. I think DOBOB really wants to get on top of Lontar, get constant swaps onto him, force his skin, force his Trinket the next go, and then suddenly you have a window to blow the game wide open. But DOBOB kiting backwards right now. Double sweep from Houston. Excellent play from Houston, but they're going to be okay for now. Full Sun, Ice Wall comes down. Will he Trinket? Comet Swarm, Trank traded out from Lontar. Good read on the situation of Houston, being patient, not wasting his Trinket, not giving them opportunities to get more.
Yeah, let's see here. Houston still going after Trimaz. So, I mean, maybe the strategy is just to burn Relza's mana more on a smaller map, since the RMP is a bit more hit and run based, but definitely kind of a risky gamble if you are on the side of CHIBAKU Tensei. That could come back and bite them. Is going to be a stun once again onto Houston, but he's going to be able to just brush that off with the Iron Bark, and now looking to get aggressive. Nice stun there onto Trimaz. As soon as Trimaz is going over there to Lontar, he gets caught up in a stun into a disorienting roar, so he's not able to get the go. And look at Lontar just positioning around that pillar, making sure that Trimaz cannot get into his line of sight now, looking for the re-stealth, but be careful dropping combat like that against the sub-rogue. Now he's going to go into the tree, and Lontar so far playing a clean game, just avoiding crowd control, avoiding the setups, and still being efficient in the match. That's going to be the Cloak of Shadows coming out there for Trimaz as well. So they are getting small cooldowns, but now swap to Lontar. Big trouble. Is he going to go down? That is the question. No, just going to trade out the Renewal as well as the Bark Skin, and he's going to survive with that, but still a nice catch there onto Lontar. We need to do that again now that his Bark Skin is on cooldown.
I mean, the problem is it took us 3 minutes to get to this point where this is the first half sign of life that we saw from DOBOB. That has been really the only thing they've done offensively in this game. And after 3 minutes, it's too long and too little. Full stun on Houston now. They're going to try and go Lonta. Pre-bears. Nice by Lonta, reading the situation. They're trying to build on him, but they just can't get anything going. Trimaz is just stunning Houston and trying to run away and stall. Maybe waiting for there it is! Okay. No skin. Can they get more? Can you get a restun? Houston is covered on the other side. He doesn't even have to trinket. This arm comes through. Houston, ring of piecing as well to just make sure that Trimaz can't stick on Lonta. And Lonta's going to get his skin back for the next stun DR.
Yeah, that was a really, really important stun for Lonta to survive. If they don't get the trinket there, that was even with a Veins proc too for Tessia. So definitely unfortunate if you are on the side of DOBOB, but I feel like DOBOB still has showing signs of life. There's the ice wall coming out there on the kidney shot on the Houston. They get the karma, but they don't get the trinket there, which is what they would have wanted. You still have that smoke bomb in their back pocket to potentially set up a kill with. And now they're going to just cleave Zeepai here a little bit with the Frozen Orb with the Iceland spam, but Zeepai still has every cooldown remaining. Solid game of defense. Nice counterspell snuck in there onto Lontar. Trimaz is dropping quite low, but you don't have anyone low with that counterspell. So
Tessia!
Oh my god, Tessia just gets blasted, and Tessia gets taken down. CHIBAKU Tensei striking back here on hook point, taking it 3-2. That was just kind of out of nowhere.
I mean, twice this series for Tessia pulling a Raikou and not looking. I'm not impressed, honestly. I love the DOBOB team. I think they're great to watch, but I think today CHIBAKU Tensei playing much better and more to their style. The game is just nothing's happening. We can't have that in a mage, mage priest versus Ellie druid matchup. You need to put your foot on the pedal. You need to make something happen because this was just this was too slow paced from DOBOB, and obviously unfortunate for Tessia, not able to block in time. Surprising amount of burst, nonetheless. The game just doesn't look good. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, Tessia, what actually happened here to him? He was he got kind of left alone in midfield. So Trimaz was getting swapped too, and Rez had already used his Guardian and his Ray of Hope. So I think he gripped Trimaz, or did he shadow step back to get behind the pillar here to get away from Zeepai? Zeepai's already, yeah. So he shadow steps back. And then they get just a swap onto Tessia.
Oh my goodness, Zeepai, I think, just creating something there, and Tessia actually using the greater invis wall, but unfortunately too late for him, and that's the worst feeling as a mage to die pre-cooldowns, right?
Yeah. I mean,
sure
that's what I've heard. It's never happened to me. I can imagine that is the worst feeling. Certainly
never happened to anyone on this desk.
Every single time. Yeah, we're going to have to ask Rookie about that. I think he's more qualified to answer that question.
Well, I still remember him dying to that Beast Cleave on Ruins of Lauron in 140p when I was 15, 16 years old then. Lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Touch of Death comes through.
Zeepai
just destroying him here. But moving forwards, DOBOB headed towards the losers bracket. It's not over for them yet, but great plays from CHIBAKU Tensei. And if you're Echo right now, you're absolutely rejoicing having to face Lontar and Co rather than having to face Tessia. They need to win this next series, right? It's going to be against JT. It's going to be a tough one. Every single cup, it's been a bloodbath. But if they win this one, I can see them being in a good position moving forwards to take the whole thing. If they lose this one, I think it might be the first time the Echo comes forth.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, you've been saying for quite some time, Chan, also that Echo's had kind of a rocky season. It seems like they just need like one good win maybe to flip their the odds in their favor, Chan.
I mean, it's not been a nice start to the season for them, but we're in the finals now, and the thing about Echo is in the finals they always show up to play. They always put on a show for the viewers. I have full faith in them, but for me, it's really this next series here against Overload. Can they beat JT? Because his team, Overload, has been so tough for Echo this season as well. And if they beat them, I think that they're going to walk through Lonta, honestly.
Yeah, okay. Well, with that, we are going to head to a break. It's another upper bracket series as well. It's double elimination today, so that is not the end of DOBOB. They certainly do have another chance. They're going to play the loser of this next up series, so it's either going to be Overload or Echo. But this is definitely going to be just increasingly important to get these wins in and to get yourself in a good position here in this bracket, because the competition is looking extremely tough so far if you can take anything away from that last series. So we'll head to a break. When we come back, it is Overload facing off against Echo. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in the second series in the upper bracket of the European Grand Finals. It is Overload versus Echo. The big question with both of these teams is, can they come back to their former glory, especially Overload and Rookie? You know, they won Cup number 1, didn't do so great in Cup number 2. What do you think it's going to take for them to make a comeback?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Overload, they won the Cup number 1, like you just mentioned, but I feel like even when they lose, all of these series are so close. I mean, you have these teams, you got Overload versus DOBOB, as well as Echo. They've been playing, you know, the Rogue Mage Priest, they've been playing the Feral Mage Priest. I feel like DOBOB has slowly inched ahead overall, but with Overload and Echo, it seems like it's always very back and forth, and really, depending on the day, anyone can win. So I really feel like these series, especially these mirror matches, are just going to come down to little things. Who can outplay, who can interrupt better, who has better positioning, who's trading their cooldowns. You know, if you go down without using an ice block, you're not appropriately trading, then unfortunately you can cost your team not only a game, but a series. So pressure is going to be sky high for these teams, but I feel like they're very evenly matched, and it really is anyone's game.
Yeah, especially, speaking of mirrors also, we can take a look at some of the mirrors that we've seen from this team. Absurge, we've seen some FMP mirrors from Overload.
Yeah, it seems like Overload and DOBOB and Echo are both kind of gotten into that Feral Mage as something they've started playing a lot more. Waz, we obviously saw play a lot more Feral, and I'm interested to see what happens in the last month now with a lot of practice, if he's a lot more comfortable on the Feral, because it seems like everyone kind of steered away from the Rogue, and now it's just turned into mirrors. But, you know, similar to Ven said, or going back to what Ven said, I think it's important to realize that it's all about who is going to be more efficient. You know, who's getting more CC, who's rotating cooldowns effectively. If someone, you know, dies without block a few times, you know, that's going to cost them, especially now in the finals. So
Yeah, it certainly could. I mean, the pressure is really on right now for these teams. Echo as well, kind of the same story over there. You know, they haven't really been living up to, I think, what everybody expects them to do, what they've been doing historically in terms of performance. Absurge, if you were in this position, you know, if you kind of knew what was up against you, if you were on this team of Echo, what would you be saying to them as players from like an emotional standpoint?
I would say to just stay confident in the team. I think it's been, you know, a pretty turbulent season for them, but it's not like this is something that can't be, you know, moved past, I feel like, for them. They're a team that has been dominating the region for so many years that a month of practice for a team like Echo is, you know, multiple months for other teams, to be honest with you. I think they put in a lot of effort. I think they're very solid. They've got a lot of experience, and I wouldn't worry too much about the cups. You know, the finals are what matters. I think this is the most important thing. You still made the finals. You didn't have to deal with the stress of the gauntlet, and you've had a month to prepare. And I think they should be really focused for today. So very curious to see if they kind of push past the unfortunate happenings of the cups.
Yeah. Curious also, but you know, I mean, Echo, they're veterans. They could certainly pull that off. So we will be seeing that. But Ven, something you kind of already mentioned as well, Waz on that Feral. Do you feel like that's something that they should bring out? Do you think that's something that they can bring out?
It seems like Waz was losing a little bit of confidence in the Rogue. When I talked to him about it, he just felt like Feral Druid, it just has that very scary cooldown, that incarnation, especially as you get later on in the game. That cooldown can single-handedly win you the game. So he was opting to play way more Feral Druid. I think he's probably has it practiced. You know, there's been some changes to the game, but I still do expect to just go straight into Feral, Mage, Priest, mirror matchups here. I think Waz is feeling very confident on that Feral Druid. He's always been a playmaker, and I feel like Waz, you know, with his experience on Balance Druid and basically every class in the game, I have full faith in Waz to perform on that Feral, even against the likes of, you know, TJ and Flappers. I think he'll be able to go toe-to-toe with them.
Okay. Someone else on that team, on Echo, Absurge, that doesn't quite get mentioned as much, Mercy. We don't really see him that often. Obviously, very talented Warlock. Do you think maybe that's a player that we'll see come out today in this series or some of the other ones?
I don't know about this series. I feel like for Mercy, you know, Warlock is just not something that we see really much this season, and I think he plays a really solid warrior as well. But for this matchup with Overload, I think it's mainly going to come down to the Feral Mage Priest, like Venruki was talking about. I don't know if we'll see him come in for this series, but I think that Mercy could definitely be utilized against, a team like CHIBAKU, where Arms Warrior now could potentially be a class that can just kind of create that sustained pressure where, eventually with enough uptime, which Zico mentioned yesterday, if the Arms Warrior has enough uptime on you, you can kind of just start passively forcing cooldowns. So maybe in that series, if they win this, we can see them. But I feel like Mercy for now will just have to be on the sideline and have faith in his team, have confidence, and try to just hope they win. I think that's his position right now.
Okay, well, definitely a lot of options for both of these teams here. The proving grounds for Overload and Echo. Get those predictions in chat. Tell us how you think these two teams are going to go in this series. It's upper bracket. It's best of 5. Loser dropping down in the lower bracket to face off against DOBOB. It's game number 1 here on the Grand Arena, Ven.
Yeah, lots on the line. Even just going down and fighting DOBOB in an elimination series, neither one of these teams really want that. And somehow the matchup has evolved. We are going to be tagging out the Pharaoh Druid for both of these squads. It's going to be a subtlety rogue.
They're sub.
Rogue Mage Priest Mirror. That's an interesting one. I did not expect this, but this should be a very fun game.
Yeah, I did not expect sub rogues to come out. If anything, Outlaw would be the swap, but sub rogue RMP Mirror. Okay, we got a sap onto Oscar to start things off. Waz kind of sitting in stealth. Raikou already has PI though from Meh. Opening onto Raikou. Raikou alter times. Alters back. The ice wall, they bomb.
Oh,
Smoke
nice.
on the Waz. Huge ice wall. Almost goes down. Trinket, Vanish, and Cloak. Meh goes into Spirit form as well. And Overload with a huge push for the opener.
Yeah, really nicely done. They get everything from Waz with the ice wall, overlap with the smoke bomb. Just a beautiful push by Overload. Now Waz going to be trouble. Full blind lands on a Meh, but he's just going to sit through that. Not too worried. Doesn't seem like they have the damage to really push through. But so far, I'd say Overload, they're playing a lot more confident. Their setups have looked a little bit better. They've got higher pressure. They've got more cooldowns out of the way. This is definitely a position Echo needs to come back from. We'll see what they can do. Where are the setups going to be? JT positioned very far away right now. They have no crowd control on him whatsoever. JT positioning as far away as possible. Just really doesn't want to play on top of the enemy team. And this is something... Oh, Raikou almost goes down without the ice ball. It's going to be the Guardian Spirit that does connect from Meh, but this pressure from Overload is immense. Raikou is just going to be trading back his displacement with his Trinket. Does hold on, but so far Echo's on the back foot.
Yeah, Echo seems to be struggling right now. JT's position is so far away to where I think it's a lot harder for them to get crowd control. And I think Overload just started off taking a huge risk for the finals, which I love to see. Getting a hard opener onto Waz kind of makes things a lot more chaotic in the mirror because now he's a target. JT's still positioned away. Raiku's getting trained up right now. Gets a nice interrupt there. Gets precognition. Smoke bomb onto Brunhitty too. No evasion. Oh, he ends up cloaking low as well. So JT has Guardian Spirit come back as well. And I think right now Echo is starting to find some ground, but still a little bit behind, I would say. The next setup on Waz could definitely be dangerous in 20 seconds. They have a small window to get some pressure. More Sheeps on Brunhitty as well. There's just kind of trading blows right now. And I think JT's just in a prime position, Ven.
Yeah, he's really known for having this far away positioning. Doesn't want to be top of the fight. Meh's going to grip Waz back as well as Raikou using that double grip to just reposition the fight. I think it will be a cheap shot here on Meh. Do they have any follow-up? Looks like Oscar's looking for a polymorph. Unable to find it so far. Just pure damage coming up from both these teams. Frostfire Bolt after Frostfire Bolt. Oscar is just destroying Raikou right now. Double Ice Wall coming down. Meh will trade out his Massive Spell. It looks like Oscar should be fine. JT connects the Spirit of the Redeemer. He's going to be using that Divine Ham. Lots of healing. It's very unlikely Oscar goes down in this situation, as both teams are looking for their next setup.
Yeah, I think right now we're kind of just going back to the standard for the mirror. Oh, actually, huge swap on Brunhitty as I say that. He seems to be okay, though. Gets topped off. DR Stun to Waz. Waz trades the DR Stun to him, so both rogues just cheap-shotting each other, trying to slow down the damage. Raikou taking a lot of damage right now, though. Still has both blocks and a lot of defensives. I don't think he should be taking too much damage with Men not being in CC and Apotheosis up, but right now it seems like we're going back to the usual train made strategy. I feel like Overload had so much pressure at the start. I would love to see them go back to some crazy rogue swaps with Ice Wall, but right now it seems like both mages are just trying to be a bit more defensive, both Holy Priest staying as far away from the fight as possible, and then I feel like this is something that it's just going to come down to who gets the crazier setup as dampening ramps up.
Iraqi did a really good job. He got a polymorph on JT that forced out the trinket, so no trinket going to be available. If they could take down Oscar, he gets kicked on the shifting power. Both of these mages are playing Blink, so yeah, that's why they feel so immobile in the match to actually get anything done. They basically can't blink, otherwise they'll get stunned, and they want to save their blink for a stun, so it's a little bit awkward, and they're essentially just tanks here in this game. The Ring of Frost will drop down. Raikou gets put into a little bit of crowd control. Smoke Bomb drops down once again. Gouge here onto Brunhilde, but doesn't seem like they're able to accomplish too much. Raikou's just going to be kiting away. Icy Veins is up right now. Big shatter combo on Oscar. His health is going down quite low, but Oscar's positioned in kind of an awkward spot. He's so far away from JT. It's not the positioning you want, where JT is basically forced to run through both Raikou and Waz. So positioning, not so good there for Overload, but it looks like they're going to fix that really quickly and keep Oscar and JT on the same side of the map.
Yeah, JT, as you said that, Ice Wall comes down. Huge swap into Brunhilde. Could go down. Trinket, Cloak at 1% almost. Back to getting pressure onto Oscar for now, but huge push there by Echo. And yeah, JT, as you said, with Oscar positioning, just grips him. He's still in a sheep too. Oscar has alter time. Oh, he alters back, but it's... All right, he seems to be alive now. Spirit Form comes out from JT, and Oscar sells both blocks, but a scary situation there from Brunhilde, who had to Trinket. Oscar's still taking a good amount of damage here. Meb position behind the pillar. Apotheosis up. We get a double fear from JT, and I feel like the next big setup on Brunhilde will be very scary for them.
It definitely could be. There's no trinket, there's no cloak, so a big opening here for the side of Echo. So we've got a Pandaren racial out of the Dragon's Breath there by Oscar, playing the Panda. A very interesting choice here, but that instant crowd control could end up being good. Raikou going for an interrupt here on Oscar. The double Dragon's Breath come in. Oscar's getting really low on health. He's interrupted, but JT saves the day. The Guardian Spirit does proc. Full Ring of Frost potentially comes down. Beautiful blast wave, but I think Ahmed did get the Shadow Word Death on that. Trades out the Trinket on the blind, and now will be free from crowd control for some time, but they do get Mez Trinket out of the way, so slowly but surely pulling cooldowns for both sides. Dampening is getting higher, and this game is going to start coming very unstable here, Absturge.
Yeah, we get a nice attempt of a setup on Waz, but unfortunately he comes out, gets a feint, and get a nice polymorph onto Brunhilde as well. Oh, big swap into Brunhilde. Now Smoke Bomb comes in. He has no trinket. JT has to run into the bomb. Gets a couple heals out, gets cheap shot as well. Can they follow up with any CC? No, polymorphs come out, and Brunhilde kind of escapes with half HP, but I think dampening is starting to take effect here. He's still dying. No CC on JT. Oscar's slowly running down as well. Gets to about 60%, has an ice barrier up, but I think Echo's finally kind of found their footing. Maybe they woke up that first couple minutes with the opener, and I think right now Brunhilde's in a scary position. He has no trinket. He has Cloak of Shadows in 5 seconds. JT's in a cheap shot. He could go down right here. Dismantle comes out. He just needs a couple more seconds. No. Brunhilde goes down, and all right, it came down to the rogue swap. Then Echo decided to take their own strategy from Overload from that opener.
Yeah, Waz did a really good job. We'll see it in the final moments of the match. He was able to push in, get crowd control onto JT. I think it was a cheap shot. He followed up with a gouge while getting that damage rolling. So here comes the ice wall. You can see here, this is where Brunhilde almost goes down, and they force out that trinket. And forcing out the trinket and Cloak of Shadows in that situation, very important, is what ends up allowing them to win the game a little bit later on. JT also here has no trinket himself. So how does Echo set this up? Raiku's moving forward. Looks like Brunhilde gets gripped away, and it's just Waz. He just goes for the cheap shot. Out of the cheap shot, he gets the gouge. And Waz is just so good on that rogue, that extending the crowd control chains with his focus target, while also dealing devastating amounts of damage. So great little solo push there, and I can guarantee you JT really regrets gripping Brunhilde on top of him. It's kind of not the positioning that you want when a rogue has Shadow Dance up.
Yeah, I think it's always a bit awkward from the healer perspective, I think, when you are against the sub-rogues, because you want to be further away from them so this doesn't happen, right? He gets the life grip onto Brunhilde to try and help get him back to the pillar and reposition, but in doing so, like you said, Waz kind of goes on this solo mission and gets, cheap shot, he gets a gouge, and it's one of those decisions that's tough to make, I think, in the moment, because you want to stay far away, and you want to, try to create distance from the rogue so he can't do that. But in this situation here with Brunhilde dying, he needs to be at a pillar. So JT tries to take the risk, and I think the only thing that he could have done here is try to get a swap beforehand. If he got a pre-swap there, maybe Brunhilde would have lived for that extra second when he had Cloak. But even then, I think it was looking pretty brutal for Overload later in the match.
Yeah, it felt like they had a good start, and then Echo started pulling out ahead. But yeah, beautiful plays. I like the fact that Overload is willing to make these hyper aggressive plays. Overlapping not only the ice wall, the smoke bomb. It almost got him a very quick game number 1 win. But eventually, Echo kind of found their footing and was able to come back in this match. RMP mirrors. I don't know. I feel like if we're going into like RMP mirrors, I'm favoring Echo a little bit more in this one. In all honesty, like I feel like this team just has so much experience with this composition. Obviously, Overload has proven themselves as an amazing RMP too, but I feel like this is Echo's game right now to lose.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Echo is obviously one of those teams that's known for the rogue mage. I think Overload has kind of made their stamp on these type of compositions as well. But this is something from Echo that we are so used to seeing from them with this comp, and I think going back to the subtlety rogue is definitely entertaining to watch. I will say, I think it creates a bit of a twist, I would say, compared to the the outlaw matchups that we used to see before, where I think like we saw this game, just being able to do more swaps to the rogue and create pressure there, I think kind of makes the game a lot more of a proactive matchup where Echo, if they make some plays, if Waz decides to go on solo missions like we saw that first game, then he can kind of change the pace and create a lot of openings for his team.
Yeah, I wish the mages were able to play Shimmer. I feel like it would change the dynamic of the matchup a lot. It's just, it looks a little bit funny because both these mages basically, they don't want to get caught into the stun locks of the subtlety rogue, so they're playing Blink over Shimmer, but then their mobility is limited, so they're kind of just, stuck in the middle of the map. And they can't move, because if they do use Blink to move, then they just get stunned, and then it's what's the point of playing Blink? So yeah, it's interesting for sure. We'll see what Overload does. Do they decide to play with the Pharaoh Druid? I am curious. I do wonder why. Like, why are we going back to the subtlety rogue? Because like in Cup number 1, it felt like it was kind of debatable. What's better? Is it going to be the rogue or is it going to be the Pharaoh? And then it kind of definitively felt like Pharaoh was better in that matchup, and that's what everyone was playing. That's why Waz was playing as Pharaoh Druid. But now we're back on rogue. So I wonder what changed in the matchup.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because I think, we saw that from both regions for the first cup, at least for North America, is that, here we go. So Mirror once again. I don't know, because even for the NA region for the first cup, the Rogue Mage was really solid. Liquid did well with that, but people started playing more Feral Mage because of that. And, on Europe, Feral Mage was the king comp for the Mage melee composition. So maybe they both wanted to mind game each other, or maybe Waz started winning more against the Feral Mage's subtlety, and then now they're scared, so they don't want to play Feral. I'm not sure, but it is interesting because I think the subtlety rogue just kind of, it creates a lot of panic, I feel like. Would you agree with that in a lot of comps? Because you can't just trade trinkets out, you can't just trade a defensive or try to, be offensive and make plays, because if you mess up on a trinket against the subtlety rogue, you can definitely cost your team immediately.
Wait, did everyone... wait, hold up. Did every single person predict Echo? See that? I didn't see that first one. I want to see that first one. I think
except the coin, right? Yeah, the coin. The coin didn't even get picked. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so all of us going in favor of Echo. Very interesting. I wasn't expecting the RMP mirror match, but I feel solid with my prediction now. And yeah, you're right. I mean, I think there's a reason why RMP is one of the more hated compositions to play against, because it feels like, you trade your trinket on a setup, maybe during like a smoke bomb, and then you just get stun locked with an ice wall. And it's like, well, you're kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't kind of situation. So fighting against a really good rogue mage priest where you're just getting controlled and bursted down, and your healer's getting line of sighted with these different tools, it can definitely be a frustrating experience. But we're in a mirror match, so no complaining, right? This is skill. It's not about cheese compositions, anything like that. This is just the best players in the world going head to head with one of the best compositions World of Warcraft has ever seen, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see how this matchup plays out. So Overload decided to pick Hook Point. Maybe they feel like they couldn't get enough CC onto Meh. He was kind of hugging the pillar and being in a really good position for majority of that second game after the opener. So, both mages kind of just launching out orbs and blizzards. Rogue's trying to get some CC. Brunhilde gets a nice cheap shot onto Meh, but Oscar can not follow it up. He missed the ring. Meh actually gets out of that and completely negates the opener there. by getting out of that cheap shot, running through the ring, and just going into spirit form. So big ice wall comes in from Raikou as well to kind of shut down a little bit of damage. Huge swap onto Waz, but he doesn't seem to be taking any pressure. And I think Med just had a solid opener with just being able to get the spirit form with no CC.
Yeah, this is a much slower opener than we saw in game number 1. Both priests still holding onto the trinket so far. Oscar tanking a little bit of damage right now, looking for a potential polymorph. JT sits a polymorph, a blind comes out, but decides to finally trade out that trinket and keep his team in the fight. We have blind available for Brunhilde, so at some point I feel like he's going to go for a blind, and Matt will most likely trade out the trinket. We'll have to wait and see. Some decent damage coming down. Here comes the frost wall, the ice wall. But Meh is easily there. He gets caught into the cheap shot immediately, though. So that ice wall basically forces Meh into the middle of the map. He gets cheap shot at the same time. Oscar taking a huge hit of damage. And unfortunately, that blind went onto Meh, but he was in a blizzard. So it just broke. He didn't even have to trade out his trinket. That's a bit of a disaster for Overload.
Yeah, I think right now just Echo's kind of starting off well. I mean, getting JT's trinket early on in the game is definitely helpful and can create some openings here, especially because JT now is kind of repositioned. So I feel like the next big push towards JT, they can create a, maybe force a block or maybe even force a trinket from Brunhilde if they decide to swap rogue. See a blast wave onto Waz. Jawaz, there we go, gets a cheap shot. Maybe they get a Ring of Frost. Oh, he gets CS into the fear. Huge defense from Overload, and Raikou actually does not get any follow-up CC off the cheap shot. And it looks like right now we're just kind of, a bit of a slower game, trying to get some CC on the priest, because at any moment, one Comet Storm, one crit, we could go down. Like Raikou right now taking a ton of damage. Ice Barrier, though, gets top to full. Polymorphs on the Brunhilde. And I think right now we're kind of just waiting till the next push. I think JT's going to have Trinket back, too. So Overload kind of survived a scary moment.
Ooh, nice ice wall there by Raikou. Beautiful. Oscar's getting low on health. Needs to be very careful. That's going to be an ice block, and Raikou really taking advantage of JT's positioning, getting a beautiful ice wall, and that's going to be the first ice block here. Raikou now under a little bit of pressure. He's got his Icy Veins, Power Infusion. Massive damage here on Oscar. He's on Hypothermia. Needs to be really careful, but JT has a Divine Hymn. Got basically everything traded here to keep Oscar alive, so it's unlikely he goes down, but now that those cooldowns have subsided, Oscar could potentially fall. Keep in mind it was Brunhilde that went down in game number 1, but it seems like both these teams are just really focusing on the mage race right now, and then potentially making a swap on the rogue to catch them off guard.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be a huge play in the matchup here, is just getting good, solid rogue swaps. But right now we see some CC on the med, some cheap shots. Overload is down a block as well, so Echo is slowly pushing ahead right now early in the game with just pressure on to Oscar. And I think right now it's we're kind of just wondering what's going to happen with CC on the priest, because do they want to swap to rogue? Do they want to just stay on the mage? I think with the way JT's positioned, if Raikou could get another solid ice wall there, they could maybe force more cooldowns, because he's just kind of standing by these boards. And if you get ice walled here between these boards, you're not going to be able to heal. Huge cheap shot into Waz as well. Waz actually trades out of evasion there, so just trying to stay healthy, but huge trinket from on both sides. JT actually trades out his trinket as well, and I think Echo is just kind of trying to find their moment to get a nice one-shot out.
Yeah, that's the kitty shot. Waz trying to initiate some crowd control. Oscar drops down the ice wall, but really ineffective ice wall there, kind of wasting that cooldown. Not really going to be accomplishing much. Med just immediately gets in line of sight. Let's see what they can do. Dragon's Breath now onto JT. It's been a real struggle for both of these mages to find Rings of Frost, to find polymorphs in this match. And once again, that's just because they're playing that Blink, but it seems like it's a trade-off that is worth it. Raikou now going for a Shifting Power, resetting some of those cooldowns. A full polymorph finally lands here onto Mac. Can they get the ice blocker? Is it going to be Oscar, who's punished for his own push? Both mages hovering around 50% health. 4 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed in this match. We're at about 20% dampening, and all of a sudden, just these setups where you just have micro CC, right? It's just like a cheap shot into a gouge or a cheap shot into a Dragon's Breath. He's going to start netting cooldowns as healing gets lower and lower.
Yeah, I think as the dampening kicks in, we're going to see a lot more panic, I would say, from each side with just trying to trade out cooldowns and not be too low, especially if it's before a setup. It's interesting that both teams have actually been a lot more cautious, too, with their trinkets. Raikou right there, you see sitting a fear, gets dispelled a little late, and it's Kidney Shonda was chastise, huge chastise on the Brunhilde though from Med to kind of slow down that setup. And both teams are actually being a lot more cautious as far as trading their trinkets on the side of the mage and the rogues on both teams. So we have Smoke Bomb onto Oscar though from Waz.
Ooh.
Nice. They get the last block, and That's the last block from Overload for, honestly, the next couple minutes. I think they could be in trouble here as Dampening kicks in, Ben.
Yeah, Raikou still has both ice blocks. Echo is slowly pulling out a lead. Shadow Blades is available. Icy Veins coming up in 18 seconds. Echo is looking to go up 2-0, and it is looking good. All they need is one good setup here, an overwhelming amount of damage on Oscar. You see Oscar is playing very defensive right now. He realizes he is in a lot of trouble. Raikou still has every single defensive cooldown he needs. The meteor comes down. Raikou easily shrugs that off. JT grips Oscar back to the pillar, but I think Echo is going to be looking for a win very soon. That was the Shadow Blades. Oscar's still very low on health. Raiku's got Icy Veins up. Do they have any crowd control on JT? They just cannot find the crowd control, unfortunately. And it seems like JT is going to keep Oscar stable for the time being, but still a long 2 minutes until that comes off cooldown. This could be the game-winning setup. Nope. Oscar just blinks out of out of the kidney shot. Ice Wall comes down, but JT is there. Blind trades out. Immediate trinket on that. Nicely done there by JT, but slowly but surely, Overload is running out of time. They're running out of cooldowns. They got 40 seconds on one more ice block. We'll see if they can get there.
Yeah, I think Echo is kind of in the lead right now. Mez seems to be in a really good position as well. It seems really hard for Oscar to kind of CC Meb, but also it seems hard for him to get any sort of ice walls here. He's taking a ton of damage. JT's in spirit form. Casting Divine Him. How is Oscar going to survive? He has a block in 22 seconds. Oh, Raikou has to trade out block as well, though. Raikou will have a second block, though, still. In Dampening, we get a nice counterspell onto Oscar. Oscar's trying to maybe get an ice wall here. Met is in the spirit form. I think that there is a chance that we could see Oscar get... he should be fine. He's got Cold Snap coming up in a few seconds, and maybe get a Dragon's Breath into a Sheep on JT, actually. A lot of CC from Raikou, but can they get any pressure onto Oscar? He's kind of behind the pillar here. Out of line of sight. He's slowly drawing down. Guardian Spirit comes out from JT as well, and Overload has kind of survived now, but...
Raikou!
It's a bomb! He has to block, maybe? Can he survive?
So low on health.
The Guardian Spirit. Oh, man, tops him up, I think. And, okay. Oh, my goodness. I think this game's coming down so soon, Ben. We need maybe 40 more seconds, I think.
Yeah, interrupt on Meh. Raiku's getting really low on health. He has one ice block left, but ice blocks have equalized. And even I'd say Oscar has an advantage with that cold snap because he can use that to reset a barrier, and he's not going to use it unless he absolutely has to. Blinks out of the stun. Oscar positioning closer to JT. Both priests even on mana. 40% dampening.
Ice wall again.
Oh, ice wall comes down. Nicely done, but it looks like JT easily repositions to keep Oscar alive, and Raikou may have overstayed his welcome. He gets gripped back to Meh. Meh says, get back here. I need to heal you up. Stop playing so aggressively. And Oscar down to about 50% health, and it's going to be becoming so unstable for both these priests. We've got one ice block apiece, one void shift apiece, and this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, both rogues have trinkets still. Waz actually sitting the cheap shot. We get a nice polymorph on a Brute Hitty, and I don't think the rogues are the kill target. It seems like both teams are kind of committing to the mages. Oscar's slowly riding down. He's got an altar time soon. Can he maybe get an altar to prevent the block? His Guardian Spirit up. They might have procced the Guardian there as well. Ooh, huge dismantle onto Waz. Oscar blinks right back to the pillar. Altars back. And it seems like he's kind of stabilized for now, but 44% dampening. There's the block. JT in the kidney shot. Has no trinket. And gets MD'd out.
That's it.
Oh my goodness. And Med just gets a nice MD. Gets out of the block, and Oscar goes down. I feel like Echo had, a couple scary points for them, but I feel like they were in control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, just Waz once again being a playmaker for the team. He gets the ice block, and as soon as that ice block comes down, drops the smoke bomb. He's not able to recover. But Oscar honestly did a pretty good job kiting around here, but inevitably, dampening is just so high. I mean, there's not that much JT can do. He trinkets out of the blind into a Dragon's Breath. JT gets now put into a kidney shot once again. Waz on a solo mission to close out the game. Smoke bomb comes down, and Oscar just gets taken down in that smoke bomb. So this is a second game in a row. Dampening gets higher. Waz basically just solo controls the team, solo controls the damage, and pulls off a win. He's looking to be a playmaker for his team here with this RMP, and I feel like this game, it was convincing from Echo. I mean, they managed to be up 2 blocks to 0. Eventually, I mean, it kind of equalized where they got the first ice block from Raikou, but yeah, that was basically 3 ice blocks from Oscar, from 1 from Raikou in that match. Just a really solid game from both teams, but Echo's going to be happy to go up 2-0 here.
Yeah, I think what I like seeing from Echo, I think, in this game is, especially when both teams are going at the mages and kind of trading mages, it seems like Echo is doing a really good job of just getting small disruption onto JT. And I think from, you've done a lot of healing in your solo shuffles. I think you understand from the healer perspective. all of these micro CCs that you get, especially in dampening, it creates a lot of panic in the game where it's hard to tell when you're able to get a cooldown off, when you're able to get some healing out. So at the end of the game, we saw he got a blind. We got a blind from Waz, JT trinkets. He gets chastised from Meh, and then he gets half Dragon's Breath by Raikou as well. And then on top of that, he gets kidney shot. Then Waz goes back and smoke bombs on top of Oscar during the block, and we didn't even get a polymorph. It's all of this instant CC that they're kind of throwing one by one to disrupt JT, and I feel like Echo did a great job of that throughout the whole matchup, or throughout that whole match, where even this little amount of CC that they can get on JT, especially into dampening, it can force out a lot of cooldowns.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see. I feel like it's probably just going to be a mirror all the way through. Maybe Overload can come back in this one, but if you're Echo, certainly happy to be one game away to making it into the winners finals, of the grand finals here in Europe. Definitely a position you want to be in. And yeah, I think you want to avoid that lower bracket at all costs as well. That's one thing to remember. This is not an elimination series, but you're going to be going up against DOBOB, who has been kind of the dominant team in these Mage Priest Mirror matchups. So both these teams don't want to lose this for multiple reasons, but we'll see what they decide to do here. Echo taking a little bit of time. Looks like Asherman's Fall will be the map, but they're probably just discussing strategy.
Yeah, I think they're a team. I think a lot of the more experienced teams definitely kind of take their time. Even if you're picking the same matchup, it's good to just take your time, think about what happened, maybe even look over the game. I'm curious as to what Overload is thinking, because they went for Hook Point, they went for a smaller map, but they didn't have a good showing in that second game with trying to get CC on Meh, which I feel like is kind of the reason for playing the smaller map. Maybe they needed more CC on Meh. Maybe they thought Oscar or Brunhilde could kind of create pressure and have more of an advantage positionally, but it didn't really play out too well in their favor. Now we go back to a neutral map, and are we maybe going to see Overload break out the Feral, you think? What is stopping them from playing the Feral, Something's got to be.
Something must have happened. I mean, both teams lock in the Rogue. Makes me feel like the Feral's no good anymore. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but that's just how I feel. It's like if both teams were playing Feral and they thought it was the best, and now both of them are not, maybe Feral just loses this matchup. Subtlety Rogue. Did it get some buffs? I feel like it got a few buffs to the way it works. Like it has a little bit more consistent damage.
I think that was a while ago, though. Was that after the cups or was that during?
I don't know, but we're seeing more Sub Rogue. We'll find out later.
I guess we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's got to be something to prevent you from locking in the Feral. I think it's possibly that. I mean, I think Feral Druid against the Sub Rogue is, it's definitely harder to deal with the Subtlety Rogue because you have that added pressure of, can you bear form every single stun? Because you are going to be a kill target, and having that pressure of, all right, are you going to bear form this stun? And even you can also bait it as well. I think a lot of the experienced rogue mages, with Echo, they're very good at kind of baiting cooldowns from you, where they try to do a little setup and, if you trinket and it was nothing, well, great. Now you've just given them an opening. So I guess the Feral Druid is probably more of a liability at this point, and I feel like maybe we'll just stick to the mirror. But if we see the mirror again, Ven, what do you think Overload needs to do to kind of come back here? Because they are down 0-2, and going against DOBOB, like you said, I don't think that'd be a good way to start off this finals.
It really just feels like both teams are doing the same thing, except Echo is just finding those little micro setups a little bit better. It's like, okay, we're going to blind. He's going to trinket. Out of the trinket, now I can Dragon's Breath. Out of the Dragon's Breath, I can gouge. Then I can full kidney shot, Then I can drop a smoke bomb. So I feel like Overload just needs to put the instant smaller crowd controls together instead of trying to go for the big hero setup where you get a polymorph or a Ring of Frost out of a stun. Like, just use all your micro CCs. You've got Dragon's Breath, you've got Blind, you've got Gouge, you've got Kidney Shot. Just put those together in dampening, and it feels like that's what you need to do to actually force out cooldowns, because otherwise it's just too unreliable, especially when you're playing Ice Flows and Blink. You just can't get those Shimmer polymorphs, and it seems like these teams are doing an exceptional job at interrupting as well. So anytime there's a stun, both these teams, all 6 players, are just phenomenal at avoiding those polymorphs with interrupts, with fade, with death, with Shadow Step Kick. So I think it's very unreliable to do that. They just need to put their instant crowd control a little bit better together, because I think that's what's causing Echo to win during these final moments.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think Echo is just doing a better job with getting that instant CC where they're not relying on casting Polymorph to win the game. They're not relying on Meta getting a fear to, create pressure and create an opening. So I think that, if Overload wants to create a lot of pressure here, they have to do something similar where, Brunhilde needs to be on a solo mission here. And I know Brunhilde has played a lot more Rogue recently. I think he's played mainly Outlaw though for a while now. Because it seems like Waz is just doing exactly that. We saw from the first game that you called out, the second JT used a life grip onto Brunhilde was full solo mission. He cheap shots him, gets a gouge, cheap shots the other guy, cheap shots him again, presses a smoke bomb, and he's kind of just forcing the game and kind of forcing his hand throughout the match. So I feel like Brunhilde has to do kind of the same thing if they want to see more success here.
Yeah, you just got to pretend like it's almost like a 2 versus 2, where you're just the rogue and you got to do everything in this match. So we'll see. I would be curious to see like how much crowd control both of these rogues are putting out onto the enemy healer. But that's definitely something I would be looking for from Overload here, because it's an interesting style of Rogue Mage Priest for sure. A very interesting style with how inherently tanky mages are right now, especially when playing Blink. It'd be difficult to take them down. You do need a little bit of dampening. You need crowd control on the healer. It's hard for the mages to actually land that CC. So let's see how this goes. Potentially the final match of the series if Echo can win this. Are they really going to 3-0 Overload? That would definitely be the start Echo wants to the series. Or is Overload going to be able to battle it back with their Rogue Mage Priest?
Yeah, we need Overload to kind of get a game here. This could potentially be match point for them. So we had a sap onto Oscar. Actually, trade the sap out. Maybe we'll get a crazier opener. The first 2 games we haven't seen much. Waz actually opens with a smoke bomb on Brunhilde with the fear there. Oh, he actually trinket vanishes. So huge push from Echo off the bat, getting trinket from Brunhilde. He could be an opening later in this game already.
All right, shifting power here from Raikou. Let's see what they decide to do. Dismantle onto Waz. No Cloak of Shadows, no Shadow Blades, no Shadow Dance charges. Waz has burned through a lot of his initial cooldowns. Brunhilde with the Shadow Blades up right now is a little bit threatening, but he gets clotheslined with the cheap shot. And like you mentioned, Brunhilde, he's got no trinket, so there is potential opening here onto the Rogue. See what they decide to do. Both mages exchanging blows, instant Frostfire bolts, big Comet Storms from that Frostfire mage. Looks like Brunhilde's pushing a little bit closer here to potentially land crowd control onto Meh. JT, very kind of infamous for this far away positioning, but Raikou sneaks in. Does he get the Ice Pulse Polymorph? Beautifully done. Full kidney shot on Brunhilde. This is easily a trinket, and that is exactly what you want. Raikou doing such a good job getting the Dragon's Breath, using the Icy Flows to move out of line of sight so nobody can stop him, and forcing out that trinket. And this is a great situation for Echo to take down Brunhilde.
Yeah, Echo's already starting off this match in a great way. They do not want to go to the lower bracket. They want to regain their first place. They want to get that medal that we saw that I'm pretty jealous of, honestly. They've already got 2 trinkets off the bat. We get a nice kick onto Oscar here. Maybe the next setup coming in, dismantle onto Waz. And Brunhilde has no trinket for 30 seconds. JT doesn't as well, and no Guardian. Here's a gouge to maybe pre-set up. Ice Wall, he grips the Ice Wall. Nice by JT. Repositioned on the pillar as well. And they kind of use the stun DRs here. They're still going, though. Cheap shot onto JT. Maybe they get a follow-up. They get a full sheep. Brunhilde, how are you going to live? Cloak and evasion is used, so no trinket now, but then he's already used a lot of defensives, and if they keep doing these setups, I think Echo is surely going to win this game.
Yeah, not looking too bad, but anything can happen. Raikou getting low on health. Don't want to throw away the game. These mages have been very greedy with their ice blocks. I don't blame them, because I feel like if you rotate well as a mage, it's very difficult to go down, but if you get caught off guard, you can just die out of nowhere. So need to be very careful. Brunhilde now getting swapped to huge setup. That's going to be the trinket vanish, but he's not out of it yet using line of sight. JT trades out the Guardian Spirit. The full blind lands. I don't know if I like that blind. I feel like I would have saved the blind, maybe. I don't think Brunhilde's going to go down here. We'll have to wait and see, though. Still low on health at the same time. Raikou getting bursted down, trying to get in line of sight. The Ice Wall gets killed off. Met is there to heal him up, but he's low on health. Needs to be careful. Oscar going on a bit of a solo mission with his damage. Matt pushing forward. He gets the chastise. Beautiful setup here onto Waz. Cheap shot now on Ahmed. Do they have a follow-up? Unfortunately, Oscar gets polymorph. He's not able to find it. He fakes out the interrupt, though. Maybe get a full polymorph lands onto Meh. Where are they going to turn their attention? Both Raikou and Waz are just so healthy here that this polymorph isn't going to end up mattering too much.
Yeah, Echo kind of saved their cooldowns there for that smoke bomb go from Brunhitty. Didn't get much. We had a kidney shot to Brunhitty here as well. No CC onto JT though. Double fear from Med just to kind of slow things down. And Brunhitty's scared right now, I think, Van. I think he can't really kind of make plays or try to be aggressive. But as I said, a couple cheap shots onto Waz, cheap shot onto Med as well. Oscar cannot follow up though. But I think Brunhitty needs to be careful because they have no life grip either. So we can maybe see a huge ice wall coming up for a kill onto Brunhitty.
Oh no!
Oh, goes down 20%. A lot of damage. No CC on either priest though, but we get a Guardian Spirit from Met onto Raikou. Brunhitty still has cooldowns coming back. No trinket, but still has some defensives coming back up. And I feel like we have to see a nice ice wall play. We get a nice grip on the walls here. Brunhitty trying to get some CC, gets dismantled as well. Ring of Frost half onto Meh. And they seem to pull it out. They might get a block here. Ice Spirit comes out. Dragon's Breath on the Meh. Raikou cannot follow up with any CC. Actually does. Gets an interrupt. Nice. Gets pre-cut. First block.
It's a massive spell.
I think he can hit it well in here. They get trinketed as well.
Oscar's low. Incredibly low on health right now. 50% health. At the same time, Waz getting a little bit low. They're continuing to extend the chain. JT grips Oscar away. Interrupt now onto Oscar. Raikou actually caught into a full kidney shot. Ice wall comes down. Can they get an ice block? Raikou blinks aggressively, and it might end up costing him a block, but no, he can displace back behind the pillar. He will ultimately survive polymorph onto Meh, but everyone is full health, so once again, not going to be accomplishing too much. They're getting the crowd control, but it's not at the right times when there is any sort of damage available. Meh now in a position, he looks like he wants to land a fear. So Meh playing really aggressive, kind of zoning him out. A full stun, and Brunhitty goes down. That was just so nicely done. Echo 3-0, and we're going to see it in the replay. I love what Med did here. He was basically just the offensive pusher. He wanted to get the chastise into the fear. He knew JT really didn't have anything to deal with it. They dropped the smoke bomb, and it's basically just a checkmate. JT, if he runs in line of sight, Med's going to crowd control him, and if he doesn't run in line of sight, his rogue's going to die. So a really beautiful final push here, and we're going to see it in these moments.
Yeah, I think we see the ice wall come down here from Oscar. Meg gets away. They get a full sheep onto Met as well. And this ending was just crazy. I feel like they got a smoke bomb onto Brunhitty. Met starts pushing across the map, like you said. And this is just creating a lot of, chaos here in this game because they get a kidney onto Brunhitty and Met is actually just blocking him off during this bomb. If you look at JT in the replay, he can't even push in. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know if he should go push in to the left side, push in from the right because Met is just being the goalie, like you said, Ben.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful play. Echo looking like a well-oiled machine, playing this incredibly well here. They found their win condition. Matt charged in once again. I just want to highlight it because it's just such a beautiful play. JC's trying to avoid him, but because he basically is avoiding Matt, he's not able to heal up his rogue. Brunhitty, the kidney shot comes down. He does have his trinket. The trinket's a little bit late, but he gets cheap shot on his trinket while on the smoke bomb. Doesn't have the Cloak of Shadows, and Waz just has an overwhelming amount of damage to delete him. Beautifully done. And Echo, I mean, this is a statement. They were a little shaky in the cups. Not too bad, though, honestly. It wasn't looking too bad, but not, the dominant Echo we've come to know and love, but this was definitely a great performance by them.
You're absolutely right. I think this was a solid showing for the first matchup, first series of the day for them, and wow. I mean, 3-0 in the mirror. Waz is back on the Subtlety Rogue, and I feel like if you're a fan of Echo, you're a fan of Rogue Mage in general, seeing the Subtlety Rogue has to be so nice from them because, typically we see a lot of the Outlaw, but Waz is kind of silent today, I would say, with the Subtlety Rogue and the CC. He's going on a lot of solo missions, and, even that last setup at the end with the smoke bomb onto Brunhitty, Mez also helping them by just being the goalkeeper and kind of blocking off the map. So congrats to Echo. First series for them, 3-0, and they do not have to fight against DOBOB.
Against CHIBAKU TENSEI in this next round, so that's definitely going to be a nice confidence boost for Echo. Overload dropping down to Championship Sunday in that lower round to face off against DOBOB. Definitely looking forward to that matchup, but let's talk about that performance a little bit. We did kind of already answer the question, I guess. Echo, are they going to be able to make a comeback? Are we going to be able to see them return to their former glory? And I think they definitely did that today, but are they going to stay consistent in your mind, Ven, against CHIBAKU?
I don't know. Echo It's interesting, right? Because Chibaku Tensei, they're coming in as kind of like the dark horse. They came in from the Gauntlet. They've got compositionally something completely different than every other team. Like, to me, all these teams are the exact same. Like DOBOB, Overload, and Echo, they've all got the same compositions. They all have very similar play styles. Chibaku Tensei, they're the Ellie Shaman. They're the Restoration Druid, the Windwalker Monk, the Demon Hunter. We've got lots of different comp options available. So they did manage to take down DOBOB, and I feel like they could take down Echo as well. So I don't know what Echo's going to run. Maybe it's going to be the Subtlety Rogue, but it did not look that good for DOBOB.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. So we'll see what their choice is as they head into that series. So that's going to be a 3-0 for Echo. It's double elimination. So they're still hanging out in the upper bracket. That's going to bode very well for them. When we come back to a break, we're going to head to another upper bracket round. Chibaku Tensei versus Echo coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are on our last EU series of the day. We're here in the upper brackets. CHIBAKU TENSEI, the team that came out of the gauntlet alive, versus Echo, the team that just 3-0'd Overload and sent them down to that lower bracket. And this is going to be, I think, an explosive matchup, Zico. CHIBAKU TENSEI had an incredible series earlier today against DOBOB and also in the gauntlet.
Yep, absolutely. I think CHIBAKU TENSEI looking like they're in tip-top shape. And based on that last performance, Echo as well, looking very deadly right now. So this should be a really good one. A lot, obviously, to play for. And may the better team win.
Yeah, most definitely. Kind of a lot is in the air, I think, on the side of CHIBAKU TENSEI Super Ds on what we may be seeing from them for the blind pick. Any guesses as to either team and what they're going to bring out?
I mean, CHIBAKU have two choices right now, right? The Ellie Resto Druid, that's pretty locked in. So it's really just about whether Fuston wants to play a Demon Hunter or wants to play a Windwalker Monk. Demon Hunter, notably weak into Subtlety Rogue. Echo just won 3-0 with Subtlety Rogue, looking really clean, polished on their A game, on their main composition. So if you're CHIBAKU, you're probably sitting there like, they're probably going to lock in RMP, so we shouldn't do a Demon Hunter. But then in the reverse of the mind games, if you're Echo, you're thinking they probably think we're going to run Sub Rogue. So we should probably run something else to try and counter that. But at the same time, you know, DOBOB didn't see success with the Feral Druid. So Echo will probably play RMP as my best bet, and then CHIBAKU's probably going to play the Windwalker. So it's like, they do have a little bit of mind games, and maybe Echo has some sort of surprise. But my expectation is that it's going to be kind of Ellie, Resto Druid, Windwalker from CHIBAKU, and RMP from Echo.
Yeah, a bit of rock, paper, scissors, I guess, with that. So we'll see what does come out in terms of compositions for both of these teams for game number one. I was talking to Lone Tar just a little bit, just kind of getting a vibe check on how their team is feeling. They say that they know that this series is going to be difficult, and they've been doing a lot to prepare, you know, kind of playing every night, doing a lot of VOD reviews. So we'll see if that hard work continues to pay off with this matchup, because this just might be their hardest matchup that they've had to play today so far, or potentially this weekend. So that being said, Zico, I would love to hear your predictions on this series.
Might have a bit of a bold one, but I'm going 3-0 in favor of Echo.
Oh.
Straight up. I think Echo, they looked super good in that previous game. They always lock in around the time of the finals, and I think this finals will be no different. I don't know. I think I agree with Super T's. We might see RMP versus Windwalker Ellie. My biggest question for Echo is Mercy. Like, if they have some Mercy-based comp, it probably is to deal with the Ellie Druid. So this could be the series to see him in, unless they just win with RMP. So I think they've done their homework, and I think they're gonna take this one.
Okay. All right, Super T's, what is your prediction?
I'm sorry, Zico. I'm sorry, I'm just apologizing now.
No. No.
Oh, and I apparently too. I'm the cursed one this weekend. So if your prediction looks like mine, you might be getting a little unlucky. There's a couple of other predictions sitting around there, but I feel like it's going to be pretty close. I feel like compositionally, both teams have, you know, advantages and disadvantages. And the coin also is in the coin and me are on the bottom. Me and the coin right now, we're dragging a lot of you down. I think maybe even Rookie might be the only one getting out alive, possibly, if that trend continues.
Yeah, interesting. All right, well, if you were in chat, let us know your prediction for this team. Is it going to be Echo, the team that wins time and time again, but has a little bit of a rough season so far, but seems to be making a comeback? Or is it going to be CHIBAKU TENSEI, the team that soared out of the gauntlet into the top four and sent DOBOB down to that lower bracket? Time will tell as we head into this series. We're getting game number one loaded in. The team's loaded up, ready to go, and I am so excited to see what these blind picks are, Soup Teas.
Let's see what the comps are. Is Mercy going to come out? I mean, we did see a little bit of Blizzo, right, in the gauntlet stage, and that was to deal with the Windwalker. So Mercy, maybe he comes in on a Warrior, possibly. There could be some very weird, strange compositions possibly coming through here, because I don't think anybody's locked in on what the meta is anymore. I think everybody was expecting Feral Mage Priest mirrors. Then we're just seeing DOBOB, Feral Mage Priest Gods, #1 seed of Europe, sent down to lower bracket by Windwalker Monk, Ellie Shaman, and Resto Druid. Then Echo and I'm spacing out on their name right now, but Echo in their previous series, RMP mirror, like that was supposed to be Overload.
That was supposed to be FMP mirror. Like what? Now Rogue is back. Waz was just crying about how Rogue is over. It's over for Rogue. I need to be a Feral, and he just spent all this time re-rolling in Cup 3, and then he just logs in day 1 and just 3-0s on the Rogue. And we are just going to see the bread and butter compositions here. Waz's team looking like they want to just lock this in. And I mean, if Echo can play RMP, you know it's going to be a scary tournament for every other team.
This is the statement. I mean, this is the matchup that DOBOB lost, right? So CHIBAKU has already played an entire series of this matchup. I mean, sure, there was some FMP mixed in there as well, but they're warmed up and ready to go. But Echo also just looking super deadly in their previous matchup against Overload. They're looking hungry. And of course, this is Echo's RMP, which is a totally different beast when it comes to that RMP matchup. Let's see what they can do here.
Yeah.
CHIBAKU TENSEI going to be positioning very far back, and it's all about Houston just trying to deflect this opener. We saw when DOBOB played, they actually went after Houston a lot. Let's see what Echo decides to do here, if they actually want to go after that Windwalker. A terrible opener here where Echo was already getting found into a stun.
It's really bad. He got no cheap shots. He still holds the diminishing return, though, and he can send that after this Ancient of Lore falls for Lone Tar. Maybe they go Druid with how stacked up they are, but big damage incoming. Waz is going to vanish out from the fight. Here comes the engagement. Cheap shots onto the entire team. No crowd control to follow it up, though. A paralyze on the Rogue. Double fear. They do find the polymorph. Sneaky Raikou with the double psychic scream, setting up damage onto Zeepai. Immediate trinket astral shift from him. Are they going to be able to kill him through it is now the question. Dragon's Breath ticking away with 1 second left. He's going to Stone Bulwark and Astral Shift, so a big overlap from Zeepai. That's an opening. There's still a Smoke Bomb, and there's still a Blind. So Waz has a lot of moves he can make in the next couple of seconds.
Bit of a mistake there from Lontar actually getting caught there after the stun, but now he's getting caught in a kidney shot. But Houston might just almost go down there, has to use his trinket. So a lot of pressure coming out here from Echo. Nice counterspell onto Zeepai, and going after the Windwalker seems to be highly effective. Now they have 2 targets that they can threaten lethal on. Houston, no trinket. He could easily go down in the smoke bomb, but also Zeepai with no personal defensives could be a good target as well here for Echo. Lontar trying to reposition here. Running away from everybody. He's going to have that Ancient of Lore. He's going to need to make good use of it and try to time it with Echo's next push, which is going to be here momentarily in a couple of seconds. Looks like Lontar there. He gets caught up in a Chastise into a full fear. Zeepai does tremor it, though, and they manage to get that Ancient of Lore. The Smoke Bomb not going to do anything here for Echo. So nice play there from Zeepai, actually breaking up the chain there. That could have been really scary.
Nice Cyclone from Lone Tar on Meh here. Raikou at about half health. Looks like they're targeting Waz at the same time, though. They get his medallion. He's actually just getting crushed. So much damage. Trades out Cloak of Shadows. Zeepai really tearing in at this moment in time, forcing major defensive cooldowns from both Meh and Waz, keeping themselves in the game. But they still have no medallion on the Windwalker, no medallion on the Shaman. Lone Tar still has his. He's in the back line, trying to avoid crowd control. He gets into stealth. He's going to go for a rake stun here. He jumps over to Waz on the paralysis. Is he going to set up a stun out of that? Looks like he got popped out of stealth. He's not going to find any stuns, and Meh is in angel form, immunity any crowd control. Now Meh is getting aggressive. He's looking for something here. What's he going to go for? A Chastise, a Psychic Scream. Is there a Tremor? It's 3 seconds away. No Tremor Totem. Dragon's Breath just in case to cover it into a Polymorph. Excellent setup. But Houston preemptively used Diffuse Magic here. But they actually stalled long enough. It's ended. Icewall comes down, and Houston gets absolutely cranked. Echo.
That was sick.
Game 1. I thought that Houston had outplayed that, and then Echo outplayed the outplay.
That was actually sick. They stalled out the Diffuse Magic, and then they dropped the Ice Wall there to just extend the CC chain there, playing around it. And they weren't able to find a kill with that Smoke Bomb, but they did get the Touch of Karma, got the Trinket previously, and nice setup there, getting the cross CC as well. We're going to see it here on the replay. So Meh actually extended, I think, with a Mind Control. So they get a Dragon's Breath Sheep onto Zeepai. They have a Fear onto Lontar. Then Raikou drops a Ring of Frost. Meh gets the Mind Control onto Lontar and then walks him into the Ring of Frost. They pre-Ice Wall his Trinket. And yeah, they get Houston in a stun lock and just take him down. Really clean setup here for Echo. I mean, maybe this, you know what they say, Sid? Even a broken clock is right twice a day. And it might just be today where you actually do get your predictions right, because Echo's RMP is looking unstoppable right now.
Yeah. I mean, just seems like a completely different team. Whatever happened in the downtime, like they must have rediscovered something. I'm curious what this means for North America also, because Liquid, similarly to Echo, were struggling when Rogue Mage wasn't working for them anymore. I wonder if this is like inspiring Liquid in North America to be like, hey, what is going on? Like Echo's winning. Like, Trill, we need to get you over on Subtlety Rogue, because apparently this is what we should be doing. If Echo managed to 3-0, 3-0 back-to-back, like this was a really confident win. It had pressure there. Also, Meh, I think he was playing a Gnome Priest. Maybe I've seen a lot of priests complaining on social media about like Ellie Shaman root totems and like getting rooted around a corner with no dispel, because they usually spam dispel flame shock and getting annoyed by it. So I actually run Gnome for that. But I wonder if that's an opening like, when he's pushing in for like a fear, if you can make a swap to him and try and punish that pick.
I mean, maybe. If you're not playing into another priest, you don't really need the will. So it could be some interesting tech there. Yeah, it is punishable. We have seen some priests get swapped too, but yeah, we'll see what they decide to do here on the side of CHIBAKU Tensei. We're gonna go to hook point, and I was talking to Chan about this.
That's what you're gonna say. Like,
yeah, we were talking about this even in the in the break after we were done casting, and I think it's so nice to just get this opinion from Chan, because like. He just straight up says it, like, yeah, I think a lot of these players are like really good mechanically, but they're not the smartest. Like, if my team is locking in hook point, Ellie Druid into RMP, like I am having a stern talk with my team about that, and it seems to be something that these teams like to do. I mean, CHIBAKU Tensei won on this map because it's just a caster curse, right? We just always, why are you locking in big map into Ellie Druid? And then they win with RMP into Ellie Druid on big map. And then the Ellie Druid locks in hook point into RMP, and then they win. So it just makes you look like, okay, I don't know what you're talking about. But I don't know, dude. I still stand by it. I think hook point is a terrible map pick if you're playing a Resto Druid LA comp into a sub rogue. Like, if I'm a sub rogue on hook point, that's perfect. That's exactly where I want to play. So I don't know if there's something that we're not thinking about in the matchup, but Waz is going to have the time of his life on this map.
I'm trying to think what's changed. Like, in the past, it would have been because the Resto Druid is a liability, right? Resto Druid into a Subtlety Rogue team, small map, makes it easy to set up on them. Maybe Resto Druid is just harder to kill now, with the new Ancient of Lore tech, maybe with a Windwalker protecting him. Maybe he feels safer, so they want a smaller map so the Windwalker can get some better uptime. Maybe that's their logic for it. I would like to see Echo swap Lontar, because that used to be the main weakness of the Druid, on especially a small map, was that you could attack them a lot easier. And CHIBAKU are not changing their composition. They're going to be running it down once again with the Windwalker, Ellie Shaman. Very fast wins for Echo. You know, a lot of these series we're seeing, sometimes they can go 10+ minutes. So for a team to win in less than 3 at this level, this caliber of play, is very impressive on their part. So CHIBAKU, they've warmed up. They got to face DOBOB. They got to see Trimaz on the Subtlety Rogue. They got to see the matchup play out a little earlier on. But Echo just seemed like a different machine when it comes to setups, and that's how you have to play the RMP. I feel like these other teams that are playing it more passively and kind of just waiting and trying to get into damp, like, that's not the advantage of the Subtlety Rogue. The advantage of the Subtlety Rogue is sending setups and being like almost random in your targets. You don't want to be predictable. If you're just dampening, attacking the same thing, sending the same go, the other team's going to read you like a book.
Yeah, the book of Chan. No, I'm just kidding. we're not saying that. Maybe later when we watch North America. But yeah, no, I completely agree. I think if there's a team that is going to punish this map pick, it is going to be Echo on the RMP. Like, DOBOB's RMP, I don't know. DOBOB in general today, they didn't look as deadly as we saw them in the cup stages. In the cup stages, they were just an aggressive team that was just running teams over. TENSEI was just making plays, making highlight reels every weekend. But today, they didn't really look like that. So I'm excited to see if Echo can actually punish this map pick, or if this is just something that's changed in the meta. Let's see if CHIBAKU here is going to regret picking the smallest map in the pool against
bad
Echo
opener
here.
again.
And they actually, again, they get a bad opener. They find Waz.
I guess, I mean, he's using Ancient of Lore, so it's like, Maybe he's happy he doesn't put anyone on stun DR. He can just wait till the Ancient of Lore is gone and then send a go. Big lasso, huge burst onto Waz. They're really focusing the rogue, it looks like, this time around, as opposed to chasing around the Frost Mage. But Men negates it with the Angel. Raikou blinks in behind Lontar. Lontar gets the roar, but it's not enough. Raikou goes for Ring. He gets interrupted, but they're just swapping. This is what I wanted to see. Big swaps on Lontar. He saw that swap coming, though. He was already in bear form. He bark skins. Fair trade for him. But I'm glad that Echo are mixing things up. Now a smoke bomb on Zeepai. They're all over the place. And Zeepai anticipates it. He activates the Astral Shift. So really good reads from CHIBAKU from that attack from Echo. Really good effective trades on their part.
Yeah, so that was Icy Veins and Shadow Blades. Lontar pre-burst the goal.
Setup.
Now they're going after Houston, though, with a blind onto Lontar. They get a full Mass Sheep there as well. Unfortunately for Raikou, that Mass Sheep actually hits Houston. It's going to recover him a little bit, but still good pressure. They do get the Trinket and the Karma and the Diffuse Magic from Houston. So Houston is definitely an exposed target, but with no Smoke Bomb, they don't have any big damage cooldowns either. Houston shouldn't be that afraid in this position, especially with Lontar having all of his cooldowns still available. He did sit through the blind right there. Now here comes the pressure back onto Waz. Houston pushing in aggressively. Despite having no Trinket, you feel pretty confident. The biggest threat for Houston right now is that ice wall. If they can catch Houston behind an ice wall, that is the way that Echo could potentially close it out. And it looks like they're trying to launch the setup. But Lontar reads it here. Big Ancient of Lore. Raikou not able to connect there. Look at Zeepai, how annoying he is. He's sitting in a sheep, but he's using his little pet elemental there. You can see it next to Waz right now.
Nice play.
To stun Raikou into a Cyclone there. So Raikou can't connect on that setup.
Lontar he got a Cyclone on Raikou. He just doesn't counterspell. And then he snuck up on Meh and got a Cyclone on Meh, but they just don't get any pressure. Now with no Cyclones, they're getting decent damage. There's another swap on Lontar. This is what I want to see. But Houston is there with the grapple, so Waz has no weapon right now. If Houston takes that away from him, he can't keep up the attack. They're likely swapping back on Zeepai. They're following the same strategy they did in the opener. Start on Druid, then swap to Shaman. But Houston is just blocking everything they're doing. He disarms Waz when he's attacking Lontar. He leg sweeps Waz when he's attacking Zeepai. And now Houston gets walled off with no cooldowns, but the Conduit is immuning the stun, so he pre-conduits the go and then ports away at the end of it. Houston is having a really good series of plays right there. He denied basically 3 setups from Echo in a row just by himself.
Yeah, let's see it. Zeepai actually in a counterspell right now, trying to get some counter pressure onto Waz. Waz actually doesn't have any defensive cooldowns, but here comes the Shadow Blades. Big setup onto Houston. Do they have the CC? They do. Lontar trinkets out of it, gets the Tranquility heal there as well.
The overlap.
Manages to save the day there with his trinket, but at the same time, Houston also trading out some defensives there, and Lontar actually getting swapped to. DR cheap shot coming out. They still have some leftover damage. They don't have the bark skin on Lontar, and Lontar actually manages to stay alive there. He did have to trade out the renewal, so they get something, but it's not the biggest cooldown that you're forcing from the rest of Druid. But this matchup is looking so difficult from CHIBAKU Tensei's side because everybody is getting swapped to consistently. Raikou now in a full hex.
Another one.
Maybe Zeepai can make something happen here, but to catch Lontar once again out of form. Do they have any more damage? He doesn't even bark skin there. Good read from Lontar, realizing they're just trying to bait the bark skin there. Doesn't want to commit it unless he sees Raikou actually connect there as well. But Raikou sneaks in a counterspell onto Lontar. They have a good opportunity here to set up onto Houston. He pre-karmas. They actually just chuck through the karma right now, doing a lot of damage there. But a nice swap here onto Raikou. My goodness, the damage is insane. But Matt deflects it once again here with the Guardian.
Okay, no medallion. So Zeepai and Lontar used their medallions at the same time on that setup, that Lontar medallion. And I'm wondering if that's going to lead to a defeat right here, because now they don't have one for 18 seconds. But Lontar gets into Ancient of Lore before Meh can sneak up on him. And there's those Earth Crab roots on Meh that are so annoying as a priest in this matchup. That's why he's playing the Gnome. He's chucking in some Holy Fires, though, ramping up damage and getting ready for Lontar to come out of that Ancient of Lore. He's not going to be immune forever. Pre-grapple on Waz, but it's before the dance. They're trying to anticipate Waz's setup and maybe just kill him and close out the game before he can send it. But here comes the Smoke Bomb. Zeepai's in a Sheep. Lontar's in a Chastise. He has to Trinket, but he might get CC'd on his Trinket. It's such a dicey moment. He trinkets. He gets cheap shot on his Trinket by Waz. Can they cut down Houston through Diffuse? He tosses out a Paralyze in defiance to deny Raikou's Shatters, and it buys just enough time. Houston survives. That was a close call. That was the moment where they needed to buy time, and they managed to do it. Now Zeepai will have Medallion for the next setup. He's got Bloodlust rolling. He's jumping in aggressively, but he's just met by a Polymorph. I just don't know if he's focusing the Rogue the right move here. Ice Wall comes down. Houston is line of sighted from his team, but he just goes for a leg sweep anyways. He's killing the team in enemy territory. Waz re-engages with a cheap shot. He's got blind available with no Trinket. Cheap shots. Are they going to go for blind? Are they going to set up on Lontar? I think blind Houston and kill Lontar. Honestly, just stop Houston from grappling the go. I think that could be a clear line to victory, but Waz is starting to get overwhelmed. Crazy damage. Meh is struggling even with that Angel form. Finally, topping Waz for a moment. Houston, he doesn't care. He's just going through it, forcing the Guardian Spirit. Houston's just trying to win the game. Waz is getting ready for the Shadow Dance that he has here in just a moment. And can they connect? Icy Veins is up also for Raikou. I don't know if that was a proc one, how many more seconds he's got, but he's got a Comet Storm available. So Blind Dance and Comet Storm is very threatening. Waz is in stealth. Lontar re-stealthed. They can't see Lontar. Waz is trying to find him. Lontar's right behind him. Is he going to find him? He pulls him out of stealth, and Ancient of Lore immunes the setup. That was smart from Lontar, immuning the setup. It's going to buy his team a couple more seconds to get Lontar's medallion back, and that's all they're doing. They're just stalling in between these moments that they don't have a medallion and trying to drag this game on a little bit more into dampening.
Lontar's been playing really intelligently throughout these setups here. He's in bear form right now, so I don't think he's going to die. He doesn't even use Bark Skin. He has Heart of the Wild as well, so Lontar's going to survive that setup. But Lontar did a great job throughout this entire exchange here. When they got that Ice Wall go onto Houston, he was in stealth, and then he disoriented Roars, Waz out of stealth, so he can't blind him to get the heals out. And then he just stalled for it, but still a lot of trouble here onto Houston. Lontar was in crowd control to get a sheep shot now onto Lontar. Counterspell onto Zeepai. Fear onto Houston. Big attempt here from Echo, but still has Heart of the Wild ticking. Has the Bark Skin there as well. But they do get the Bark Skin on the side of Echo. It was a clean setup, and they had to respect it, but they can't get anything more than that. They want to get that trinket. So the next setup should potentially be onto Lontar to try to force that trinket. And Waz been sitting on this blind now for quite some time as a result of how Lontar has been playing. He's been playing the map beautifully so far. He's in stealth actually right now, just trying to stall. Gets a disorienting roar onto Waz once again. Exactly what I was just talking about that he did that last time. He does it again right there. Gets that disorienting roar to allow himself to buy a couple of globals of healing. And now Waz could be in trouble. Lontar definitely playing around this rogue beautifully so far, but still no skin. Could get swapped to here if they can catch him. Waz is trying to duck around the corner there to reach him. Mech gets stunned on one side. Lontar's kind of line up siding both of them right now. And it looks like they will recover here on the side of CHIBAKU TENSEI. That moment with no Bark Skin.
Smoke
He's
bomb.
going to get his Bark Skin back. And now it actually could be Waz in trouble here in that Rake Stun. Taking a lot of damage. Smoke Bomb is available though for Waz. Shadow Blades as well. They could go after Houston right now. But look at Lontar again.
He's right
deflecting it by stacking right on top of him in Ancient of Lore. He is definitely reading this RMP beautifully.
Maybe that's what they're worried with the big map is the Windwalker will get dragged away and smoke bombed. Like the small map they can set up. Oh, big setup on Lontar. Barkskin's a little bit late. He took a huge hit. Is he going to survive? He managed to actually get bear farm. It looks like that paralyzed gapped the stuns. Lontar got bear off. Here comes images from Houston. He's ramping. He grapples Waz. How much damage is Houston going to get out here? Fist of Fury rolling through. Vanish and evasion. Waz should take 0 damage here. And now he can get aggressive. He's going for blind, trying to get the trinket from Lontar, but he's in cat form. Ring of Frost to chain out a blind. Mind control on Zeepai. And Zeepai is praying that he doesn't disconnect. I think right now that would be terrible for them again in this series.
Too soon.
If it happened here. Lontar is almost out of mana, but Waz has no cooldowns. Ice Wall comes down. Houston has Karma in 6 seconds. 5 seconds. He uses Conduit to immune the stuns and go for the kill. At the same time, Karma in 1 second. He needs to Karma and just send it. He's fisting to avoid stuns here. He's being greedy with the Karma, still holding on to it. I guess he's just going to trinket Karma. That's what he's thinking at this point, but it's going to have to happen. He trinkets. He doesn't Karma right away. He gets stunned again. He leg sweeps. He turns it around. Waz gets gripped. Houston rolls over. Now they're stacked up. They could get cleaved down. Cyclones on Raikou. I think this might be it for Echo. In cap on the trinket. Lontar's go to and making moves right now. Cloak of Shadows. Ray of Hope. Can they make it negative? Waz steps out defensively and gets behind the pillar with the Crimson Vial. And he will get topped off by that Ray. Ancient of Lore around the corner. Met is chasing him down, trying to pressure him. He has to hardcast it, but a smoke bomb comes through in the back line. No trinket available. Zeepai is right next to him, drops down the grounding totem, giving him a little bit of support with that Earth Shield, buying time, and now Waz is in trouble. Big Primordial Wave is coming through. He trades with the Karma to stay aggressive. Lontar's in that Ancient of Lore, looking for Cyclones. No trinket on Met. Lontar is switching gears, going from defense to offense. Now look at these Cyclones, switching them over to Raikou. Waz still in trouble. Full Maim stun now from Lontar. Can they finish him through Mez healing? Now he clones Waz at low health. And now he's back in the corner, fighting time with no medallion. He's got to be careful. It's so tough as a wrestler during this matchup to switch between offense and defense. Mez chasing him down. He needs a tremor. He needs a tremor. It doesn't matter. Waz is just dead. CHIBAKU close it out here on the small. They're just trying to make us look dumb, okay? They're just trying to make us look dumb with the map picks. He has Void Shift. He wasn't expecting to die. I wasn't expecting him to die. If you didn't call it. I was looking at Mez chasing down Lontar. I was like, he's going to chastise Fear him, and Fuse is going to be in trouble. And it's like, oh, Waz is already dead. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened there with the Void Shift. I think the Void Shift has like a slight little animation. It has like a mini delay. And I think Matt's Void Shift actually didn't go off there. So Matt was pushing him for CC. He went for a Chastise. And I think he popped that Void Shift as he was going for that Chastise. And he just wasn't able to get it off. But I guess the map doesn't matter when Lontar is just playing out of his mind. I mean, look at this guy. What is he doing? He's just landing all of these Cyclones onto Raikou. low cyclones onto Waz, setting him up with stuns. But look at this. This is the moment. Matt pushes in for one chastise, and then Waz gets to get absolutely
Erased.
blasted. What was that void shift, actually? I think that void shift was after he died already. I think he did it onto Raikou, maybe even after he died.
I didn't think he was going to die
quick,
there,
though.
man. Like, he's looking at Lontar with no trinket, like, man, I'm about to get you, Lontar. Like, you got no trinket. I'm coming in for the win right here, buddy. And so Meh is just sprinting in with Feather across the map right after this Cyclone. Meh just sprints. He's like, I'm going for CC, guys. We're going to win the game right here. I'm getting the fear. I'm getting the fear. I'm getting it, guys. I'm getting it, guys. And Zeepai's like, psst, and just like...
Yeah, he swaps Raikou afterwards. So that, a bit unlucky, but yeah, that is in super slow motion. Like in real time, that was so fast. If you blink, you miss it. Zeepai just popping off, and CHIBAKU are I don't know what's going on, but I guess they just win against RMP on small maps. What's going to be interesting now is to see what is Echo actually going to pick in terms of map. And it feels like, are they going to pick the big
They're
map
gonna pick
now?
the big map, bro. This is the new meta. You have to erase your brain. Any logic you have applied to the game before today doesn't matter anymore. It's new logic, like new AI input. Okay, for you and I, this we can't
We need to upgrade to ChatGPT 5.0.
Yeah, we're running on old software. It's not. Yeah, big map. You can't
Yeah,
make this
they're
up.
all
You can't
kids
make
hold
this
beer.
up. This is just new.
All right.
This is new meta now. Is big map favors the sub rogue and not the rest of
I mean,
Druid.
if every team is doing it, there's got to be a reason for it. Like on paper, it looks terrible, but
They
I don't
won. I mean, Flotar's team won.
yeah, that's the thing, right? They are winning on it. But yeah, we'll see. Okay. CHIBAKU Tensei. I mean, that last game, though, they had to sweat for that win. Especially Lontar. He had to sweat a lot for that win. He had to do some serious work, man. I really like what he was doing with the re-stealths. They would re-stealth, and then in the middle of their go, on Fuston, Waz is just blasting in a kidney shot on Fuston. Lontar just pops out of stealth and disorient, roars Waz every single time, then just sends 2 globals of healing, NS, Ancient of Lore. And that is the guy who is going to stun him, right? So he's making sure that if Matt is the one trying to stun him with the chastise, he's always trying to stay ahead of the game, trying to read who is going to send that instant CC and pre-Ancient of Lore it, and just utilizing the stealth really well to reposition. Even that one moment where Fuston was going to go down in a smoke bomb, he's like pre-stacking in Ancient of Lore with Fuston. So I think Lontar definitely had a great performance in that last game. But it's so hard as a Resto Druid to balance that offense and that defense. So we'll see if he can keep that up. I mean, this is anybody's serious, and it's so interesting to see because I don't know who should win this matchup. Like, who do you think should? Do you think anyone is favored in this matchup? I feel like it's just coming down to who plays better.
I mean, yeah, for the most part, I think it is. If Waz is getting the better of Lontar, if he doesn't see a swap coming, or if Fuston overextends at the wrong time, or if Raikou misses a counterspell on a clone, or just doesn't CS a clone, like, definitely, I think this is completely down to skill in this matchup. It's not going to be just bouldering over the other team with a powerful spec or a powerful comp here. Sap on Zeepai, another bad opener. I swear every game has been a bad... Waz just gets stunned before he can do anything. But I almost wonder if he's doing it on purpose, because Lontar does this Ancient of Lore every time. At the beginning, like just instantly Ancient of Lore, and then Waz just waits for it. He's holding on to all of his cooldowns, and then he sends. So they're going Windwalker this time, a little bit different. Smoke Bomb, Ice Wall, really aggressive on Fuston. He pre-Iron Barked it, I think, though, and Fuston just ports out. Oh my god, Lontar is insane. Now they have to swap to Zeepai. Can they get anything? They get Astral Shift at least. Lontar is Heart of the Wild. The reason he has Heart of the Wild here is it could be a long game, so he wants to get 2 of them, but also because he knows he's going to get attacked. He's the only one that's off stun DR, so he wants to boost his stamina and bear. They polymorph him, and they'll probably set up on Lontar, I think, out of this polymorph. Waz is grappled at the moment. They need another polymorph. They go for Dragon's Breath. They're not getting it. They knock him out of line. They really... not. Actually not. They don't want to swap into Heart of the Wild. They're staying on the Shaman, but Lontar gets a Cyclone. It's so hard to get Cyclones against RMP. It's so terrifying, and Lontar just... Look at this. He gets a Cyclone on Meh. He stuns Waz. Lontar's just bullying them. Waz finally gets a stun engagement here to try and punish it and shut it down. Ring of Frost from Raikou. Big Frostbolt's coming in. Holy Fire's coming in from both sides. Karma's going to trade. They might crack through it, and it looks like he'll survive. They hold on to their medallions, so Lontar will have like a Trinket NS here. Waz in a bit of danger. Ray of Hope comes through. They use Paralyze on the Priest. Lightning Lasso. Double leg sweep. A Hex on the Mage. Lontar, is he going to go for a clone?
Nice.
He gets a clone. Lontar's getting way too many clones, man. They're going to win if he keeps getting clones like this.
Yeah, I mean, this in general, just this read in the start as well. He doesn't trinket the blind mass polymorph attempt either. He knows his whole team is on stun DR, but Houston now could be an exposed target. Houston has used all of his cooldowns, so it is up to Lontar now to switch gears. Sure, he's getting these clones, it's nice, but he needs to definitely respect a very real possibility of Houston just getting absolutely evaporated. They have the ice wall. You could easily just stun him, send a wall, and try to take him down. He does have the trinket port, but still, without touch of karma, if he gets stunned on his trinket, he definitely could get bursted. So they need to respect that. Lontar needs to be ready for that. But right now, there's so much damage coming out from Zipai and Houston. Waz taking a lot of pressure. And here's the ice wall. Who is it going to be allocated to? It looks like Zipai is going to be the target of choice, but they don't even get an astral shift here, right? You're looking for the mass poly. Lontar pre-shifts it, ducks around the corner, continues to hold up
clash.
Zipai. Zipai is going to trade the astral shift right there. Nice clash into leg sweep combo there. Going to clip Raikou, but he gets caught up in a cyclone. Going to swap back onto Waz again, and I mean, they look pretty happy to just be playing the game like this on the side of CHIBAKU Tensei. Mana somewhat even between both healers. Lontar just avoiding Raikou once again. Raikou looking for these setups. There's a smoke bomb actually being dropped onto Houston, but for some reason Houston is taking 0 damage. That pre-trank from Lontar, once again, he actually leaps in and gets blinded, and he leaps into the blizzard on the ground, so it breaks the blind right there. Lontar, I don't know, like, what happened here? I don't actually know what's going on. Did Flop log his account like between last year's and this one? I'm not sure.
Hey, man.
Something's going on here. He's looking like he's played Restitute his entire life.
He is playing out. Look at another cyclone. Another cyclone. Like, Raikou is just not landing counter spells. It's so much crowd control. Waz could die. Oh, he gets a huge heal. Oh, he almost got cycloned at low health there by Lontar as well. Lontar is just styling on Echo. How are they letting Lontar bully them? Look at this pressure now from Zipai. Raikou gets down below half health. They get a double Psychic Scream to blink in on Lontar. He sees it coming. He's in bear form. He's like, what you want? What you want, Echo? Come at me. You ain't getting nothing from me, bro. He just bear forms that, takes 0 damage. He's ready to go. He's looking for Cyclones. Does Raikou get faked on his counterspell here? Zipai is looking for Hex. They're pressuring with Hex and Cyclone, making it difficult for Raikou to decide where he needs to go. Dragon's Breath Chastise setting up, but he pre-karmas. They left a gap. The pre-karma, they have to go on Zipai, but he has Trinket. This opener's completely gone. Waz is in trouble. He gets knocked away. Ray of Hope is up. That needs to be positive with Apotheosis. It should be, but an in-cap roar from Lontar. Cyclone around the corner. Raikou can't get there. And Waz explodes! CHIBAKU are playing out of their minds. This is personal for Lontar. This is personal. Like, Meh, he went into retirement. You know, Meh used to be on Echo, then he retired. He said, game is too easy. I'm retiring. And Lontar was a substitute for Echo. They did phenomenal. Then Meh's like, hey guys, I want to come back. They're like, sorry, Lontar. Meh is back. We're going to get Meh. Now Lontar playing against Meh head to head here in the upper finals for Europe and really showing, like, trying to make it, hey, you guys made a mistake. You should have kept me on the roster. I'll make you guys eat your words here in this series. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it was yesterday I was kind of questioning Lontar a little bit. I was like, the jury's not looking that good. Like, this is against Echo. He's getting crazy stuff done against Echo. Like, this is going to be the best RMP in the game. I think, like, bar none. And to get this type of play against it is wild.
I mean, this was basically just a perfect game from him. I mean, in general, CHIBAKU Tensei as a whole has played a really solid game. Zipai as well, just always pre-Astro. I don't think I saw him even trade out a Trinket Astro Shift at all. Even in that last hook point game, like in the opener when they swapped him just randomly, he just pre-Astro shifted the smoke bomb go. Like, they're all playing out of their minds, but this game was all Lontar. Like, let's be honest here. He landed so many Cyclones onto Raikou, onto Meh. He just kept setting it up. Pre-bear formed every go. The right decisions every single time. I don't even think they pulled a bark skin out of him this game. And even here at the end, he gets that game-winning Cyclone. Then he gets the Meld Rake Stun there as well. And yeah, I don't know what's going on, but if I'm on Echo right now, I'm just taking a full delay timer. Like, there's no way Lontar is going to keep playing like this consistently the whole series. So just, like, let him run out of steam a little bit. Like, just take 5. And yeah, just come back when he's calmed down a little bit, because he's way too fired up right now. He's definitely just putting his team on his back in that last game. We're going to Ashamane's Fall. Another big map being locked in for Echo here. And I don't know, man. That Tolvir game looked a lot worse than the Hook Point game. I'm not saying it's because of the map or anything. I'm just saying, you know, as an observer of the match, that is definitely something that I noticed. See in the combat log here, last couple of moments, slicing wins from Houston, 3.2 mil, pretty decent, chunk of damage right there.
Seems good here. So what do you think is stronger? Do you think Lontar's Resto Druid is stronger, or my prediction vote?
I think that Lontar on the Resto Druid plus you
Is really-
predicting, like, that's it. Like, if you
It's
predict
GG.
against him, it's like, it's just GG at that point. Like, if you're on Echo, like, that's a tough combo to beat for sure. You just have the Oracle cursing. What is your prediction rate this weekend, Sid?
It's gonna be
gotta be like
negative.
20%
I think
or
it's
something.
negative at this point.
It's negative.
It's just not. I think I should
It's just
honestly.
you
I should
versus
get
the
the. I
coin.
should talk to the teams like, hey, if you send me a little bit of gold in game, I won't vote for your team. I won't predict your team. Like, I'm like a bad omen right
Start
now.
extorting them.
You want to win? You want to win? I'm gonna predict you, bro. Start blackmailing them with the predictions. It's over for you guys, bro. Like, they're gonna be asking, who did he predict? Who did he predict before the series starts? And then you're gonna know who's gonna win it. Because Echo was looking so dominant in the series before this. Really solid game number 1, but CHIBAKU are just playing on another level. They came out of that gauntlet, like they went into training mode after Cup number 3. Because honestly, I think it was looking shaky for them. It was like, hey, maybe the meta's not great for them. They just had to reform as a roster. How are they going to find their footing? But now I feel like this is the type of matchup you'd expect, right? Like throughout the years of AWC that we've seen, there's always been this type of like Echo RMP and then a dampener team, right? Like in the past, like Looney and Zeepai were a combo for a while, and Blizzo and Walrix, and now CHIBAKU, it feels like they're filling those shoes now completely with this roster, with the immovable object on CHIBAKU versus the unstoppable force of Echo's RMP.
Yeah, no, definitely. Pretty crazy stuff here from CHIBAKU. They've definitely leveled up. You can tell they put in the practice, and they want this. I mean, they're really leveled up. For Echo, it's kind of telling as well that even now when they're on match point, they don't want to lock in Mercy. Maybe it's just not a good matchup to bring him in, but I do feel like that question that we've had earlier about Mercy has not been answered yet. What comps do they actually have with him? How are they incorporating him to the roster? But no time for that. Let's see if Echo can turn it around. They did win that game 1 very convincingly with a very clean setup. Let's see if they can repeat that and try to take down the Windwalker. Most likely, Lontar getting counterspelled in the opener. Nice leg sweep there onto Waz. Matt ducking into Angel form. And it looks like both healers will just recover their teams here in this opener. Waz now pulling the trigger though on the Shadow Blades. Big damage onto Lontar, but look at that Paralyze. Shutting down Waz in that swap. Nicely done there.
Well, the Vortex, too. It stopped Meth from CCing Zeepai. So Lontar pre-Vortexed Raikou on his Blink and the Priest. They couldn't get crowd control. So Lontar had a crazy play right there. And now Raiku's taking a big hit. Zeepai's just going to activate Astral Shift, tank the damage, and stay aggressive. Lontar jumps in, it looks like for a moment. I was wondering if I want to go for a stun there, but Waz evasions and immunes it, I think. Houston is ramping up damage. He's got images. Maim stun on Raikou. Massive strategy swap. They're focusing the mage a little bit more here in game number 4. Smoke Bomb comes down. Big attempt on Zeepai. Lontar's in Cap Aurora on the Rogue on the go, totally shutting it down into an Earth Elemental stun. Hex gets counterspelled. Lontar's happy about that. He's ready to get some Cyclones, but Raikou blinks forward. Nice bear form, but Ring of Frost gonna land regardless. Mind controls and cheap shots coming through. Zeepai still the target. He drops down a Grounding Totem. Bloodlust comes through. Almost a bit defensively here, maybe to try and get some healing surges. He's still quite low through this cheap shot. They survive through it. No, an Ice Wall, and Raikou blinks through the cast. Clutch play there, but Lontar jumps around the corner. Getting hots on a Zeepai, and he will restabilize, I think, here in a moment. Lontar looks like he wants to get aggressive, sneaking towards Raikou, landing a Skull Bash into a Hex, maybe a Cyclone. Oh man, these Cyclones. It's the teamwork of Zeepai as well. He's just casting Hex over and over, and it's so difficult for Raikou to anticipate what is more important to stop. And another Cyclone comes through onto Meh. If Lontar keeps this up, it's over for Echo.
Yeah, if they can continue to play like this, and it's really good that you highlighted that the teamwork between just all 3 members here. Fusen also just making play after play here to shut down these setups. Anytime they're going after Lontar, he's always there with Ring of Peace, with Paralyze. There's a Touch of Karma actually preemptively being dropped there onto Waz. Kind of an offensive move here for Fusen. He's not going to have that now for this kidney shot. A lot of damage actually onto Zeepai. They're going after him. They got a nice Ring of Frost there onto Lontar. Beautiful Blast Wave combo there. Now they're going to swap to Lontar in cat form, but it doesn't look like they have the damage there. Zipa still rotting down around the corner from the damage of Meh. Riku's pushing in, wants to get that final killing blow, but not able to find it. Lontar's able to recover Zipa, but good pressure coming in from Echo. Houston left in open field here. He's going to activate the Diffuse Magic. Nice Lightning Lasso swap onto Waz, but Meh is in Angel form, able to deflect it. Nice low Cyclone there to deny the heals from that Angel. Now swapping onto Riku with a main stun, forcing the Ice Block. Another great play here coming out from CHIBAKU TENSEI with Lontar leading the charge.
Oh, Waz is playing a risky gamble here. He gets the stun lock. Ring of Frost comes through. Zipai, how will he trade in this position? Trinket Astral Shift. Grapple on Waz. They survive. Lontar is in Ancient of Lore, jumping on Zipai, so there's going to be no Smoke Bomb or Ice Wall shenanigans. Raikou using the Pillar here to line of sight Hex. So Raiku's doing a much better job, I think, avoiding Hex and Cyclone, but there's a Vortex under his feet. He's going to trigger that Vortex. Shadow Melt from Lontar into a Rake Stun, into a Slicing Winds, into a Cyclone at low health. Then they switch back on Waz. Trying to keep their pressure rolling. Another Cyclone. They Cyclone Waz now. Switch back onto Raikou. Really trying to mix it up. Big burst coming through. Meh. Trades out the Ray of Hope. Apotheosis. Can he keep it positive? It looks like it should be positive. He tops him off. Smoke Bomb. Zipai. No Trinket. Houston rolls in with a leg sweep. Waz refusing to Trinket aggressively here. He wants to save that for a Trinket evasion if he needs to in the future. But now Lontar jumps in. Full Maim on Meh. Looking for a Cyclone. Raikou fakes the kick. Turns it back onto Lontar. Casting out Polymorph. But here comes a Hex. They're just going to break the Hex and kill Raikou. It's a lot of damage. It looks like he's going to survive. Big slice. Maybe not. Holy Fire on Houston. He karmas it. That's going to be a lot of damage redirected into Raikou. Zipai still ramping. Cheap shot engaged. No Trinket for Zipai. How is he going to survive? Full Polymorph. Lontar immediately trinkets, but he doesn't have a lot of cooldowns. He gets blinded on his Trinket. Is that it for Zipai? Massive damage comes in, and Zipai falls, and Echo take it to a game 5.
Yeah, Echo is not done just yet. They managed to find that golden setup there with the Icy Veins and that blind man. That was a Waz. It was personal for Waz at this point. He finally got him exactly where he needed to, and they're able to tie it up here. We're going to game number 5. And we're going to see it again on the replay. That was an excellent blind. And I feel like that was a little bit like what Waz was doing in that last series, where at some point he just kind of takes matters into his own hands. But we see it here. They get that set up there. They force Lontar's Trinket, and they blind the Trinket right there. Matt is there with the Chastise Sphere onto Houston. They have the stuns onto Zipai. And I think this was a big change in strategy from Echo. They realized, like, we can't kill this Windwalker. Their defense is too good. Going after Lontar is not really working. Let's go back to trying to take down the Ellie Shaman more and just get the Chastise Spheres onto Houston and try to land some more Polymorph setups onto Lontar. And it works out for them. It pays off. Now it's going to be up to CHIBAKU TENSEI here to actually adapt to the strategy, and it's so interesting to see because typically when a matchup is kind of swinging back and forth like this, we're seeing the composition change, but so far we're seeing both teams kind of sticking to the same composition and instead changing up their strategy. So something as simple as just a target change can really just change how an entire series look, and Echo's RMP coming out on top here in game number 4.
Okay, game 5. We're going to a small map. Does the map even matter? I'm almost wondering at this point. Like, they win on the big map, but then they lost on the small map, and it's just kind of bouncing back and forth. It would be really good if we get like a win. Oh, the cage, Echo's weakness, Echo's kryptonite, the cage. I don't know what their I think their win-loss on this has got to be 0 or close to 0.
I think it's 0%.
I legit think it's 0% win rate on the cage. CHIBAKU, they know it, bro. They know it. They're tracking the stats. They're like, hey, DOBOB wins every time on Cage versus Echo. So just send it, bro. Just send the new map, the Cage of Carnage. Echo aren't backing down. They're not slowing down. They're just locking in right away, ready to go. CHIBAKU, TENSEI, are they going to lock in Windwalker again? I can't imagine that they would change. And a Windwalker and an Ellie on this map with Ring of Peace and Thunderstorm, like there's a lot of Z-axis denial that they can get on this map. So I'm very curious to see how they managed to play it. Have they mastered the cage like DOBOB have? Is it going to be Echo's?
That's their final test.
This is Echo's final test here. Can they beat their kryptonite?
Can Echo break out of the cage?
They're kind of taking their time. I can't imagine they want to change. It's like, what do you even change to, right? Like, you can't do a Demon Hunter. There's no way. Or maybe they just want to take a little bit of time. Okay, here we go. We're going in. This is it. The final game 5. Winner gets into the grand finals for Europe. You know, it's a huge prize pool to play for. This is what they've been working all season for.
I think Echo did win one game on the cage. I want to remember in that last cup.
Oh, maybe they
won
did.
one
Yeah,
game on the
he
cage.
did to Flappers what Flappers did to Raikou, I think, in the previous cup.
Yeah.
It was like a knock,
Yeah,
stun,
yeah.
go. Maybe they have one, but it's a very low win rate regardless. It's like
It's definitely a low win rate. So let's see if it works out. I love to see it. I think it's super cool when competitors kind of take the newest maps and they're not afraid to implement them and find kind of strategies based around that. So we'll see if CHIBAKU TENSEI, who came from the depths of the gauntlet, can make it count here. I mean, it would be quite insane for them in terms of how well this competition has gone for them so far. Coming from the gauntlet, crawling into the main event here, and already taking down big name teams. So let's see if they can go all the way here against Echo, or if Echo's RMP is just too good on the day. The cage is going to decide it.
Cage is going to decide it. Is my curse going to be broken? Will Echo's curse be broken? There's a lot of curses that need to be broken here in this series. It's all going to come down to this. They snuck through with that, man. Like, Lontar was just 2 seconds away from Iron Bark. If he has Iron Bark, he doesn't die. But because he trinkets before it came off cooldown, then he CC'd, and then he can't use it, and then they lose a second later. Like, it's a matter of just 3 seconds of timing. That last game came down to Zeepai's survival, and every single global cooldown is going to be important here. Look at this huge map. Tons of crazy shenanigans goes down in the cage. So many points of line of sight. So many points to be knocked off. You can get punished for stacking up. You get punished for playing out in the open. So Zeepai's just charging forward, looking to grab combat, I think, with Earth Grab. He gets sapped. He can't. And they just immediately open, but he just walks into a rake stun again. They go on Waz behind the pillar. Same opener, just Ancient of Lore instantly. Not messing around, not allowing Waz to engage. Buying time for Zeepai to get Flame Shocks and start ramping. But as soon as that Ancient of Lore is down, Waz will re-engage. And I think he wants Zeepai at the moment. He stuns him. He gets knocked off the side. This is why this map can be diabolical as a melee DPS if Waz uses Shadow Step to get sap at the start and then he doesn't have it to re-engage here. It looks like they want to find Lontar. Lontar tanked the counterspell. They catch Lontar in cat form. A massive swap with a double fear. Will he survive? Crazy pressure comes through. He trinkets the setup. Now there's no trinket for a blind. That was a great catch from Meg getting a double fear. Great catch from Waz off the back of that counterspell, and that is opening this game up for Echo.
I mean, I am so afraid for Lontar right now. No Bark Shield, no Trinket, blind available, and they have a Shadow Dance, they have a Smoke Bomb, they have Ice Wall. Raikou just procced an Icy Veins too. Lontar knows he is the target. Like, he can never leave this bear form. If he leaves bear form, he can just get blinded into a one tap. He could just get CC'd forever. What is he gonna do here? He gets chastised out of form. No, it breaks. He gets feared though. And they continue. No, the Tremor Totem comes out for Zeepai. It's fine. They don't have to rush this. They still have 20 seconds where they can get the setup. Oh, Lontar pre-bears it. What a nice bait right there. He goes into reindeer form there, jumps out, and then instantly ducks back into bear form. Is going to be enough defense, though. Lontar trying to survive basically a checkmate position, and I think he actually might have done it. And very unfortunate for Echo that one chastise of Meh broke there. If it wasn't for that, I think Lontar would already be dead on the ground, but it looks like CHIBAKU TENSEI will survive. Big counterspell, though, onto Lontar. Houston's taking a lot of damage. Still has the Touch of Karma, but might need a Trinket to use it, actually. He's just going to trade out the Trinket plus Diffuse Magic in that exchange, and looks like Houston is going to stay alive. He's trying to greet the Karma. Lontar is in that big tree, and it looks like they will survive on the side of CHIBAKU TENSEI, but that was a absolutely scary opener. Finally, though, they're getting some pressure here onto Waz.
Yeah, Lontar is getting counterspelled way more by Raikou. I feel like Raikou is getting the upper hand here in that exchange with Lontar. Lontar's trying to re-stealth. They're going to send a go on Zeepai, but he pre-walls the wall. Now, we saw Star Surge come at the wall. They're trying to break the wall down. They cut down the wall, but now a Smoke Bomb comes through. But it looked like a pre-Ring of Peace popped out a little bit early there and stopped a little bit of damage, so Houston sits through it. That was a bomb wall, and they got nothing, basically, it seems like. That was a really good moment for CHIBAKU. Now that those cooldowns are down, can they get aggressive? They leg sweep Waz, but Mez in Angel form with massive heals. It looks like he will restabilize the team quite easily with that mass barrier from Raikou at the same time, creating those shields. But Lontar's now on Sundial. Let's see if he can get aggressive here. Can he get some Cyclones while he knows that Waz can't attack? Houston is pushing forward. Zeepai's trying to push forward. They're just heavily snared by that Frost Mage. Mez Apotheosis. He's getting ready with the Chastise. He dispels the Flame Shock. He's moving towards Lontar. Lontar's line of sighting. He knows they want to go. Is Lontar going to get a re-stealth in time here behind the pillar? Mez refusing to go behind that wall, though. A blink around the corner, but he gets hexed with no Trinket. Maybe block and CS that clone, honestly. He's not going to. He gets put into a full clone. They're swapping to Meh. Oh my god, this actually works for them on match point in game 5. Is it actually going to work for them? Full maim stun, he Trinkets. Lone Tar gets a trait. Now he repositions to the opposite side of the map. Lone Tar is playing this map so effectively, but Meh is chasing him down. The Ancient of Lore immunes the Psychic Scream. Lone Tar is making moves right now. And now Meh with no medallion. He could be a target. Waz with no evasion. He is still a good target. And CHIBAKU suddenly, they're back in the game, and they have control.
Beautiful turnaround so far. Lone Tar pre-bearing another stun there as well. And now Waz actually is going to be in big trouble. We got nothing left. He's almost in touch of death range. But he manages to get the ray of hope there in the back line from Meh. Doing a good job.
He's dead.
He's going to be negative,
He's dead.
though. I don't think so.
Oh.
He might just die through it. Meh manages to save the day with the Guardian, but Meh is getting swapped to here. He's very, very low. Houston going for a miracle swap.
God, he's
Beautiful setup here onto Meh, but Meh is going to get caught up in that full Cyclone. Zipai gets a Hex onto Raikou as well. I think he fake casted the counterspell there, or the kick from Waz. Lightning Lasso coming out there onto Raikou as well. And it looks like Waz is still going to be in big trouble. Paralyzed. Can they finish it? And they will. CHIBAKU TENSEI striking back there. Waz had his cloak coming up in just a second when he went down there. But that was an excellent push. Matt was not able to get that Void Shift out. I think he was caught up in a Paralyzed. And CHIBAKU TENSEI, man, coming in and really putting in some work today. Beating Echo 3-2. Only Ben, I think, was the only one who predicted in their favor, and they are going to be paying out big here. Let's just see exactly what happened. I think it was Houston at the end making some huge plays. Gets a big spinning crane kick there. They get some zaps there onto Waz as well. They get the paralyzed onto Meh and
look at this.
Zipai as well.
He hexes and then gets Stormkeeper off, and then he stuns Raikou. He just takes Raikou out of the game this whole time. Houston protects Lone Tar with grapple, and then Raikou is just out of the game. He can't do anything with all the crowd control. Zipai sneaks in with 2 lightning bolts and a paralyze, and it's enough. He's just 7 seconds away, he's 6 seconds away, he's 5 seconds away. He's so close. But I don't think he can step to Raikou either because he's too far out of line of sight. If he even wanted to like defensively shadow step.
The cage.
But yeah, the cage, it worked out for them. And the fact that they attacked Meh, I think that was so vital. They got his medallion earlier on. It made him panic just a second ago before this moment. I think attacking Meh and that one mix-up in strategy for CHIBAKU really enabled them to find this moment right here, this opportunity just to sneak through, get the kill, get into the grand finals. From Gauntlet to grand finalist here in the biggest event so far this year for the AWC.
Against the biggest
team. You gotta be feeling good. Against, well, technically
I
they're
mean,
like 3rd seed, but
in spirit, you know what I mean.
In spirit, they're the biggest team. Yeah, I feel like Lone Tar had a good game. I love that they flexed to different strategies. They didn't get beaten up morale-wise when things didn't go their way, and they're ready to go. They're very entertaining to watch. They're ready to go. This means Echo's in the lower side. And now any other team in that lower side on Sunday, man, because we're going to North America after this. So any team in that lower side, bro, with Echo down there it's concern. It's concerning.
Definitely. I mean, we knew this was going to be, a rocky competition for anybody playing CHIBAKU TENSEI. We can see the journey that they've taken so far. Like Sid said, they did come from that gauntlet. They beat DOBOB. They beat Echo just now, and they've just had a crazy run in this bracket here. So you can see that they're going to be playing a winner from the lower bracket down there, and that is going to be scary. Like Supatees mentioned, DOBOB versus Overload is going to be in that elimination round. These games are on Sunday also, by the way. The winner of that moving up to play against Echo. So CHIBAKU TENSEI just sitting nice and pretty in that upper bracket EU finals, looking for a match. And we could see a rematch. We could see, between Echo, or we could see it versus DOBOB or Overload. Time will certainly tell. But that is going to wrap up EU for the day. So if you want to see how that wraps up tomorrow, definitely be sticking around for Championship Sunday. But now, like you guys said, we are moving into North America. We've got 4 teams over here as well, and it is Left 4 Dead that actually came out of the gauntlet from this region. And for their prize, congratulations, Left 4 Dead, you have to play Welcome to the Jung, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, stranger things have happened. I mean, we just saw it with DOBOB and CHIBAKU TENSEI.
It's true.
Left 4 Dead got in the same position here as CHIBAKU was in. And I think compositionally, Left 4 Dead and Welcome to the Jung are basically playing the same thing. They're both playing that Feral Druid Shadow Priest. So we might see some mirrors, and anything can happen. I think if you're a 4th position team and you get to play a mirror, that is definitely something that could go in your favor. And then we got Liquid and Tiger Toads as well, which It should be a really good matchup as well. Could also be another mirror. Historically, they've both been running a lot of RMP on both sides, so should be really exciting.
Have we ever seen this many mirrors in one season? It seems like they're a lot more frequent than I think in the past, but maybe that's just confirmation bias on my end.
I think it was pretty common last season as well. But I don't know. I would have to get a stat on that, but
Yeah.
it's cool. I mean, when there's a mirror, you can't really make any excuses. You usually just lose because you were the worst team. So,
Yeah, I'm sure they're not fun to play in. I mean, I do enjoy watching them because I feel like, you know, like you said, Zika, they're kind of playing in a vacuum. It's an even matchup. So I am looking forward to seeing North America. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, that first up match is happening. Welcome to the JUNG versus Left 4 Dead. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in North America for the top 4. Looking at some more gameplay here over in NA. I am so excited to get this started as well because it's the same story over here at Upsurge. They had to play through the gauntlet. Some of the teams yesterday, only one team made it out alive. Can you give us a bit of a recap if we missed that gauntlet in NA?
So the gauntlet in the NA region was pretty similar to the EU region, actually identical, I think, right? So CHIBAKU TENSEI was at the end for EU. In NA, there were the Left 4 Dead at the end, and they basically were kind of waiting while one team stole the show. So on NA, Iron Will kind of took over and won multiple series in a row, but when they got to that final series against Left 4 Dead and they needed to win to get into the finals and make that last seed, they unfortunately could not get a win in the mirror matchup. So Left 4 Dead pulled out. They waited. They were the last seed, and they ended up having a great performance in the mirror against Iron Will and snuck into the finals. And now their prize, like we mentioned earlier, is welcome to the Jung first round. So
Woo!
Best of luck to them.
Yahoo!
Yeah, it's like, oh, you made it through, that gauntlet. Well, here you go. Here's the highest seeded team in this region. So we'll see how they do. But, speaking of prizes, of course, they are also playing for a prize pool of $200,000 is on the line. And that is, very, very exciting, as well as, of course, the medals for first, second, and third place. They are very cool looking and very nice. Very, very on theme. Yes, shiny. Very goblin-esque. Galagio. There's like a little... Oh, look, I just noticed this. There's like a little slots at the bottom. See that?
Yeah, that's cool.
Very nice. All right. So quite a lot on the line. Of course, these teams have some pressure against them. 4 teams left in this region, including that one that made it out of the gauntlet. And now we have our final 4 in North America. We can take a look at the bracket and the games that we're going to be seeing this weekend from this region, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it should be very exciting. I mean, one of the reasons I'm super interested in this region is I feel like there's not really a clear favorite. I feel like you could maybe make an argument for Welcome to the Jung, but Left 4 Dead, they're looking so incredibly good, and I do expect a mirror match in that first matchup between Welcome to the Jung and Left 4 Dead. So that Shadow Priest Feral Paladin matchup, curious to see how it plays out. Left 4 Dead look really good, but we know Welcome to the Jung, they can kind of steal all the best compositions and play them better than everyone else. So here's to see how that one plays out. And then, of course, we have Liquid and Tiger Toads. Liquid's actually been playing a good amount of Samayam on the mage. For a while, Samayam kind of abandoned the mage, playing a lot more balanced druid, little Shadow Priest, even sometimes a Demonology Warlock. But we're seeing him back on the mage. He's looking incredibly good. Liquid's been playing that Rogue Mage Priest, as well as the Mage Priest Windwalker Monk. So we might see some Windwalker Mage. I know Sam's been practicing Elemental Shaman, Tiger Toads as well. They've been practicing all kinds of crazy stuff. We know Cubsy for being an Arcane Mage, but he might end up playing Destro Warlock. I don't know if it's for this series, but he's been playing it a lot, and it's looked really scary when I've been watching the games on the ladder.
Oh man, I can't wait to see them perform. Then let's zoom in a little bit on the individual brackets or rosters themselves, get to know the players a little bit, starting off Upsurge with Welcome to the Jung.
So Welcome to the Jung, a crazy roster. We saw them basically dominate last season. You have Nick, who is playing a lot of mage, who also can basically just play every class. I believe he's, the first person to get rank 1 on every single class, so he plays everything. But we've mainly seen him on the mage. We see Drake playing a lot of feral, a lot of warrior last season, but Ret Paladin. He plays the rogue as well, and he's kind of the melee specialist, if you will, where he is just such an annoying melee to fight, where he always has everything down to the right timing. So you're trying to get a CC, stuns you, knocks you, fears you. He always has perfect timing on just shutting down your go. You have Prev, who is another base of their roster, who just does insane damage on all of these caster specializations. So he has the Elemental Shaman, plays the Shadow Priest, plays the Boomkin too, but we haven't seen too much of that in a while for this expansion. And then, of course, Zhang, another all-star healer who people always like to come into the stream and be like, yo, you see Zhang's mana? You see Zhang's mana?
To your stream?
He's another, of course, yeah. He's very efficient. Very efficient healer. And he's always someone that can basically just keep trading almost perfectly, which we have seen with their roster before when they had Brain back in older expansions, where it seems like they just always have a cooldown. So very efficient healer and just an amazing roster on Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, of course. Then we have both Liquid and Tiger Toads. Or sorry, we got Left 4 Dead here, which we could take a look at here, Absurge.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead, we have Tuna as the main healer, sticking to that Residra majority of the time, but actually plays the Paladin as well and had a great showing yesterday. Axton, who is kind of the Feral main here, does a lot of pressure on that Feral Druid, a lot of CC, a lot of Cyclones, but also ults the Ret Paladin. So you can see on your screen we have the mirror matchup from one of the cups against Welcome to the Jung, where he's actually playing the Ret Paladin. We also have Clapper, who is a warrior player who honestly just does insane damage. Ends up playing Ret Paladin as well, just as far as the ladder goes. So another amazing player for the roster. And then we have Gage on the Shadow Priest, just kind of holding it down. And I think he's going to be very important to focus on in this mirror matchup that we potentially will see against Welcome to the Jung.
And then, of course, we've got Liquid as well. I would say one of the fan favorites in North America. Mez, Samayam, Sea-Doo, and Trill. Samayam, like I said, he's kind of returned to his mage glory, but also been practicing a lot of the elemental shaman. So Liquid, I think they always just want to stay kind of ahead of the meta. They want to make sure they have lots of different options. When I was talking to Sea-Doo before, they moved or went out to California to land together, he was saying basically all the healers are on the table for him. So he was feeling a little bit stressed out. They've been primarily focusing on this Rogue Mage Priest, but he's going to have to potentially play Druid, Paladin, Evoker, just so many different options with the compositions that they do have available. And I think for me, Liquid, it really, really surprised me going even toe-to-toe with teams like Tiger Toads, who are supposed to be kind of the Rogue Mage specialist, and they're winning those mirror matchups, doing incredibly well. So we'll see what Liquid has prepared. They've had a little bit of a break here. And then, of course, we've got Tiger Toads. You just mentioned them. They've also been practicing lots of different composition. At the beginning of Cup number 1, I thought this was such a bizarre roster because you basically have two mages with Cubsy and Calvish playing Frost. Calvish is also the Subtlety Rogue. And then, of course, you have Daze playing the Outlaw Rogue. So they basically put all their eggs in the RMP basket. And ultimately, you can see here that they ended up playing like a little bit of Ret Warrior. So Tiger Toads does have flexibility, but the question remains, like, if they're not playing the Rogue Mage Priest, how well are they going to be doing? I still have a lot of faith in this roster from just like a mechanical standpoint, a skill standpoint. They're one of the best teams to do it. So if they show up, they've got the right comps, and they play as well as we know they can, I feel like Tiger Toads could end up beating Liquid.
Yeah, that's definitely the question. Which version of Tiger Toads are we going to see today? Or which version of any of these teams? We'll have to see if they are capable of stepping up to the plate. But we've got two teams up first. Welcome to the Jung versus Left 4 Dead. If you're watching from home, get those predictions in. Who do you think is going to win this first up series? It's double elimination. We're here up in the upper bracket, so not the end of the world for the team that does end up losing, but you really don't want to face either of those teams when you've got elimination, threatening your back. So who do you think, now, Ven, we'll take a look at your prediction first. Who do you think is going to win this series first?
Well, I've been talking Left 4 Dead up quite a bit. They won the mirror matchup yesterday. They were looking good, but like I said, I'm not going with my heart for this tournament. I'm going with my brain, and I just feel like for the side of Welcome to the Jung, they're basically always winning. It's really hard to bet against them, so I'm going with them 3-1 for this.
All right, Absturge, what about you?
I believe I said 3-0 Welcome to the Jung. I think they're just... I want to be like Ven, and give them one win for Left 4 Dead, but I feel like Welcome to the Jung is just... They're just a juggernaut of a team, honestly. It feels like they always have an answer, and they always play very solid on every matchup. Where no matter what composition they play, it feels like their strategy is really set. So I'm thinking a 3-0 for Welcome to the Jung. I think it's going to be a close series in terms of each individual match, but I think 3-0 for sure.
What's that, Ben?
It was every single person, including the coin, going in favor of Welcome to the Jung. So.
The coin?
Looks like Chad as well. Well, real quick, I was talking with Tuna before we headed into this matchup during the break. I think at most they're very excited to be here. They're proud of themselves for how they've done as a team so far, and that they know that they're up against a lot, but they're putting in a lot of work heading into these series. So let's see what they can do up against Welcome to the Jung for game number 1, Absturch.
Yeah, it looks like we are not getting a mirror. I kind of expected the mirror, but also know that Prev is a solid elemental shaman. So we get an elemental shaman feral druid against the feral shadow priest. So getting some opener right now with Gage casting the Dark Ascension, but actually gets sheared after he gets Dark Ascension off and his PI. Get a Hammer of Justice onto Drake behind the pillar. Axton trying to get some damage out onto Zhang right now. And it looks like this is going to be a matchup where it's kind of just about pressure overall, where you try to limit the feral clones and just keep a lot of pressure and a lot of dots up on each target. Maybe get some swaps onto Tuna on the side of Welcome to the Jung. But so far, I feel like this is just kind of a stalemate for now until the next Incarn.
Yeah, I think Prep right now actually is the highest rated player in North America on his Shaman. And this is something that I've been very curious about because Shadow Priests have not been popular in Europe whatsoever. And I kind of wonder if Welcome to the Jung is realizing that Europe might be onto something with their Ellie Shamans. And if they can end up winning this matchup, maybe that'll give us some answers as to what really is better here. Gage getting a little bit low right now. Stun here onto Axton. Good damage here by Prev. And I think a lot of this comes down to just how shut down Gage is being in this matchup. You look at the damage right now, Gage is doing about 50% less damage than any other DPS in this match. And that's got to be because of the grounding, totems, the wind shears, the spam dispels coming in from Zhang. So I feel like for Gage, this is a very difficult matchup to be a Shadow Priest, but he's certainly very good. So we'll see if he can pull it off.
Yeah, we see a nice Psychic Core onto Prev. Actually gets immediately dispelled by Zhang. Kind of shut down that crowd control there. Drake just chasing them down, putting up dots on Gage, putting up dots on Tuna, trying to get out some Cyclones as well. And I think you're right. I think if they can shut down Gage as much as they've been doing so far, then... Oh, actually, big swap on a Tuna. Man, they get the bubble early. Huge push to actually just get the bubble early as Tuna's rotting down. Prev kind of rotting down as well. Still has a lot of defensive left, but I think what you said is true. Just keep Gage limited. Don't let him get started. Don't let him ramp up. And if they can do that well, they're certainly just starting off this game well.
Yeah, this is a wind shear. Then he goes for a cast. He gets bashed. Goes for a cast. Everyone's out of line of sight. So the pillar certainly does not help. He gets knocked into the open now. Let's pay attention to Gage in this match. There's a lightning lasso on Axton. He's getting destroyed here. He's got the full bleed effects of Drake. Prev throws him in a lightning lasso, and he might just outright die. I mean, this is not looking good for Left 4 Dead. The Void Shift comes in. Gage makes a big trade to keep his team alive, but the game's looking unstable here for Left 4 Dead here, Absurge.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead needs to figure something out. They need to help Gage somehow get some more damage out. I don't know if Axton needs to maybe get some more Cyclones, but it is not looking good for Left 4 Dead right now. I think they're just having a hard time getting some pressure. It feels like Zhang is in such a good position where he can't really be CC'd, and if the Shadow Priest is getting shut down with Cyclones, with knocks, with kicks, then he's really just struggling to get pressure out and consistently have dots in each target. We have a nice Hammer of Justice on the Prev. Gets dispelled. Zhang actually gets cycloned on the Rift, which is kind of unfortunate. They're all rotting. Zhang in the stance right now as well, and it looks like they're all just stacked to the pillar, Ven.
Yeah, everyone's rotting down these paladins. Look at this. Everyone's just a yo-yo. Axton might get triple killed here. This is not looking good for Left 4 Dead. Tuna has no defensive cooldowns left. He gets caught into a full stun. The busting and protection trades. That's the last line of defense, but somehow, some way, they survive. Good healing coming in when that Avenging Wrath is up. He's able to get a lot of spread pressure, spread healing for his team and actually recover. So it can look absolutely dire, but once that cooldown is rolling, you can recover really, really fast. Now it's actually Prev on the back foot.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead is they're staying alive. Oh, Axton's slowly getting down. Lots of elemental damage here with the Bloodlust, but Left 4 Dead's hanging in there. It just seems like they're having trouble getting their footing here. And I think with the next Incarn, the next Ascendance, Incarnation comes up for Drake in 15 seconds. So beautiful low clone onto Axton as well. Gage trying to get some damage out, gets a silence onto Zhang, has a Psychic Core out of this Cyclone perhaps, but huge maim stun to Axton. And I think right now, Left 4 Dead needs to be cautious. This next Incarnation is going to be super scary for them on the side of Left 4 Dead, Ven.
Yeah, I think so too. Tuna right now with his Avenging Crusader moving forward, getting some heals out. Team should be stable unless they can get some crowd control. He's got the sacrifice if he needs it. Still trading out the spells on those flame shocks, but Drake's rolling over. It's really important that Drake is pressuring Tuna here. Otherwise, it's just way too easy for Tuna to spam Dispel. And there's a really nice fear there as well onto Drake into a full Hammer of Justice. Zhang Bahai, what is he going to do? He's got the Lay of Hands. He's got the Divine Shield. So Zhang Bahai still has some massive cooldowns to trade if he needs. Even if the side of Welcome to the Jung gets low, I think they're going to be able to recover. The same cannot be said here for Left 4 Dead. Tuna is in danger. Divine Shield up in about 15 seconds. Gage might have to trade out the Dispersion. He's pulling away, trying to play defensive. They get the Dispersion out of the way, but slowly but surely, they are burning through these cooldowns. Axton now getting swapped to, and both teams are just all over the place. It's just so hard to guess who they're going after.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead has Bubble coming back up. Divine Shield for Tuna coming up. He has Wings up right now. Hopefully can top off his team. Hammer of Justice on Drake to stop that Cyclone, and Left 4 Dead's hanging in there, but I think the next, every big set of cooldowns with Incarnation and Ascendance and Dampening is, you know, like you've said many times, it's the Enrage Timer. You know, we're at 25%. We have a nice Void Torrent onto Drake here, trying to get some pressure. Maim onto Tuna. Axon in the DR Lasso as well. Oh, Tuna has to Divine Shield again, and slowly but surely Left 4 Dead is becoming a bit more scared and using more and more defensives. Gage has nothing right now. Axon has nothing. No cooldowns on the side of Tuna, and I'm sure it's only a matter of time before things kind of spiral out of control.
Yeah, let's see what ends up happening. Dampening getting higher and higher. 30%. Prev now caught into a full stun. He's got the Astral Shift if he needs it, but he is rotting down low. Left 4 Dead, they're not looking bad. If they can claim a game, no one in. Oh, Axton gets just so low on health. That is going to be the lay on hands from Tuna, but still 0 cooldowns after that. The Hammer of Justice lands on Axton. He's actually just in caster form right now, so
Enrage Timer
taking quite a bit of damage. Drake immediately going to be swapping targets. He's got pressure on multiple targets. Welcome to the Jung. They're full health. Every cooldown. Zhang Bahai somehow has literally every cooldown to keep his team alive. Left 4 Dead, they're going to need an absolute miracle at this point if they want to win this game. Welcome to the Jung is making a statement here. But, all of a sudden, Prev is so low on health. Zhang Bahai, what is he going to do? Axton does go down, but that was a good counter push for a moment. I thought maybe Prev and Drake could go down, but ultimately, I think Welcome to the Jung, they're just so far ahead, and Axton ends up falling, but what did you think? The Elemental Shaman to me looked pretty good here.
I think the Elemental Shaman is just disgusting to fight against, honestly. It is crazy the amount of pressure they have, and I think it's really important to notice that right now in this replay, you can see Drake gets a nice Maim onto Tuna. They have no cooldowns left. He actually gets a Cyclone onto Tuna as well, so even though Left 4 Dead was getting a lot of pressure at the end of the game here in Dampening, it was kind of just checkmate for them. I think Welcome to the Jung had almost a very methodical match here where every single target was under pressure. They would get a stun onto Tuna. If they couldn't get a Cyclone, they would just try to keep dots on him and then swap over back to Gage. If they go to Gage and get a stun on him, maybe they try to Cyclone him. Maybe they just want to get up dots and then swap to Axon if he's in a bad position. And if you notice at the end of the game, Left 4 Dead just has nothing. Tuna has no defensive. Gage has no defensives. Axon has no defensives. And I feel like the Elemental Shaman is just bringing a lot of, not only a lot of damage, of course, but a lot of bursts where, if people feel like they're scared, they can, if you feel like you're maybe kind of scared, or maybe Welcome to the Jung is having a hard time finding targets, all they need to do is land a nice Maim stun or a nice Hammer of Justice, blast some elemental damage, and create create an opening there. So honestly, beautiful job by Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup we've seen quite a bit in North America. I know you have probably nightmares about this matchup, playing the Shadow Priest Feral Paladin matchup. It's just like,
it's a long one. It's a long one.
It feels like it's got to be such a stressful matchup for the Paladin, because you just have these moments where just everybody's dead. You got to make these big trades. You have to decide who you want to actually keep alive. It seems really difficult.
It's definitely one of those that's, similar to when we watch, something that we talk about with Rogue Mage, where there's just openings for them to set up on other targets. And with the Elemental Feral and even the Shadow Priest Feral, it's not as bursty, but typically what happens is when a setup starts, you're kind of already dying. You're already at 60%, 70% or so when the CC starts happening, and it makes those decisions really crucial where, do you want to get a Dispel there on these dots? Do you want to get a Dispel on the Flame Shock and the Disease effect from the Feral to get off the Mortal Strike? And if you do, are you going to risk having to use an extra cooldown? Do you want to use Blessing of Protection early? or try to save it, because if you use it on one target, you know, Welcome to the Jung could easily just swap to Tuna, or they can swap to Axe and whoever doesn't have Blessing of Protection and create more pressure. So it's definitely a rough matchup. I feel like they have to somehow help Gage get more pressure out.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You almost want them to have to commit a lot of offense before you trade something like a Sacrifice or a Blessing of Protection, so you can get really good value of it. Drake gets feared away. Both teams just going to be looking to put pressure on all three members. Basically, both Paladins want to be as greedy as possible, spam out Dispel on all the damage over time effects. For Prev, it's all about shutting down Gage. Gage is going to be looking to fake out a lot of those interrupts and get damage rolling. Some solid pressure here on the Prev early on, as it looks like Left 4 Dead, they want to play on top of Zhang Bahia. I feel like I like this. Maybe a bit of a risky strategy. You can see they're all taking just so much damage, but...
Divine Shield already.
I feel like I don't mind Left 4 Dead trying to play more aggressive, because I feel like if they play a passive game, they're just going to lose inevitably to the Shaman.
Yeah, I think it has to be a mix, I feel like. I don't think you can all out run at them, but I think you obviously cannot be passive as well. Let's see, we get a nice meme onto Tuna there. They're kind of chasing down Tuna during forward. Does he just die?
Are you kidding me?
Oh, he had Wall come back up. He had Trinket. They have Swap. What happened at the end there? He was out of the bubble. He was still on Forbearance, but it didn't seem like he was in that much trouble for that maim stun.
It's like, it's so these games are so hard to like kind of analyze and cast, because you have these games where most of the time it's going to go the distance, right? Like these games are going to be going 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. Everyone's going to be burning through all their cooldowns. It's a slow burn the entire game, but that just goes to show you it's because these players are playing so well defensively. Tune it right now. Gets stunned, knocked into the open, and just deleted. Like,
he doesn't even trinket. Okay. Did he human racial at the end? What happened? He got stunned and Typhoon, and just the Typhoon into Prev's line of sight was really, really brutal. Get a Hammer Justice onto Axton. Gets maim stun, knocked out, Liquid Magma Totem.
Every man for himself, yeah.
Tries to human racial. Yeah, the Holy Shock, and just too much damage. Just didn't expect it. And it's like we talked about, exactly what you said. It's greed. It's these matchups, especially, you know, the Feral Druid, the Shatter Priest, the Feral Druid, the Elemental Shaman, they have a lot of burst damage as these columns, and you're also kind of already low health when the CC starts. So what you said at the very start of the game, where it's about greed, you have to be greedy, and sometimes that greed will kind of strike back. So a quick game 2 for Welcome to the Jung, and we move to Hook Point.
Yeah, this is why I think we all kind of went in favor of Welcome to the Jung. It doesn't feel like their team has any weakness. Do they have every single comp in the game that's good. Like, they have Nick on the bench, so if they ever need like an all-star mage / multi-classer to play basically anything, you could just bring in Nick, who is just ready to go, one of the best players in the game. Drake, Prev, Zhang Bahai, obviously insane, both offensively and defensively. They just feel like a brick wall. Zhang Bahai also, you kind of mentioned it, his mana management seems just better than almost anyone. Like, I don't know how. He's just like, yeah, it just never runs out of mana, so it could be so difficult. Like, what do you think the best strategy is against a team that's this solid? Like, how do you throw them off their game?
I think that against Welcome to the Jung, I think it all comes down to, you have to kind of play the way they're playing. You have to play very similar, where it's kind of a methodical game. You're kind of, you know, keeping a consistent strategy with CC and trying to be greedy and trying to play for the long game. But I think what is helpful, and this is something that, you know, we did last season for all the Move fans out there. We still lost, though. They're too good. There's nothing we can do, honestly. You have to just bring the fight to them, so to speak, when it gets to those later stages of the game. So I think you are correct that Left 4 Dead can't play a passive game. You know, they can't just stay back and hope to win. But I think there is a bit of passiveness that can be had in the middle of the game. And then once you get later into dampening, you have to start making aggressive plays, and you have to take risks. Otherwise, you know, we're going to see the same story where the Enrage Timer comes out, Ellie Shaman press Ascendance, Drake ends up pressing Incarnation, and somebody gets the nice Wombo combo.
Yeah, that Wombo combo is absolutely deadly. And like I said, This is a game that can go the distance. We're talking 6, 7, 8 minutes, or it could just end in the first, 45 seconds if you're not careful. So we'll have to see how these teams decide to trade out their cooldowns, how they play both defensively and offensively. A nice little opener here for the side of Left 4 Dead. Action gets bleeds on all 3 members. Gage going for a big amount of damage, but it gets wind sheared immediately there by Prev. Damage will start settling here in the early stages of the game. Zhang Bahai a little bit behind on healing right now, but looks like he's easily able to top off the team within the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, Zhang actually caught up in a bash here. Gets a full clone by accident, so some pressure coming out. Prev just trades out the wall. Does not want to be greedy here, kind of slow things down because it is the opening portion of the game. So, trading out the Astral Shift early, 90-second cooldown. Just try to delay things, keep some cooldown saved from Prev. Tuna gets a big swap though, gets cloned low. Accent going down as well, has the survival instinct. So, welcome to the Junk getting a ton of pressure.
Yeah, this is insane. Tuna is so far behind on healing. Is he going to make a trade, or is he going to play it greedy? Throws out an armament onto Gage, and that might be enough. I can't believe it. All 3 members of Left 4 Dead were down to about 20% health. Here comes a full maim stun once again. Drake potentially looking for a Cyclone, but a nice Psychic Horror by Gage will shut down that crowd control and slow down some of the momentum here. So good heads-up play by Gage. He's keeping his team in the fight, but he's getting just one shot right now. Stormkeeper being cast out here by Prev. Immediate kick. Axton with the fastest fingers in the West, kicking Prev there, shutting him down and slowing down the damage for the time being.
Yeah, I think Welcome to the Jung right now seems to be very far ahead in this game in terms of pressure. Axton caught up in a stun. Barksins, no survival instincts here. Doesn't have Trinket. It's in a DR Lasso. Gets topped to full with the lay on hands. And Welcome to the Jung is keeping steady pressure. And I think Left 4 Dead's doing a little bit better here. Gage is trying to keep up with the damage, but I think if they really want to get some pressure, Axton's still kind of rolling down. Toon needs to take him back up. Drake and the Hammer of Justice. I think Left 4 Dead needs to go after Zhang like they're doing right now. This is the strat they need to embark on Welcome to the Jung. They need to get more pressure onto Zhang if they want to kind of make Welcome to the Jung feel less stable in this matchup.
As soon as that Avenging Crusader is up, he's able to top off so incredibly quickly. It's such a powerful cooldown for these Paladins. Drake now getting a little bit low. Axton trying to put some damage here onto Prev at the same time. Gage and Drake having a little bit of a duel, but it's Drake that's falling behind. Beautiful Hammer of Justice. They force out the Bark Skin. Zhang Bahai now into the silence. So this game is not looking bad. Prev's low on health. Left 4 Dead. They have a lot of momentum. Looking to put a point on the board, but Zhang deflects the attack. Lands a full Hammer of Justice here onto Axton, who immediately trinkets out into a Lightning Lasso. So Axton trying to trade out his medallion to keep the pressure rolling, but Welcome to the Jungle is now fully stable.
Yeah, Welcome to the Jung has stabilized, but I like what Left 4 Dead's doing. They're taking more risks, going after Zhang a little bit more, trying to keep up dots on to Zhang, trying to keep up pressure on all 3 targets. Axton sitting bare form right now, trying to get a Frenzy Region now. Actually, procs his beacon heal. He could die here. Oh, no. Tuna gets a nice kick on the Cyclone onto Drake, but Axton's still rotting down. Tuna needs to bring him back. Avenging Crusader comes up right now. There it is. Presses the Avenging Crusader. We get a full fear onto Zhang. Everyone on the side of Left 4 Dead is rotting down. But as well as Welcome to the Jung, they're all rotting as well. How are they going to survive? Zhang has Avenging Crusader coming up. Presses it. Prev gets a nice precognition, gets cycloned. And I think Welcome to the Jung has kind of survived so far, but Left 4 Dead is slowly withering down.
Oh my god, Tuna, this is just such a nightmare. Everyone's just 30% health. Tuna once again going for Dispel. Just praying that Avenging Crusader comes off of cooldown. Gets a nice little proc there. Throws out an armament. It looks like Axton will be able to survive, and he recovers a little bit for the time being, but dampening is getting higher and higher. Tuna's way behind on mana. Like, it's not even close. Zhang Bahai just almost full mana at this point of the game. Gage is so incredibly low. Full Cyclone lands. Axton is low. Gage is low. This could be the end of the game. Gage gets wind sheared and goes into the dispersion. Great play there, but you can see Welcome to the Jung. They're all full health at this point of the game. Axton going for a defensive Cyclone there onto Drake, but Drake has the trinket if he needs it, opting to hold on to it. Now, finally, a little bit of damage is going to be rolling for the side of Left 4 Dead, but it's just, they're looking like a brick wall. Welcome to the Jungle. They're up 2-0. Drake getting low. No, they take him down. I can't believe it. The miracle setup. It was looking so bad for Left 4 Dead. Somehow, they find the opening. They take down Drake, and that's kind of the first fumble we see from Welcome to the Jungle.
All right, my prediction is immediately scrapped. One game. I should have went with you. It looks like Left 4 Dead actually just pulls off a miracle at the end of this match here. It was not looking good for them. They had a few close moments, but What exactly happened here? Drake pushes in on Gage, who does not have Disperse. Gets a nice rake stun. Gage actually presses the Void Torrent, presses the Rift onto Drake, gets hammered low, and just dies. And I
Where did
can't
that
remember
lay on hands go? Like
he might have
look at
just pressed it late. Maybe he pressed it on Prev as Drake died. Drake actually took a ton of burst damage here. He kind of dwindled to about 40 and then took a huge amount of damage for that last 30-40%. So you see right here, he gets a proc, Hammer of Justice, and Zhang decides to sit the silence. He trinkets late and gets the lay, but it just does not go off. I think it goes off on himself.
Gage, he's a sneaky Shadow Priest. He always cancels his Void, the collapsing Void.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
that additional burst out. That's that's like his signature move, is canceling that for extra burst damage. And I think that's exactly what he does. He goes for the Void Torrent and then this Hammer of Justice, and I think he cancels the Void and blows up. But either way, I mean, that was kind of surprising. That's like I said, that's one of the first times we see Prev, Drake, and Zhang kind of drop the ball. Normally, they're just perfectly rotating through all cooldowns. They're just a little late, a little too greedy on this one.
Yeah, I think it's... you said something early on in this series that a lot of it really comes down to greed and trying to hold cooldowns and make sure that you're never overlapping and you're being very efficient. And I think, for both teams now, we've seen it kind of backfire. Welcome to Jung just now in that third game. They have the Trinket, they have Sacrifice, they have Divine Shield, they have so many cooldowns to live, but they try to wait, try to sit the silence, and they are punished for that. We saw Left 4 Dead in the second game kind of have the same situation where they just didn't react with what they needed to. And these games are definitely back and forth. We get a Maldraxxus Coliseum pick from Welcome to the Jung. Kind of expected. I feel like the bigger maps are a bit more in their favor because I think from experience of playing these type of matchups, I think Left 4 Dead, the smaller maps are helpful for them, but I think they also... What's really nice for them is being able to have Gage pull back, bring Drake across the map, get pressure there, and then when Zhang pushes in, you can get some damage onto him. So I think that's how they have to play the big maps, but it's a lot easier to do on the small maps because they can consistently get to Zhang. So Welcome to Jung, I think, is going to be slightly advantage in this game 4.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm not gonna lie, that game was not looking good for Left 4 Dead. Like, I was looking at the cooldowns. Welcome to the Jung. They had basically everything. They were full mana. I feel like that was definitely their game to lose. So we'll see what ends up happening in this series. But Left 4 Dead, they managed to hold on. And I mean, Gage with his surprise Shadow Priest damage, it could be absolutely lethal. We'll see if he can continue that momentum, find those big collapsing voids, and pull off a win. Welcome to the Jung looking super solid here, though, in these first few games.
Yeah, Welcome to the Jung is just looking like a brick wall. As you said, they are very, very clean, very efficient, very set on strategies. But Left 4 Dead is fighting. They're trying to stay in this for this first series of the final 4 on NA. And I think they're doing well. I think they need to help Gage get more pressure. We see Drake immediately running out. Rake stun onto Gage. Gage Trinket fears him. Prev props the Ascendance here. Gage trying to get some dots out as well with the power infusion. Actually dropping low. Procs his Saved by the Light Shield. Tuna dropping low as well with the Sacrifice. Has to Avenging Crusader. And Welcome to the Jung is immediately getting a ton of pressure with their Enrage Timer spells.
Yeah, just pulling the trigger on those cooldowns right away, trying to pick up some early momentum on the match. And honestly, it's kind of like the solo shuffle strategy. When you want to just... Pressure matters most in these matchups. Getting those cooldowns on CD so they rotate back up as fast as possible, it can end up being a really intelligent decision. Right now, the Astral Shift will be traded out here from Prev. He's trying to reduce some incoming damage, very back and forth in the early stages of the match. Seems like Zhangbahai still has his Sacrifice in terms of cooldowns. Welcome to the Jung slightly ahead, but good pressure here for Left 4 Dead. Axon rolling over, trying to get some damage onto Prev, but he gets caught into a full Cyclone. Good denial there by Drake. And these Pharaoh Druids rolling over, like the Pharaoh Druid that can Cyclone more and also put bleeds on the enemy Pharaoh more often, is really going to put his team in a good position. Because if Axon is fully bled up and Prev decides to swap to him, then all of a sudden he's in a lot of pressure and Tuna has to kind of overextend to keep him alive.
Oh, definitely. I think a lot of it really comes down to just efficiency. Gage dropping low as well. Gets the Dark Ascension. Void Torrent gets kicked on it. Can't disperse right now. Maybe a Cyclone though. Actually gets stopped on the Cyclone from Drake. Tuna's still riding low with that Dispel. Takes a lot of damage there. And everyone on the side of Left 4 Dead's kind of rotting down. I think Tuna needs to be careful because if he's consistently getting dotted by Drake, that is where they're losing. You know, both Pharaohs, like you said, if they can dot up the healer, keep up bleeds on all 3 targets, it's going to be scary. So Tuna is playing a dangerous game by being so close here. Prev is slowly getting down. Zhang caught up in the silence here. Avenging Crusader is up though, so I'm sure he'll press it soon. Gage actually gets a nice fake on the interrupt there, gets some precognition. Casting a Vampiric Touch, gets Wind Shear. Drake trying to go for a clone on Axton, slow things down. Tuna caught up in a Hammer of Justice as well, and Drake is just getting dots on everyone right now.
Yeah, Prev as well, just loading everyone up with Flame Shocks. Big damage incoming. Gage goes for Fear to try to slow down the team just a little bit. Big Void Blast incoming. Prev could be in some danger. The Repentance lands onto Zhang behind. Nicely done, but at the same time, Left 4 Dead is rotting down low. Welcome to the Jung is looking good. They trade out the Astral Shift, and this is going to be Axton using the Bark Skin in order to stay alive. He does, of course, have his medallion if he needs it for the next stun, but in terms of damage reduction, there's not too much available. He's not going to be able to help Tuna. Welcome to the Jung has a mana lead here, so Left 4 Dead, they're going to have to find that kind of Hail Mary, that surprise one-shot kill if they want to win this game.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead, they're staying alive, but they're just slowly rotting every moment of this game. It's making me a little scared for them because every time I feel like they're getting a lot of pressure, they kind of just have to play a bit more defensive, stay safe with their cooldowns. Drake gets caught up in the bash there, comes out perfectly healthy right now. Tuna actually has the Avenging Crusader up, and we got to watch Axton's HP because this is the Ascendance from Prev. Axton sitting in that bear form right now, trying to just stay safe. Goes back into cat form. While the Ascendance is up, gets Maim Stun, has to Trinket, Heart of the Water, and Bob overlap. Stun to Prev now, and Axton has to just be very careful soon.
Oh no, the Cyclone here on Axton. He's low on health. Tuna not getting much value with that Blessing of Protection. The full Repentance lands. Nicely done there by Zhang Bahai. Axton trades with the Bark Skin. He's in bear form, but still not out of the woods yet. Drake rolls over, getting damage on Tuna. Full bash on Tuna. He trinkets out. Can Drake find the Cyclone? It looks like he's not going to be able to. At the same time, Axton is still just rotting down so low. Prev is low on health. Zhang Bahai is not messing around. Will just trade out the Divine Shield. Does not want to have a repeat of the last game, and honestly, I respect it. Just trade out the cooldowns. You're already in such a prime position to win the game. But with no Trinket and no Divine Shield, there are openings here for Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, we get a nice stun onto Axton here. Nice main. We get a clone to Tuna as well. Axton caught up in the Hammer of Justice. Could just fall. Triple DR stun with the Rake Incarn. And he survives, goes bear, but he has to be careful. He's still rotting down. Tuna has a Divine Shield there. Avenging Crusader comes out as well. And Axton needs to be careful. Just be safe. Let Gage help set up the game. We get a triple fear from Gage. Huge dots into Prev, silences him. Tuna going for the red.
Oh, no!
Prev could just die.
He's so low on health. The Astral Shift, 10%. Zhang Bahai. Oh, he needs to get out of the crowd control. No way. Lay on Hands comes in. Prev pulls off a miracle. Zhang Bahai's there to save the day. Left 4 Dead, they cannot believe it, but they're still going for it. I mean, the pressure is looking good somehow. Left 4 Dead is back in this game. They get everything out of the way. Medallion is rotating up here for Zhang, but that was such a close call. The closest call of today. I mean, I can't believe Prev
It's still going. It's still going. We get a fear on to Zhang. Prev is in a Maim Stun right now. Zhang actually trades out the sacrifice to stabilize the team. Prev actually gets a nice Dwarf Racial as well. Uses that Iron Blood, wipe off his dots. Drake has a Bark Skin. And Welcome to the Jung is kind of scared right now, Ben. I think Left 4 Dead is slowly pushing in. Gage is doing crazy things right now with CC and damage. Prev slowly rotting down, still silence on his Zhang, but he has the melee wings up. Prev could just die here. Trying to cast some Healing Surge. Gets kicked. Dispel from Zhang. Prev is still rotting down. This could be it any second now. They can't...
Triple fear! Beautiful fear there by Gage. They are pushing the pressure. Zhang Bahai is out of there. He's like, I don't want no part of this. I need to cross the map. Prev trying to shut it down with the Lightning Lasso at the same time. Drake is getting destroyed. Gage is on an absolute mission right now, and all 3 members of Welcome to the Jungle. It's the first time we're seeing them just cower behind the pillar. That was such an incredible push for Left 4 Dead, but somehow, some way, they do hold on. They do survive, but still, Zhang with no defensive cooldowns whatsoever. There's some big openings here for the side of Left 4 Dead. The full Hammer of Justice, and Zhang Bahai could easily fall. Beautiful fear there by Gage. Do they have the damage to take him down, or is Zhang going to be a miracle worker once again? Somehow he's holding on. I can't believe it. Oh my goodness. Axton is now so low on health. Left 4 Dead, they can't believe their eyes. Somehow, Welcome to the Jungle, they just won't die.
Oh my goodness. Drake actually shut things down so hard for Left 4 Dead there. That was so sad for them. They had the win on Zhang. Gage had the silence, but he just kept getting CC'd. We have a Mame on to Axon still DR. We have a last one to Gage as well. And Welcome to the Jung is on the run, and they're doing what we talked about. They have to, at some point, find a moment to pull the trigger. And right now, we're seeing it happen. Zhang still rotting down. Has to press the wall.
Ascendance!
Oh my god.
I can't believe it.
Oh my god. That was just... Oh, that was heartbreaking for them in the game 4. They had so much pressure this game, Ben. They were doing so well.
I mean, let's just be completely honest. Both Zhang and Prev getting a little lucky to survive. I mean, luck? Is it luck? Is it skill? It's hard to say sometimes, you know. But one thing's for sure, an extra crit from Left 4 Dead is the difference between winning and losing this game, and also going down to the lower bracket. So I think this is Left 4 Dead's best game, in my opinion. You can see here, look at Prev. Look at his health.
Oh my goodness.
Astral. Yeah, the Stone Bulwark totem comes down. Somehow, healing surge.
The triple DR
bash on the healing surge too. Like, what?
Drake gets a regrowth. Drake gets a regrowth. Yeah. 2 regrowths.
Drake actually saved the day there with those regrowths. And then this is another push, I do believe. No, this is actually the final.
I want to go back to when
just gets an ascendance.
I wonder if we have that. Zhang, towards the end, was just sitting in CC at 5%, 10%, and they had the win. They had it right there in the palm of their hands. Gage had the silence ready. He got a fear off the stun to help kind of spread the CC chain, but Gage ended up getting peeled super hard by Drake, I believe, in that final push on Zhang.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, right here. Look at Gage right now. He gets the fear. He tries to cast a VT. He gets sheared.
Wind shear.
He has silence right here.
Mame.
If he presses it, he's dead. He gets Mame stunned. He still has the silence.
Gosh.
And then he gets cloned. Oh my. Yeah. It was right there. If he didn't cast that vampiric touch and only went for the silence, he maybe could have gotten the kill there. Oh, they were so close. That was a great game for Left 4 Dead as well.
I mean,
not enough.
At least it's upper bracket. They've got another chance to bring it back.
It's a good showing, honestly. It wasn't bad. Not bad.
Honestly, if I was them, I would be excited. I think that's a really rough team. Yeah, Left 4 Dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I agree with you
great
completely.
Game,
I mean, this is a team that hasn't dropped games in a single tournament before, so I agree with you. Upsurge.
It just shows that they can compete. I mean, that was... I feel like they performed a lot better with each game, and certainly their best game, like Ben said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, also, that is not the end of them. It is double elimination, so they're either going to go up against Team Liquid or Tiger Toads, Ven. If you were Left 4 Dead, what do you think they're taking away from this series and moving into that next lower round game for them?
If I was Left 4 Dead, I'd take away the gods can bleed. Like, they just showed that Welcome to the Jung, they are mortal, they can lose. It was a 3-1, but it was a close series. I mean, we saw Welcome to the Jung make some mistakes to lose a game. Left 4 Dead in that last game, it wasn't really mistakes. They just played really well. So for me, the last game was the most convincing for Left 4 Dead. They actually played really well. They had great pressure. So I think Left 4 Dead, they just need to shake off the loss. They still have plenty of opportunities in the tournament, and they're still just 1-2 series away from being into the final. So it's definitely not over yet.
Yeah, as they say, if he can bleed, he can die. So we will see what Left 4 Dead can come up with when they see him, when we do see them next. So welcome to the Jung. They're going to be moving into the upper round, the last series of the day. We've got another upper bracket series for you guys up next. It is Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads. We're going to get into that. Again, loser of this one dropping down to the lower bracket to face off against Left 4 Dead. Winner moving on to face Welcome to the Jung. This is shaping up to be a very competitive bracket between these 4 North American teams that are still left here in the grand finals. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Liquid versus Tiger Toads coming up next. Stick around. Hey everybody, welcome back. It is Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads facing off in the upper bracket. Loser of this one moving down to face off against Left 4 Dead. Winner moving on to face off against Welcome to the Jung. So no matter which side of the bracket you end up on, Chan, I don't think any of these teams are going to make it easy for them.
No, and I mean, this one's going to be a fun one to watch as well. I'm very excited for Liquid vs Tiger Toads. I'm always excited to see Cubsy play. It's going to be a very long one, so thank you, production, for putting me on this series here. Cubsy knows how to dampen. I'm expecting 10-minute games across the board here.
I'm detecting some sarcasm with you, Chan.
Oh, I mean, this is an ongoing joke, you know. Anytime you have Cubsy in there on the Arcane Mage, it's going to be a long game. You know, he's been playing some other ults. Ellie Shaman, I think a little bit of block maybe. Let's get him off the Arcane Mage. Let's get some spicy games going. I don't want to see a dampener from Cubsy today.
Oh, you're getting a taste of your own medicine, what it was like to be on the desk during your C9 phase. Okay, well, that being said, Chan, what is your prediction for this series?
I support Cubsy always, but, you know, 3-1 for Liquid here, I think.
Ooh.
I'm not confident in the Toads. I think Liquid, fantastic team. They've had a long time to practice here. Really, yeah, just not confident in the picks and the comps that the Toads have prepared.
Okay. Super Tease, what about you?
I'm sorry, Chan.
Oh.
I'm gonna apologize right now. Whenever this prediction is in alignment with me, you gotta start having some concern. I mean, even that last series, which you're expecting Welcome to the Jung to take it all, and I predicted them. Left 4 Dead took a game, almost took a second game there. So I'm a bit concerned here. I'm sorry, Liquid. I did not intend to curse you. I promise that this is from the intentional point of I think that their performance, their RMP, I think is looking really solid, and I think in this type of matchup that they could definitely win.
Does this mean I should be scared also?
Oh,
I've got the same exact prediction as you.
Exact prediction. You're coming down to the bottom with the coin. You're just getting dragged. There's no way you can't escape it.
No, but I mean, I kind of agree with you. I feel like Team Liquid is really hungry for this. They've been putting in a lot of work in the off season, or I guess between the last time that we saw them and now. Tiger Toads has as well, but I just feel like Team Liquid could make a comeback here. You know, they haven't had the best season. They've said it themselves, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do here against Tiger Toads, but this is not going to be a walk in the park for either team. There is so much on the line here in the top 4 in the grand finals for North America. Who's going to win it? Look at those blind picks. Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads, game number 1.
I mean, Sid, you first.
That's a Destro lock.
Yep.
And Mez is in on arms where this is.
Yep.
I was not anticipating. I thought it was RMP versus RMP, basically. Maybe Arcane versus Frost, but completely left field composition. They get Mez out here in the open, blasting him down in a smoke bomb. Is he going to die through the barrier? Cubsy's getting a lot of Chaos Bolts. I've not seen him on Destruction Warlock. I feel like in almost forever, if at any point really, maybe a couple of times throughout history. Mez is leaping forward. Lord Mez on that Arms Warrior trying to get some work done here. Who do you think came out ahead compositionally?
I mean, I don't know about picking a Warlock in this meta right now. When I asked Cubsy and he replied to me that they're practicing some Destro sub, I thought he was trolling me, to be honest, but they're not. And it does look kind of okay so far. I think something interesting to note as well is that Sidu is playing that Disc Priest compared to Holy Priest on Kearney. You know, it's really a question, does Destro and sub have enough damage to push that Disc over that limit?
Yeah, double coil, Chaos Bolts, decent setup. Mez just Blade Storming, immuning the cheap shots. It's all about disruption and shutting Cubsy down as much as possible during the cheap shots and during the Mortal Coils. Fear spam coming through for Cubsy. He's trying to fake interrupt, so now he's put into a Hex, and there's no D-Curse. I feel like that's something that Sam I Am can really abuse in this matchup. He can Hex anyone on the team, and it's likely going to sit, so he can get those on Priest, he can get them on Rogue during setups, and really shut them down. Right now, Sam and Cedo are just playing together at the pillar. Calvish is getting ready to engage, but he's rooted at the moment, and Cubsy's taking a lot of damage. They're going to trade Ray of Hope, lob out some Chaos Bolts. Not finding really any damage, unfortunately. It seems like Cubsy, he's just not finding a window. There's the cheap shots and kidney shots. Double Fear setting up here, but a pre-pain suppression from Cedo on Mez negates it. They're going to switch to Sam then off of that pain suppression, but Mez just intervenes, redirecting a couple of hits before trying to get back on the Warlock. Double Mortal Coil, Chaos Bolt, not going to connect. Wind Sheared from Sam. I feel like as a Warlock, historically, you hate Shaman Warrior.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what combination, just Warrior and Shaman together is really hard to deal with. So I think Liquid came out ahead as far as comps.
Absolutely, and I mean, you take one look at the damage meter. Cubsy's doing 500k DPS. This guy is stuck in Season 1 DPS levels, and that's a problem with taking Destro Warlock into Warrior, into an Elemental Shaman. I think the only saving grace here, they are getting a decent setup here. The only saving grace is the fact that Cedo is on a Disc Priest. You know, the Destro Lock isn't going to struggle as much if it was a Resto Shaman or, you know, a Druid, for example. Going to be really hard to find pressure. But if they can get some damage going and Cedo is falling behind, the Disc Priest is going to have a hard time catching it back up. So Tiger Toad's going to look for that opportunity.
Power Infusion looks like it went through there. Sam's trying to ramp up. Stormkeeper gets spell locked. Nice dismantle on Mez. Cubsy's just getting interrupted and mind controlled. He just can't play his character. It's so much disruption. Calvish trying to assist with a kidney shot, but then here comes a Hex. So Calvish has to step off to a cheap shot it. A couple of Chaos Bolts. Managed to squeeze through there, but one of them reflected and the other one basically doing nothing. Maybe there is some weird case where they could win on mana against Cedo, but it's still kind of close for now. Tough to call that one into the future at this point. Nice stun on Calvish's evasion, but it does get disrupted by the coils. Sam getting dispelled, jumping back into the mix. Stormbolt, Blade Storm, big ramp of damage from Mez. For Liquid, it's all been about, like, how are they going to incorporate Mez? Where can they get value from him? And they've been practicing a lot with him on Warrior. I think particularly this Warrior Elemental Shaman composition. So this is really a proving ground for them to show that all of those reps have been worth it.
Oh, Cubsy taking so much damage. Ray of Hope getting traded out by Kearney, though. And I think he will be okay just now. But Cubsy getting MC'd on it, gets topped off. This is just so brutal for him. He's just all over the place trying to port around and trying to survive, but he's just constantly under fire. Whereas, you know, Liquid isn't really under that much trouble. They haven't had that many scary moments for them. Whereas Cubsy now taking so much damage, having to get gripped away again. They're really just trying to get these setups on Mez, trying to peel for Cubsy. Yeah, I'm doing an excellent job grounding the Chaos Bolt there and just not giving Cubsy any windows to get away at all. Full fear on Kearney.
Alright, nice setup here. Cedo in a gouge, but the Blade Storm's tearing in. Cubsy struggling. Is he going to fall at any moment here? Mez is really late. Full Hex connects. And Cubsy can go down. Desperation, Smoke Bomb, Drain Life, Desperate moves here. It's enough. All of the Despy plays is enough. Cubsy stays alive with the defensive Smoke Bomb and Drain Life at just a millimeter of HP at that point. And they survive for another setup. Can they manage to actually turn it around from that point? Sam's at half health, but the stuns are over. And now Mez is engaging once again, looking to build up that ramping momentum at any moment. If he gets a big execute with a Primordial Wave, it could be over for Cubsy. He ports away. Mez leaps back to reconnect, gouging Sam in desperation, but another big hit of damage from Sam onto Cubsy. He could fall over at any moment. Kearney is doing what he can to dispel Flame Shock, staying in the backline and trying to keep Cubsy stable, but he just can't at this point. He reflects the coil, and Blade Storm's right on top of him. Mez is tearing them up. Cheap shots come through, but he gets knocked away. They can't get any Chaos Bolts. Wind Shear shuts it down, and that setup is completely gone, and Cubsy's going to be in so much trouble.
Yeah, and there's a Ray of Hope, but Kearney has absolutely nothing left, as well as only about 15 to 20% mana. Cubsy's time in Nagrand is running out. We have a minute left on his lifespan, I think, unless they can make something happen, but everyone has Trinket on Liquid's side. Cedo, you know, still has every single cooldown minus PS. There's just no opening, and Mez is just relentless on Cubsy. Look at him, he's just back on him instantly, gets gripped. He has a moment here, but he can't even develop any pressure at all.
Alright, let's see. Cubsy just in midfield with Guardian Spirit with his 0 mana. Couch is at half health. Cedo and Kearney on top of each other, looking to bait fades and deaths to get Psychic Scream landed. Calvish goes for the kidney shot, cheap shot, engaged. They need big crits, and they need them right now. They're just not finding it. They're not even forcing down by the sword. He ports back away. Calvish is hexed up. He could get chopped up as Mez's dismantle is about to end. He shockwaves Calvish, and that weapon has been restored. He charges back onto the Warlock, looking to go for the safe strategy. Here comes the Colossus Smash, Sharpened Blade. Big damage incoming. Sam's ready to tear in with this Blade Storm supporting as well. Immunity stuns into a Stormbolt. Cubsy just can't play the game. Sam gets cheap shot. Cubsy goes for a fear. Chaos Bolt.
Oh, Sam I am
right here. Can he do it? He burrows. He gets the life swap off at the last second. Cubsy almost sneaking in to win their big swap on Cedo, but Mez is there with Intervene. Redirecting damage and pain suppression. A close call. Any of these Chaos Bolts. If Cubsy
Sam I am in so much trouble.
I can't believe it. They're actually so close to taking out a Sam out of nowhere. They still have pain suppression and a barrier in their back pocket, but Cedar's actually struggling to recover the team at the moment. Double coils come through. Can Cubsy get some Chaos Bolts? They grip Sam back to the pillar. Calvish is getting blasted down by Sam. Cubsy ports away. Mez is on top of Calvish. No trinket. Big executes coming in, but Array blocks the kill at 5% health, and Kearney needs big heals. He drops down the smoke bomb. Calvish gets bounced up, but Cedar's now into a cheap shot. Another big setup. Cubsy needs a Chaos Bolt here. Is he going to get it? He's in midfield. He's going for it. Chaos Bolt doesn't connect, doesn't finish. It doesn't look like it just yet. A spell lock on Cedu again. I can't believe it. Kearney, Cubsy, and Calvish, I think they can still do this.
I mean, Liquid have to blow through everything there because Tiger Toads find an opening. And honestly, that was a big fumble defensively, but Calvish is under so much fire right now. Kearney has nothing left. It's just moments from disaster for Tiger Toads. I don't even know what to say. I feel like that was a huge fumble defensively from Liquid there. Sam I am getting greedy, not drinking immediately, and Cedu overlapping with him gives Tiger Toads this small little window. Pain suppression traded out on Sam I am. He is going to be in a bit of trouble, but looks like he's going to be okay. But after this, if Mez can find some uptime on Calvish, on Cubsy, it's going to be lights out for the Toads.
Calvish is just trying to avoid Mez here. He disarms him. Kearney needs mana. It's a big issue. Calvish is just dying to Sam I am here around the corner. Another round of Lava Burst incoming. Calvish is able to get out of there for a moment with the gateway, then stepping back in on Sam. Spell lock on Cedo. He's almost out of mana. He pre-grips him on the cheap shot. Nice Stormbolt and stun locks from Mez here, but a Chaos Bolt slips through. Astral Shift tanks it. Cubsy ports away. Mez is going for the win. He leaps in on top of Cubsy. I think he ran out of Hellstones. A lot of damage is coming through on the Blade Storm as Mez immunes crowd control. Sam is pushing forward and Mez lets it rip. He gets out of the fear and connects it. And Liquid take game one. But man, Tiger Toads, I thought this comp would have no chance, but they put up a bit of a fight there in those final moments.
I mean, I like to see that because they saw the mistakes being made from Liquid, almost punished it very, very close, but the Destro Warlock, too much of a victim against the Thundercleave. Really what happened there was, on Liquid's side, Cedu is on that Disc Priest. The healing output isn't that great. It's more about shielding, avoiding that damage, and in terms of actual HPS and catching his teammates back up, that's not what this priest is good at. So when Sam I am held onto his trinket, too late, and then Cedu panicked, trinketed, swapped, borrow, everything all at the same time, and they swapped him onto Cedu, that was really when the Tiger Toads had a brief little window to maybe close out the game. Aside from that though, this looked absolutely horrible for the Toads. If Liquid just play a little bit more defensively, a little bit safer, the Toads don't have an opportunity all game, and I can't help but feel like Liquid absolutely dominated this blind pick.
Yeah, this is where it comes into mind games. I feel like Calvish's team anticipated Rogue Mage. They wanted a Rogue Mage with Rogue Lock, and then Mez's team's like, they expect us to play Rogue Mage. So if they expect us to do that and they're going to lock a Warlock, we should play a Shaman Warrior composition. How do you feel about the Discipline Priest from Cedu? Do you think that's just like a pick into the sub-rogue, or is there like a healer that could have been a bit more stable? Because it felt like there were a lot of moments where it was kind of sketchy for their team.
I don't like the Disc Priest pick here. I think Holy Priest is just going to be better. Much better healing to deal with the sub-rogue burst as well. You have the GS, Angel to prevent the goes as well. Obviously, as a Disc Priest, he can pain suppression and go while he's stunned, but I just think Holy Priest is just much more in the meta at the moment, and you saw the weakness of the Disc Priest. When they made that overlap, the double trinket, the swap and borrow overlap, Cedu really struggled. That next minute was torture for Liquid, and they managed to bounce back, but that is really, a huge weakness of the Disc Priest that Holy Priest doesn't have. Maldraxxus getting picked here. What do you think of this map?
I mean, it's just pretty equal, I think. I don't think either side is gonna. Maybe, I mean, it could benefit Subtlety Rogue with Smoke Bomb, but both teams have that. So is Liquid gonna blind lock Rogue Mage? What would they'd be afraid of an Arcane Mage? I assume is Thunder, right?
I really don't know how that one's gonna go. I think anyone can take that game. I think seeing Cubsy on Arcane Mage on this map could be absolutely brutal for Mez, chasing him around and having no uptime. But I really can't predict what they're gonna pick here. I feel like Liquid could also just play RMP, sub RMP with Trill and Yam. And I really don't feel like Tiger Toads necessarily has a good answer for that.
Yeah, I think Liquid blind lock RMP.
There it is. Okay,
Oh, but they didn't go sub.
Outlaw.
Interesting. Is that because of Arcane? They think Outlaw into Arcane is a better matchup? Because typically it's been a bit better, I think. Whereas Subtlety gets like hard countered by the Blink stun. Whereas Outlaw Rogue can kind of just sustain uptime and just never use stun and just kind of stay on the target. I think that's their logic. But maybe if Tiger Toads do a sub Rogue, that's an opening. Like they can run a Subtlety Rogue Destro lock, I think is what they intended for this matchup. So Tiger Toads, if that's their intent, then they should lock Destro again.
Yeah. You know, the Outlaw Rogue into the Sub Rogue, I don't know how I feel about that matchup. That's the one problem, is that Trill is going to play defense the whole time and just prevent you know, whoever's playing sub on Tiger Toad's side to prevent him from getting any setups and anything going. So if they do play the Destro sub, it's going to be a tough map. Okay, Destro sub Priest. I guess this is what they were looking for in Nagrand, but Liquid playing the mind games, going for the Thundercleave instead. I don't know about picking Maldraxxus and then wanting to pick Roguelock Priest with a sub Rogue. I think Sea-Doo is going to play 80 yards away, enjoy the pillar and, you know, the Destro Warlock eventually. Outlaw damage plus Veins is going to be lethal.
I think you and Zico had that discussion about the map selection, and then it happened with me and Zico, and now I'm here with you, so it's just the three of us getting totally confused why the sub-rogues are picking the big maps and not the small maps, because usually it's their advantage to be able to be close to the healer and be able to engage, but every team is doing this. So obviously, our logic has to be outdated or something, or I'm taking crazy pills or something. Like, I don't know what's going on for this type of selection, because usually they do want to set that up. Maybe they're worried about if Trill picks a sub-rogue on a small map, then their pick of Arcane is bad? Maybe that's what they're thinking?
I think in this particular situation, they were potentially expecting Liquid to pick the Thundercleave again as the blind. Nagrand as a Destro Warlock into Arms Warrior Ellie Shaman, miserable. You saw it. Cubsy didn't have any openings. Maybe they were looking for that matchup on this map and thinking, hey, maybe we can make something happen. We have more space. But Liquid throwing a curveball, switching to the RMP, and I like that from them. That's a good adaptation. And I've always said this, I think Warlock gets countered by RMP in this expansion. So this is Liquid's, you know, 2-0 for Liquid, in my opinion here.
He thinks to be 2-0 this Destro lock. NA Warlock meta. It's like you wrote the text, okay, Chan? Like you and Snuts wrote the text. Who gave it to the North American players that Warlock would be the move here in the grand finals, man? This entire season is what they've been working for, and they're gonna ride it out on a Warlock in this qualifying round. Can they actually manage to do it here? A brutal first round against the Ellie Shaman Warrior, but now RMP, at least a little bit less disruptive than a Warrior, although pretty close with the Outlaw Rogue. Both the casters are just trading damage in the middle, building up, ramping, getting ready, hoping that the rogues get popped out of stealth, basically, because they're not going to get a sap. So who's going to engage aggressively here? Because Trill looks like he's ready to go, but Calvish is ready to counter-engage. So if Trill opens right now, Calvish will cheap shot him right away. And I think that's what they're waiting for. Yeah, Calvish is waiting for it. There's the cheap shot, re-engage, but Sea-Doo's there with the Chastise. Nice Frost Nova on Kearney, so he can't escape. They go for a blind. Likely going to be a Polymorph or a Ring of Frost out of this. Blink out of the stun. Here's the Polymorph. He's trying to fake the kick. He gets a double DB. Fast cast Poly, but Kearney gets Angel off before the Polymorph can connect. Really clutch moment for Kearney here to immune that crowd control.
Beautiful, and Samayam actually faking the kick, immuning the coil from Cubsy there. Kearney into a full kitting, but look at Cubsy. He's in so much trouble. He gets kicked. He can't Healthstone right now. Gets GS traded out to him. Samayam getting bolted to his face. Okay, maybe the Destro lock does kind of crank a little bit, but if they get some setups going, I want to see Liquid running on top of Tiger Toads. CC Kearney, run on top of Cubsy, and just suffocate them.
Yeah, Trill is just in on top of Cubsy right now, cleaving Calvish with that Blade Flurry. Trill is just a monster on Rogue. Every spec of Rogue when he's played it throughout the metas, he's usually just leading the damage meter and tearing people apart. And right now, Cubsy's just constantly in the back foot, desperately fearing Trill away, waiting for an engagement.
Wise wall
down. The Master Spell will come every time.
My goodness.
Big heal comes through. I think that was a Hellstone as well. So, and Cubsy's probably only going to get 3 of those. He actually ran out of Hellstones in the last game, which is a very rare occurrence. So that Hellstone will enable him to survive. He's looking for Chaos Bolts. Nice Chastise Fear on the Rogue, but the Chaos Bolt just gets fully absorbed. Sam fakes a kick. He's spamming Polymorphs. I think he wants to go around the corner here, but I don't think he's playing Shimmer, so it could be hard for him to get Polymorph. Sea-Doo is now sneaking in close to Kearney. Maybe a Chastise Fear, Ring on the Rogue.
Full sheep.
Holy Fires are coming in. Sam's moving in aggressively. Sea-Doo moves in aggressively. They get the sheep, as you say, in position for a Psychic Scream. And he's playing
He's gonna
undead,
be okay.
so he can will this if he needs to. It looks like he's safe just to sit through it. He ports back, but Sam's there with a meteor, cranking with ice lances. Cheap shots are there from Trail, but he gets dismantled. He's still just
No
dying.
Hellstone.
It's so much damage. And it looks like Kearney will save him with the Guardian Spirit. It just feels like Liquid have control right now. Like Tiger Toads, their momentum comes from forcing medallions from Liquid, and they have 3 of them still.
I mean, that's the problem. They can't get anything going on Cedu. They're going for it now. He does have will to trade out for this. Oh, big damage on Trill. Gets restunned, but he still has his trinket. He's going to be okay. Cedu trading out his will there. So Tiger Toads, 3 minutes into the game, finally showing a bit of life in this matchup. But that's the problem playing the Warlock. The mage just walks on top of your healer, gets a CC, you get stunned, and you just take so much damage. Cubsy, 2 health stones left. He is still okay for now, but once Damping ramps up a little bit with the Icy Veins...
Ooh, he faked.
Ooh, fast bolts, but he's not able to develop anything off that. Honestly, outside of, like, you know, a brief moment in the opener, Liquid has stayed at almost 100% health the whole game. Full sheep on Kearney now, big damage on Cubsy, see what happens.
Oh, grip on the kidney shot here by Cedu, so they can't get any momentum. Sam taking some hits, and Cedu grips him, double fear. And it looks like they have a break for that. They reverse it with a fear of their own. Sam maybe in trouble here. A big shield comes through. Those shields are just so effective against Chaos Bolt. It just completely negates at least 1 Chaos Bolt, and it's already hard enough just to get 1, let alone if it's just negated by a barrier from the mage. You really need 2 of those with no barrier if you're going to have a chance to kill, but then they can just blink out of the stuns. Double coil. He's not getting any Chaos Bolts off with the coil. Usually that's like a big moment as a Destruction Warlock where you finally get the cast, and you didn't get really too much value there. Cedar's just an Angel, immuning any crowd control. Big setup on Trill with a Smoke Bomb. They need to get a major cooldown. They do. They get his Medallion. That's a respect trade from Trill in this position. Now he is a target, but Cedar's in position. Double fear. Setting them up for Cubsy. Kearney gets knocked away. Looking for a Polymorph. Sam displaces back. Calvish into Chastise. Polymorph secured. Ring of Frost on Calvish. 3 versus 1 on Cubsy. And another charge of Hellstone out from Cubsy. Kearney finally out of crowd control, should begin to restabilize, and here's the blind. They need to get Cedu's trinket on the setup. Cubsy fakes a kick. Big Chaos Bolts are coming in onto Trill, but Cedu clutches it. He uses the medallion. He respects it. Finally, though, the Tiger Toads are getting what they need. Those PvP trinkets. You can see now all 3 medallions aren't available for Liquid.
Exactly, and now they have an opening. Cedu does have his will rotating back in 5 seconds, though. But if they get a stun onto Cedu, you know, pre-coil onto, or pre-chastise onto Trill, and they follow that up, there is a potential for Trill to go down here. Cubsy is casting Chaos Bolts. 2 of them fly in. He has Cloak ready. He's going to be just okay. Chaos Bolt doing so much damage in this matchup. They really need to get on top of Cubsy and shut him down here. Ice Wall comes down, but nothing comes from it.
0 value. Cedu's just in a good position. Cubsy Chaos Bolts. Not going to find them. Liquid they just need to buy time. You just wait. Like, you have no medallions. Just spam Polymorph, take the lock out of the game, Nova him, make it impossible for him to move. Don't let him get on top of you right now, and just buy time. Because if they can survive 40 more seconds, they'll have all 3 medallions. They'll be in such a good spot for dampening that I don't know as the Tiger Toads what you can really do. So the Tiger Toads need to make up their minds. Do they commit? Maybe use an aggressive unending resolve, try and connect some Chaos Bolts here in this 20-second window, or just play passive, and they're choosing to play passive. I just don't know if the passive move is the right move. Cubsy even summoning another Fell Hunter just in case it gets crowd controlled behind the pillar there. Are you getting that back in the game? Calvish is moving in. Trill's trying to re-stealth. Maybe they go Calvish here. He's kind of poking by himself. I'm imagining they're going to pre-grip him on the cheap shot here if they actually go for it. Nice Shadow Fury. But it puts them on stun DR, though. They go for the kidney shot. Chastise on Sam. Trill's the target. 2 seconds. And they push now when their trinkets come off cooldown?
They did get a lot of mana from that, though, but big setup on Cubsy here. Full sheep onto Kearney. Cubsy's Dark Pact gets it in through. He still has a Healthstone charge. He didn't make one earlier, so now he's completely out of Healthstones 6 minutes into the game, and this is a problem. Cubsy has to sneak away now. Try and get a new set of Healthstones. Ooh, nice grip from CD on the bomb. Samayam under a little bit of fire, but Cubsy is really vulnerable now. No more Healthstones left unless he can make a new pair.
All right, let's see. He's kicked at the moment, and
Full kidney on Kearney.
They have 3 medallions. He has to trinket Void Shift. I mean, they lost control of the game. They just let them reset. Sure, you got like 20% mana, but I don't think you can even physically heal the damage. A Polymorph comes through. Cubsy walls, you might die through it. Sam's right on top of him. Chaos Bolts, he needs to try and counter this with the cheap shot. A couple more Chaos Bolts come through, but Cedu isn't in crowd control. He's easily healing through it, and now Tiger Toads are down some of their most vital cooldowns to survive, whereas Liquid are very healthy on that front. As long as Cedu's mana doesn't become a huge issue within the next minute, it should be okay for him. Ice Wall comes through. Cubsy ports back behind it, but now Calvish got left behind. They cancel it. They go with a bomb, but Calvish escapes with a trinket, so now the Rogue has no trinket. Calvish. Kearney has no trinket. He's in Angel form, stalling, buying a little bit more time. Cubsy has Soul Rip, so he can reduce a little bit of damage. A couple Chaos Bolts on Trill, maybe an opening that they can squeeze out of nowhere here. Double Fear. Sam gets dispelled, Trill evasions, and now Liquid, they're the ones that need to push. If they play passive here, I think they're throwing away the game. They need to push in here, get aggressive, find some crowd control, and Sea-Doo knows
pushing.
that he's making his move.
I mean, Cubsy is out of cooldowns now. He's got a Dark Pack left. Trill is on Sundia right now. It is time to push right on top of Cubsy. They get a full sheep on Kearney. Trill is disarmed. He's trying to connect right now. But the problem is it's 40% dampening. I don't think Kearney can keep the Destro lock up anymore. Dark Pack gets sliced through. GS traded out, and that's the last cooldown from Kearney.
They're polymorphing Cubsy now, switching. Is that enough? He's got Cloak. He's got Vanish. He shouldn't die here. It'll be a choke if he dies. He uses Cloak. Now you go all in. You've got to win it here. You got Blind, no Trinket. You just send the Blind. I think Cubsy just dies at that point. There's no Nether Ward. Sea-Doo's in position as well to get follow-up if there's anything that can break it. Calvish is in a cheap shot, setting up damage towards the Rogue, but I think you do go back in the Warlock almost as soon as possible. Coils are available. Malevolence is available for Cubsy. He's getting a lot of Chaos Bolts. He's actually sneaking a lot of damage through. They need to stop that. Cubsy into a cheap shot. Sea-Doo recovers in Angel form. And they did send the blind there, but it looks like they're able to sit through it. Trill gets gripped on the cheap shot, but now Calvish is just right on top of him, cheap shotting everybody. Kearney's moving in. Chaos Bolt. Trill could go down. Void Shift available. Will of the Forsaken. He gets gouged. On Trill. Is that going to be it?
Oh,
he bombs it! He bombs it and closes it out. The Tiger Toads actually do it. They pull off victory. I thought that Liquid had them absolutely choked out. I thought there was no chance to come back. And Calvish with the clutchest play at the end of this game on Sea-Doo. He's thinking that he can just will Void Shift. Calvish gouges him for a millisecond DR, smoke bombs him while Sam blinks away. So it's like an inverse smoke bomb. He's not bombing the target, he's attacking, he's bombing the healer instead, so he can't heal through it. And then he's able to finish the target. That was really clutch. Those are the moments where I feel like Calvish gets to shine. Like that's where his playmaking ability.
Absolutely, and that was brilliant to watch. That entire sequence of events gets feared. Sea-Doo wills, greeds, and doesn't void shift on that will. Punished by Calvish. Very, very quick gouge. Look at this. Cheap shot. Chastise. Here comes the fear. He wills into a gouge on the will. 0.1 actually. Into a bomb to deny. Steps to Trill and finishes off the job. So, not really Sea-Doo's fault there. I thought there was a bit of a bigger gap. But, I will say, you know, this was Liquid's game to win. Yes, Tiger Toads clinched out a win right here. But, if they had just pushed on top of Cubsy, played a little bit more aggressively, and got some CC on Kearney, you just can't. You can't live as a Destro lock, or even any lock spec being ran at by Rogue Mage. He's not being punished at all for the past 3-4 minutes of this game. Too much time spent on Calvish. I think poor target selection came back to bite them in the end.
Yeah, but at the same time, Liquid won the blind pick, so they don't have to play this matchup.
Exactly.
They can just plug Mez in. But it's really important that they've enabled Mez to be plugged in, right? Because he's kind of just been riding the bench. He comes in every once in a while on a Death Knight, and they're hoping it works out, and it just hasn't. But now a Warrior, this seems to be the exact fit for it, in the exact moment that they need him. And then Sam obviously flexing onto Ellie Shaman, so it's kind of up to the Tiger Toads to be able to win a swing match at a disadvantage, whether that might be RMP mirror or a Destro, it depends. So they've gone with Hook Point. There's no way they're picking a Warlock, right? There's no way pick a Warlock.
No. I mean, you can play Thunder. You can also play Warrior Mage and run on top of the Warlock, and that's miserable as well. Hook Point, they don't want the Toads on Destro Lock anymore. I think the Chaos Bolts are honestly making them panic a little bit. The game is quite controlled, but every time...
Think about what you just said there. They don't want someone on a Destro Lock? Are they really?
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, right, the Chaos Bolts are so, scary. And especially if he back-to-backs them, people can just get blown up. But I really don't think they should have lost that game. I think they need to just take a step back here. Just slow things down a little bit. And there's just a bit of panic with their cooldown usage. I'm not actually sure what CD trinketed that led into this sequence of events happening. If he did have the trinket there, I think he saves Trill. But again, good punish by the Toads. They're using all their time right here. I don't think that they picked Destro Lock on Hook Point. I think we're going to see Cubsy on the Arcane Mage or maybe sub RMP.
But even if he picks Arcane, it's a small map. So I feel like...
You get bully less though. A little less. It's not nice either way, I think. But
a little less. So maybe a sub mirror. I could see like Arcane versus Frost, but like a sub mirror as far as RMP, as far as rogue specs, just being the fact that it's a small map, or maybe Trill just prefers Outlaw. I feel like Outlaw just doesn't have the same bite as Subtlety, so it's not, and it's kind of a liability. It's not even tankier anymore. It's probably like close to about the same survivability. So if you're just missing the bite, you don't have more survivability. What is the reasoning in that pick? They're really running the clock, so is the moment
And
of
we could
truth.
see we could see Cubsy on the Ellie Shaman, maybe Kearney on the rest of the Druid, and Dazed on the Warrior. They could run that. Okay, they're going for the same thing. Using their time to talk about it, but come on, picking Hook Point as a Warlock into Thundercleave, into Warrior Mage, into sub RMP. Yeah, that's a tough one to
Maybe they think they can just outplay Mez on Warrior or something. Maybe they feel they can exploit him, get him in a cheap shot behind the pillar or something like that. It's really a test for Mez, because Liquid not picking under here, I think, is a huge mistake. They've set themselves up to do it,
Okay.
so they're going to run it again, and they're staying disciplined. Maybe Sidu's worried about dying as Holy or something like that. I feel like Holy is definitely like a healer that you can take out, as opposed to Disc. He's really hard. So, and yeah, maybe the fact that he can use Pain Suppression when he's stunned, so like on Cheap Shot goes, he's got a few more cooldown trades that maybe a Holy Priest wouldn't have, is what I'm thinking for the logic there, and maybe it's more sustained damage overall, which overwhelms the Warlock in that regard. But I feel like if we get an interview with Liquid at some point, if they end up winning, I think that's the case. Would have to be. But it would be interesting to ask his logic there on the Discipline Priest, because I was really expecting like Holy Priest to be one of the most dominant healers, Resto Druid, and then a little bit of Holy Paladin. But Disc Priest is not something that I really anticipated.
No, but I also don't think Disc Priest is bad into sub Destro specifically, because the reality is, sub Rogue is extremely low DPS. And Disc Priest excels when you face low DPS classes, right? If you don't have to spend your entire game healing, you get to Atonement heal and just do damage. Disc Priest is not a bad pick, even though it's not really in the meta right now. I just think Destro Lock and Sub Rogue are two low DPS classes. Sea-Doo can get away with it, but if they fall behind, if Toads get some momentum, you'll see them struggle like they did in Nagrand here. But this was a quick lock from Liquid, Sid. And I'm used to Sea-Doo running the timer. He's just like Swapsy. He runs it to the last second so they can talk about things. So they're confident in this. They're very, very confident in this. And for good reason. Destro Warlock against Thunder in 2025 is very, very brutal to play. So Cubsy, good luck out there. But yeah, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
I think you also got to consider like stamina for the day, right? Because if you win this series, then you have to play Welcome to the JUNG. So do you want to linger if you don't have to in certain situations? Like how much time do you just want to cut through in order to reduce the amount of fatigue by the time that you get to that point? Because Welcome to the JUNG is a really big challenge, and it's going to be a completely different matchup. Like this matchup with Tiger Toads is a completely different dynamic than what you're going to get against Welcome to the JUNG. So they're going to also need to flip gears in that regard, almost for both sides. To some extent, as far as matchup, which is really exciting about North America. We're just seeing like 4 completely distinct play styles, tons of different specializations going head to head. I feel like this is setting up for a really wild finals. When I asked Sido on his stream the other night, like, what does he think's the most meta class, and he's like, there is no meta. Like almost anything works at the moment. So yeah, and the level of competition is at its highest anybody can take it. We saw CHIBAKU come out of the gauntlet, get into the grand finals for Europe, and now we see Liquid versus the Tiger Toads in game 3.
Alright, we're following Cubsy out of the gate here. Let's see how much punishment he can take in a game on Hook Point. Mez leaping in right away. Gateway goes down. Calvish looking for something. Stops the Stormkeeper on Sam-I-Am. I like that. Just slowing down the momentum a little bit. Cubsy taking the gateway right away. I don't like that usage. Inefficient use of mobility. Bit of criticism from me there, and I expect a little bit better from Cubsy. But they're doing a big go on Mez here.
Imagine you have Chanimal just watching your gameplay, analyzing it the whole time on Warlock.
No soul burn on the port.
There's going to be no holding back from Chanimal in this matchup. Mez is just reconnecting, just absolutely slaughtering Cubsy. Kearney is burning through cooldown after cooldown to recover in this position, and the Ray will be positive, but Sam has loaded up a Stormkeeper. He's got a couple of lightning bolts in his back pocket, cutting through that Dark Pack shield quite rapidly. Mez is dismantled at the moment, but as soon as that's over, he's going to get aggressive. Cubsy ports again around the corner, but Mez is right there to reconnect, and is so much damage incoming once again onto Cubsy. Ernie really struggling. Looks like he's trying to make a move here, but he's rooted at the moment. He's going to have to dispel that if he wants to get a fear off this kidney shot. He gets in position. The cheap shot Sam. This is really good isolation of Mez. Sam gets around the corner and drops a ground, and he pre-walled also. So I think Sam thought he was going to be the target there. So he pre-walled the cheap shot, but now he doesn't have wall. Sidu doesn't have a breaker as he just used will there for 20 seconds. I think Sam's still on stun DR, so he can't really set anything up, but that could be a window in the future. Nice gateway. Relays his port on the opposite side, repositioning with Kearney and Sidu.
Pushing up. So one thing about this that I absolutely love from Liquid, Sidu recognizing Cubsy, nice reflect from Mez, Seedu walks on top of Cubsy's port and grips Mez for mobility purposes. So Mez isn't able to get kited by Cubsy. And that's going to be really tough because then he has no openings. And on the flip side of things as well, Sam I Am playing very close to the pillar. Cubsy's only target in this arena is Mez on the warrior. He can't hit Seedu, he's at the pillar. Sam I Am is usually playing close to a pillar. He just has, there really is like a lack of choices for him to make. And that makes it easy for Seedu to heal as well. He only really has to worry about Mez.
Okay, let's see. Can he manage to negate Mez's offensive push here? Blade Storm, immuning the stuns. Big Primordial Wave. A lot of damage, a lot of pressure on Cubsy. Remember, he relayed his portal to the right side. Big Chaos Bolt off this kidney shot. And no grounding totem as Sam is in a chastise. Now into a cheap shot. They're trying to punish him for that pre-wall earlier. But Calvish just gets knocked away. He doesn't have enough mobility. Can't connect. Now he's rooted. Cubsy ports away, looking to reset. But Seedu's right on top of him. Looking for a Mind Blast. He's going to gate to the opposite side. I think Cubsy's playing the low cooldown gate this time around to try and get a little bit of extra mobility on this small map, but even despite that, Mez is still all over him. Stormkeeper, Lava Burst, big lightning bolts incoming. Is Kearney ready for this? Double coil comes out from Cubsy, but Mez looks like he got out of that quite quickly, and he's able to get back on target. No, now into a kidney shot. He's in a smoke bomb. Chaos Bolt, fast cast. Is it going to drop him? He barriers. Nice barrier. Nice moves. They swap off the barrier to Sam. Mez is there with intervene. And it looks like they should stabilize, but as that Disc Priest, recovering once you get low like that can be difficult. It looks like Sam's just actually going to wall. It looks like maybe he's trying to bait them. It's a respect trade, but maybe a bait too to get them off Mez, because I feel like Mez is the one that can run Cubsy over if he's given any opportunities.
Well, Cubsy taking so much damage. Life swap is pulled here, and Cubsy... I mean, look at Seedu's positioning. Again, he is at Cubsy's port, and that is so important because it is really the enemy healer who is killing you when you play Warlock. If the enemy healer walks on top of your port, every time you port, the enemy DPS can just run on top of you and they're supported immediately. So you have no breathing room at all, and that's something that's very, very good from Seedu that is probably going to go unnoticed. Look at this. Grips him to the port, and there it is. He can even fear him if he wants, just supporting his teammates so well. So commending Seedu for that, but Cubsy gets Ray of Hope, still has Wall, still has Dark Pact, but Kearney completely out of cooldowns now, and Hook Point has been rough to this Destro Warlock.
Well, that Chaos Bolt did nothing to Mez. Like its HP didn't even acknowledge the Chaos Bolt, just Tickle Bolt right there. Now swapping on Sam, but Mez is there with the intervene. Psychic Scream on Seedu, Tremor, not going to Tremor it actually, and he gets cheap shot. Burrow, it's going to end. Gale's just die. Calvish doing so much damage once again, and Seedu sitting with so many cooldowns in his back pocket. It would be a blunder to lose at this point in the game. There's so many options. Cubsy on the back foot once again, but he just goes for the unending resolve. He gets stunned on it. He trinkets out to go for the kill and gets shockwaved. Mez is shutting down Cubsy, but he finally gets a Chaos Bolt out. Can he get another? He needs multiple Chaos Bolts to take down the Shaman. He's not going to find it. Pain Suppression will trade from Seedu, but Cubsy could just fall over at any moment. Kearney trades out Guardian Spirit. The kidney shot Mez in defiance. They recover for now. A double Infernal. Cubsy's trying to set up into a double coil, but gets reflected. Mez is getting so many good spell reflects on these coils. It's like at least a 50% reflect rate, I think, at least in this game. Big execute on Cubsy into a Primordial Wave, and they dismantle Mez. They grip Cubsy around the corner, but they're really pushing for it. The gas pedal is down. As long as Liquid can stay aggressive here, they should be able to close this out.
Absolutely, and Avatar's coming up in 2 seconds from Mez here, so he's going to run on top of Cubsy. Look at that. Ports right into Seedu. Gates away, but as soon as Mez connects, it's going to be rough for him, opting to go Calvish instead while Cubsy's not able to participate in the game. Big Chaos Bolt's flying out. Sam AM has no grounding. He's going to be okay. It's a half kidney. Last PS traded up by Seedu, so for a minute now they have a little bit of an opening, but Kearney has absolutely nothing left. Ray of Hope is the last bastion.
Ooh, that shockwave, triple shockwave. Mez is carrying. Another set of coils comes out, but Cubsy can't cast. Calvish steps over offensively. Gouge, but he gets rooted by Sam. Mez leaps over to close out the game. Cubsy gets chopped. Ray of
full hex,
but a full hex. That's gonna be a negative Ray. It's negative right now. Cubsy's gonna fall if Kearney doesn't get a big heal. It falls, and Liquid move to match point.
07. Poor Warlock getting bullied by Thundercleave on Hook Point. I mean, we knew this was gonna happen when it got picked. They had to try it, I guess. Maybe they feel like the Arcane Mage doesn't feel better, or the Subfrost RMP. But in this particular game, I really want to say, you know, Seedu, really excellent foresight. Taking Cubsy's pillar, taking his port, and just making it difficult for him. And as a Warlock player myself, that's always the most difficult thing to deal with, when the enemy healer takes control of your port and just makes the game so awkward for you. Look at this. Cubsy has the gate away, and then he's just getting pummeled by Mez. And Seedu is just still at his port. Horrible.
There's no escape. There's no escape. They know exactly what to do to shut out this Warlock. So Warlock already maybe not that strong in the meta, and then you have a team playing like this that completely negates any opportunities you could have. It just becomes an impossible mission, and this Hex from Sam, this Ray could have been positive, but the Hex into a full Fear. I mean, he could will, but it's already over. There's no way of getting out of that. So really good push by Liquid. I feel like we see this mistake from some teams where they just don't know when to push, and then they play too passively, and the game slips away from them later on. So Liquid have definitely came prepared, and now we're moving into game number 4. So if you're the Tiger Toads, you're probably picking a big map, I imagine, no matter what. And then if you're Liquid, what do you blind lock? Because I feel like their Outlaw RMP could have won.
Absolutely, absolutely. I don't think Outlaw RMP should ever lose to Roguelock Priest, not in this current meta. I think it was just a bit of a throw. CD got CC'd on his trinket. Nice play by Calvish. It was a good punish, but in reality, the game was going in Liquid's favor. And if they pick it again, I don't see it going any other way. I think it's a 3-1 for Liquid unless something crazy happens here. Tolvaron picked from Tiger Toads. So again, you know, just like how they went from Maldraxxus here, they want the big map. They don't want to. They don't want to play the Warlock on the small map, and it seems like they want to pick the sub Destro Holy Priest again.
Yep, I mean it's got to be what they want to go for, I would imagine. So Liquid will blind lock Outlaw RMP, and then Tiger Toads. I don't feel like the Destro is guaranteed to win.
No.
Oh my god, he even hellstoned into the Ray and it wasn't enough. Look at that.
Yeah.
He did 5.2 million and then a 2 million sweet soul. It was like he did 7.2 million healing and it still couldn't make the Ray positive at that point. Oh my god, it was a lot of damage from Mez and Sam in that position. So Liquid here, I feel like Outlaw RMP is the most well-rounded. It's the same logic they applied last time around, and they were really close. So, and if it goes to game 5, you just walk it back as Thundercleave again.
Exactly.
So, or you can get the RMP mirror with the advantage on the Rogue spec or the Mage spec, if you get the RMP mirror. So if you're Liquid, I think you do the same as you just did. Maybe they're taking a little bit of time here to consider to weigh the odds here, but I can't imagine that they would want to put Mez on Tolvaron chasing an Arcane Mage.
Well, yeah, that's the problem, right? If you face an Arcane Mage on Tolvaron or, you know, Maldraxxus, any huge map, even if your matchup is favorable, anything can happen in dampening. It just takes one little mistake and things just go sideways. So I want to see if Liquid wants to win here. If you're a Liquid fan, you want to see them picking the RMP sub probably, and just murder this Warlock, run him down, and send him in a couple minutes into the losers bracket.
Yeah, definitely. So they're still running it. Maybe they want them to linger a little bit on defeat.
Classic CD. There it is.
He went
Classic
subtlety
CD.
though. He went subtlety though.
Okay.
Instead of Outlaw, so a little bit more burst, a little bit more threatening, possibly on the Rogue. Maybe they're trying to go after Calvish a bit more in the matchup. I think that at least this enables them to do that.
I mean, they can honestly kill anyone. They can even kill the Priest, but I think right now Sub-Rogue is just much stronger than Outlaw Sid, so it's a good adaptation. I didn't like the Outlaw pick, even though it was working well for them. Tiger Toads, they've got a minute and a half here. There really is no good solution to this one. I don't want to see the Destro lock again. I just don't think it's strong enough. You're in the finals now. You need to, you know, make some clutch plays, pull out a mirror, maybe some arcane, and make some magic happen.
What was just sub Frost Mirror? Can they not do that? They have a fourth. They've ran Frost in the past.
Sub,
Calvish, yeah,
and Calvish Frost. Oh no! It's tough to watch.
Imagine they win this entire series as Destro, you know, because I've got the commentator curse right now. Like I said Liquid is gonna win, so like there's maybe some chances there for Tiger Toads to pull this back. It would be very impressive if they can win this series with the Destro lock, I think, given the current circumstances of the meta. Because I feel like Destro is like the weakest of all the lock specs, at least in Arena right now. So
it's monumental throw by Liquid if they lose this one. I think this has been gifted to them on a silver platter. You can't ask for a better first matchup. You know, in the bracket for the finals, secure top 2 and just don't throw defensively. And I think you're gonna walk over the Warlock. It's, you know, it's just not good into Rogue. It's not good into Mage right now. And of course, I just don't see Samayam being in trouble or Trill into this unless they make huge mistakes defensively. But I think they feel confident in it. They did pick it, so they must feel like it's not bad. But we'll see what happens, and we'll see if Cubsy can make any magic happen, or Calvish. But yeah, not looking good.
Yeah, I mean, even the win that they squeezed out, it was like a millisecond left on on C2 getting in range to be able to void shift. So, and they didn't have control of the game at all. So, and this could be even harder now with Trill being subtlety as far as lethality, and it's doing more damage than Outlaw as well. So, there's got to be a big lead here for Liquid. They must be feeling really good, trying to get into that semi-final, to get into the grand finals against Welcome to the JUNG. Just one more win, and honestly, you want to just close this series out because you don't want another game against the Tiger Toads. Like, this is a team that can run you through the ringer, and they can dampen you and they can fatigue you. So if they take it to a game 5 and then it's a 10-minute RMP mirror or something, and then they have to go into Welcome to the JUNG, they're going to be way worse shape. So for me, I feel like it's important that they win now and kind of just get this over with so that they're not in that position for the next series.
Absolutely, and I mean, Cubsy is the master of dampening Sea-Doo, isn't he? So you don't want to put yourself into that position here. I think this is the matchup that Liquid wanted. Tiger Toads, unfortunately, I'm probably seeing you guys in a loser's bracket. We'll see if the RMP can capitalize. I really want to see them just run on top of Kearney. You know, fear, I think, Calvish to cover and just constantly CC Kearney, stun cheap him, DB Kearney as well, and punish Cubsy the whole time. Make it get to the point where you catch him without Dark Pact, without Healthstone, with a full CC on Kearney, and he's going to be in a world hurt.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see if Cubsy can manage to do this, man. If you're a Destrolock fan in the chat, this is like a, you know, a rare species of bird or something, you know, that's going extinct, and Cubsy's trying to put it back on the map and repopulate the Destruction Warlock population because it has been a rough ride. Can he manage to do it? It also, maybe it's just desperation. They must have ran the mirrors enough and known that it's not going to work. So if they want to rely on this pick here in game number 4 on Tolvaron, Sap on Cubsy, Sap on Sam. They're going to open with this. The Fell Hunter's going to grab combat, so I don't think that they're going to continue sapping. Then they're probably just going to trade, build up a couple soul shards here in the middle, maybe spend soul shards as well, and work towards that fast cast Chaos Bolt. I feel like it's actually better for the Destro the longer this paused fight happens, because you can just spend shards and work to get towards that fast bolt faster.
Yeah, but I don't think it's too relevant here. You are not wrong, though. What I want to see is Sea-Doo take his pillar, just like the last game on Hook Point. Yes, Tolvaron's a bigger map. Yes, you have the gateway to the big pillar in the middle.
Oh, they found Calvish.
Calvish getting called out. Nice, chastise the cover. Calvish gets sheeped, gets the open.
Oh my god.
Nice
And the
plays.
Nova.
I mean,
Oh my
brilliant, but I don't think anything amounts to this. Liquid playing very conservatively here. Very, very safe. Big go on Cubsy now. Bit of confusion. Samayam going on Calvish.
Yeah.
Ice Ball comes down.
It whiffed.
Oh, it's not good to see if you're a Liquid fan. Wasted the Ice Ball, wasted the first go of the game with Veins, with PI. Angel's going to get traded
Oh,
out now.
Cubsy faked.
Nice fake.
I did 0 damage. He just sniped 2 Chaos Bolts and did 0 damage. Like, what? I was like, he fakes the kick. They just messed up their go. Surely this is going to do something. Nope. Big setup on Calvish again. And they do want to go after the Rogue, it seems like. And maybe there's a miscommunication because then Trill swapped to Cubsy, but the meter was already on Calvish. It was like kind of weird. Then the wall didn't connect and Cubsy just poured it anyways. So it seemed a little bit sloppy as far as communication. Trill in a bit of trouble. Sea-Doo trinkets out of the blind. Cubsy's looking to get kicks here with fear, but he gets put into a kidney shot. He gets gripped on it. Back to the pillar. Trill moves in. They fear Trill. Where's Calvish going to go? He's just stuck in a blizzard. He can't get to Sea-Doo. He wants to punish that trinket on the blind, I think, with a kidney shot here pretty soon. He steps back over, but Trill gets gripped on the cheap shot. Both these priests understand how dangerous these stuns can be. Now, double Chaos Bolt on Sam. Big damage, but no follow-up. Calvish gets caught again, and they are just really hammering down on Calvish. We haven't seen really any pressure towards Cubsy. Maybe they want to wait for dampening to reduce some of the healing effects, but at the same time, if they don't get the Hellstones out of the way before the game kind of builds up, then those are going to be cooldowns they have to deal with later on when the game is more intense.
I mean, I have the same criticism of them. The game is, you know, very slow paced at the moment. They're just building up and just hitting each other's rogues. Big damage on Trill that gets Trinket, and big problem. Sea-Doo trinketed the blind a minute ago. So Trill, yeah, also having no trinket, in a lot of potential trouble if they can get any CC on Sea-Doo or a CC on his trinket here. This is the problem. You're giving the Toads so much space to just do these goes and force cooldowns. If you're not getting on top of them, you're not really going to be pulling ahead.
Soul Rip here from Cubsy. That's going to reduce some damage, like a bark skin effect for the Warlock. He tried to preemptively use it on the setup, but Trill just gets pulled away from the engagement. Sam gets pulled away from the engagement. Liquid are playing very passively. They haven't gotten any medallions, whereas Trill with no medallion, they're trying to wait for Sea-Doos is what they're doing. And Calvish and Cubsy, it's hard. They can't really push in as a Warlock either. It's like, what are you going to do, gate on top of them and just die in a bomb? Like, you can't, there's not really a lot of choice. And big setup, but Cubsy gets gripped out of the Meteor. Good move from Kearney. Now they're going to go after each other in the midfield. Ice Wall comes. Another zero value Ice Wall. Those are going to use the line of sight fear, I guess. Why is that a Raikou wall? What is
It's a
Raikou?
Raikou wall right there. Not a Thezia wall, that's for sure. And Sam I want Sam I is like a Thezia for me on NA. Let's do something here. Let's go in. Takes two
Watch
big
him just
bolts
die
to his
without
face.
blocking.
Greater
Did you see
invis. Blind on Kearney. Let's see. Big damage on Calvish here. Bomb! He trades out Trinket. Trades out Vanish. Okay, decent setup here. But like I said, let's get in there, Sam. You're sitting back against a Destro lock. Let's be real here. We can kill him in a few minutes.
They're just fully respecting it, but it's almost bad that they're
Full
doing
blinds.
that.
Look at
Blind
Trill.
Trills come through, setting up with the gouge.
No feint.
Chaos Bolts. Cubsy faked the kick. Big Chaos Bolts, but it looks like Trill will survive with the
Trinket.
Guardian Spirit. With Sea-Doo's Trinket on this setup, which is more than fair. But Calvish still has a dance in his back pocket here, and Trill still has no Trinket. Sam no Trinket. I think the Rogues are just targeting each other so much here in this Game 4, possibly final game. Defensive Shadow Fear. Chaos Bolt sneaks in. Calvish in a bit of danger, but no crowd control on Kearney. He's just sitting back there chilling, just free healing at the moment. They just keep sending stuns on Calvish, trying to kill him with no CC.
Cheap shot
And
on
maybe
CD.
that'll work in dampening, but definitely not before.
No, they're just playing a very slow-paced game, and I think Liquid are just scared to throw right now, but
Oh, we faked
not having the
another kick.
confidence to go in. Big bolts landing on Yam, he's going to be okay. Calvish is just sitting on Trill, and Trill shutting down Cubsy at the moment. Big bolts flies in, gouge on Cubsy to slow it down. Veins is available for Sam right now. Sea-Doo has no Trinket. Trill, nice coil and kidney cover up. Perfect. This is going to be Trill's Trinket, right here. There it is. Brilliant play by the Tiger Toads. Coiling Trill, stunning Sea-Doo at the exact same time. No pre-feint, no pre-cloak, nothing. Gets the Trinket. And now Sea-Doo has no Trinket for 20 seconds. Trill, he's going to have to play scared again.
Cubsy just gets gripped out. They got their lead. They got their opening. Pull away from the fight for a little bit. Trill's pushing in with no Trinket. Risky maneuvers. Cubsy ports behind the wall. Calvish is getting ready, but he's rooted by this Blizzard. Sam needs to keep Frozen Orb and Blizzard on top of Calvish at all costs. They're just sending damage.
Oh, here it
They
is.
almost kill him through healing at that point. Ice Wall comes down, and Cubsy... Oh,
getting
there's a
stuck.
little invisible crack right there. I didn't think there was for a second. Calvish gets caught in a cheap shot. Swap on him, but he survives. Now turning it around on Trill, but Sea-Doo's an Angel in that back line, healing all of the damage, completely negating this pressure from Calvish and Cubsy. Spam Fear. Kearney's drinking. No one can stop it. Blizzard hit clips him around the corner. You got a tiny bit of mana, though, if they want to try and drag this out. And, I mean, Cubsy is just praying that he can get, like, 2 big Chaos Bolts on Trill with no Trinket, I would imagine, here in a setup.
Absolutely. I don't think Samayam is really going to be a target. Cubsy just taking... Oh, here it is. Might have to wall, potentially. Kearney in a full sheep Trinket swap and wall
Overlapped everything.
Oh, no. The Toads are ready to get kicked out to the loser's bracket here. Swap onto Kearney as well is going to be okay with the Desperate Prayer. Stun on Sea-Doo. See if they can follow up. They get a Fear, which he does have Will for. Trill has no Trinket, no Cloak, in a bit of trouble here. Chastise follow-up on Sea-Doo. Bolt into Trill that are going to do absolutely nothing.
That's the moral of the series right now. Trill gets caught in a coil. Can Cubsy actually get a bolt off that has meaningful value? He's into
Full
another
blinds.
cheap shot. Full blind, no Trinket. They need more CC. Trill's moving in, but
Nice
Kearney
Angel.
Angel immunes. Nice Angel. Cubsy ports back away. Calvish in cheap shot. Cubsy needs to help him. He counterspells Sam. Now maybe Spam Fear to bait kicks here. Cheap shot, setting up. Cubsy needs big damage right here. Can he
Trill.
get it off? He's faking kicks. He fakes the kick. 1 Chaos Bolt. Can he get 2? There's no Cloak of Shadows. He goes for Fear. He gets kicked
Kicks.
on Fear. He can probably Chaos Bolt again. Another Chaos Bolt comes in. But Calvish just can't get any damage with
Ice
CC.
Wall.
He's just stuck in a Blizzard. Ice Wall comes down. Cubsy has no portal. Kearney can't
Oh,
try to
Kearney!
sneak through. He can't fit. He can't fit through the crack. Cubsy gets smoke bombed. Or is that Calvish's smoke bomb, actually? And defensively, I can't believe he actually
There's
survived.
defensive bomb.
He actually just poured it out. Calvish is still trying to kill the wall. It seems like their comp is not very good at killing the ice wall. Trill gets gripped out on the kidney shot. But because Calvish had to use the bomb defensively, like, what is their opening?
Liquid has Trinkets across all 3 players right now. Trill is the only kill target. No Cloak if Sea-Doo falls behind on that, but Cubsy just in so much trouble. Full stun on Kearney. Can they follow that up? He's in the orb. He's marinating in it. Unfortunately, not for Liquid, but Cubsy under so much fire. He's got 1 health zone left. Getting some bolts off. Yeah, greater invises just to play safe. Doesn't want to be a Thezia today. And Kearney, he's got nothing left. Cubsy has nothing left. 1 CC chain. It just kill through healing, I think.
Uh-oh.
Big damage
Uh-oh.
on Trill! Double bolt! Oh, he's gonna be okay.
survived,
GS gets
survived.
traded.
Smoke
Bomb
bomb
on
with the
Calvish.
gouge. Oh, the bomb, gouge, go. Kearney gets in there at 1%.
Oh.
He actually gets in there at 1% and stabilizes Calvish. Double Dragon's Breath. Sam gets kicked on the polymorph. I can't believe it. I thought it was over when Trill set that up with the gouge to prevent the feint, but he does not go down. Cubsy refuses
Cubsy
to give
now.
up. Double coil. Can he manage to get some damage out here? He's got Malevolence. He could ramp up and maybe get some good instant cast damage out. Dampening is so high,
for a
8
ball.
minutes in. These Chaos Bolts are going to become more difficult to recover from. Fierce spam coming out. Chaos Bolt gets shut down. Trill gets soloed by Calvish. Cubsy gets pulled back to the pillar. Calvish gets pulled back to the pillar. They're trying to escape. Buy time here for the Angel of Kearney, but now he's into a cheap shot. Liquid have the gas pedal down. They want to close this series out and get to the semifinals in North America. Ring of Frost connects. Sam gets disrupted for a moment. Calvish steps back, but he's into the chastise. Trill is still leading the charge for his team. Full blind. Kearney sits through it in defiance, refusing to use the medallion on the blind. Trill, kidney shot. He could get stunned on his trinket. Wall comes down, but they sneak through. Beautiful positioning from Kearney to get through that ice wall before it comes down, but his whole team is in shambles. Fortunately, he has Angel, but it's so much damage. Is Calvish going to die through the healing? Coils come through from Cubsy. Can he manage to stall? Can Kearney manage to pull off a miracle and turn this game around for his team? He's been pulling off miracle after miracle, but
Cubsy, got
shot. He gates away. He's got Wall and Netherward. Just trade it out at this point and send a kill on Trill. It's so much pressure. He walls, but he's out of range of his point. He's just lobbing. There's a bomb from Calvish defensively. He sets up on Trill. Is he actually going to kill Trill? No damage. They're just crowd controlling. They're desperate. He's out of range. He gets gripped at 1%.
Oh my god!
1%, but Sam is there and snipes him. Liquid 3-1.
Oh man, so Despy, the Despy gate, the Despy wall, the Despy 2-inch port as well from Cubsy. I mean, just it's a nightmare situation if you're the Toads here. I can't help but feel like this was... They had some signs of life in the series, but the Destro Warlock cannot be it in the finals here. We have to try something else. We had 4 games here. This was really tough to watch, and Liquid capitalized in the end. A lot of criticism early on. This was a 10-minute game, Sid. Realistically, 5 or 6, right? You just run on top of the Warlock, close it out. You saw how much pressure they got when they did actually push on top of Cubsy, when Trill went in there. But nice and safe, playing conservatively. They don't want to throw the game. I get it. But
yeah, they just wanted to play a safe game. They didn't want to risk face checking a Chaos Bolt and just throwing the game. I mean, they could definitely. I mean, they were doing it as the Thunder, right? It felt like they had the confidence in that, but this was just them giving full respect, I guess, against the Tiger Toads. But now, you know, the fact that this took an extra 5 minutes than what it could have, is that going to come back to bite them against Welcome to the JUNG? So the JUNG is going to be a brutal series as far as duration and fatigue for them.
Welcome to the jungle. Well, welcome to the JUNG, actually. They're a brick wall. You can't be playing like this against Welcome to the JUNG. You need to get in there. You need to do something. You need to take the brick out and just make it all crumble. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to have any openings. Prev on the Ellie Shaman, excellent. Zhang, Drake, very, very strong defensively. You're not going to crack it if you play like this, that's for sure.
I'm curious, Chan, if you could just go over again briefly what was some of the criticism that you had towards Team Liquid, and how did they kind of improve throughout the series in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, as this RMP, when we saw them play Thundercleave, CD was taking over Cubsy's pillar, taking his port, getting involved in the action. But as the RMP, they were just giving so much respect to the Destro Lock, so terrified of getting Chaos Bolts to the face and just dying pre-cooldowns, playing very safe, letting Dampening ramp up, and then the Veins, and punishing with that. But the problem is, if you try this against Welcome to the JUNG, it's
right.
it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team, Welcome to the JUNG, just a whole different beast. They're not going to leave any room for kind of thinking about things like that. So that is the next series, like these guys said, Team Liquid versus Welcome to the JUNG. It's the final series of the day as well. The winner, or the loser, does drop down to that lower bracket to face off against, well, we'll have an opponent later, but Welcome to the JUNG and Team Liquid are going to be the last series of the day. So very excited for this one. And here is a look at the bracket. As you can see, they are waiting for an opponent, the one that drops down to the lower bracket. And it's going to be either Left 4 Dead or Tiger Toads facing off against that loser of this upcoming series. And then the winner has the privilege of going on to the grand finals. And they're going to be able to just watch the rest of that lower bracket kind of play out for the rest of the day, Super Tees, because it's looking scary down there. It's looking very competitive, and we know how much these teams want it.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be in that grand final position and not have to do basically a gauntlet run. If you're in that lower side from the beginning of it, it's going to be brutal. And all these teams have compositions that can really just, you know, run the ringer as far as duration of matches, and they're so evenly matched that it could go to game 5. Like, you could be Tiger Toads in game 5, advance through, maybe game 5 again against the next series, and then you're just already 10 games deep against the best teams in the game, and then maybe it's welcome to the Zhang. They're just waiting there in a best of 7. Like,
Yeah.
it's really, I think, important that you try and get that finalist position here today.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the bracket for EU and NA, I feel like there really haven't been too many blowouts. Echo did have that 3-0 series against Overload, but back in the EU region. But I mean, you're right; they're so competitive. These teams are so close, and of course, being in that grand final spot would be definitely a nice. Keeping your mindset nice and peaceful. So we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it is Welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid coming up next. Winner determining who gets a spot in the grand finals. It is the last series of the day. It's Welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid, winner of this series, moving on to the grand finals in North America for Championship Sunday. Welcome to the Jung, Team Liquid. I'm very interested to hear your guys' take on these two teams. We saw Liquid do pretty well just now against Tiger Toads, but Welcome to the Jung, I think Super Tees is going to be the ultimate stress test for Team Liquid.
Yeah, at the same time, I feel like Liquid must be feeling inspired based off of, you know, RMP's performance at the moment. Like, if they can play that, that's what they were dominating with in Cup #1. So I think that's likely what they're going to lead with in the series. Seems like that's their best comp. Welcome to the Jung. They still prioritize the Ellie Feral. Even though other teams are going Shadow Priest Feral, Mage Feral, RMP, they're still being unique and running that line with the Ellie Feral. And that's kind of what I'm anticipating. But at the same time, I've predicted everything wrong today, so you take my prediction with that with a grain of salt. There was a Destro lock, and I didn't expect a Warlock
To be
period.
fair, no one did.
I did. I actually called that, by the way.
Did? Okay. All right. Never mind.
I was talking about it all day. Cubsy's been practicing Destro. He's the highest on the ladder. So, but I guess it ended up losing, unfortunately. But I did call it.
All right. Well, Super Tees, given that, what is your prediction for this series?
Maybe you want to leave mine till last. I guess if
You want me to start with Ven?
To do that, I just don't know if it's good to tell mine first.
All right, we'll go with Ven first.
Oh man.
Put you on the
like
spot.
I said, go ahead. Welcome to the Jung, 3-1. This team, I feel like they just have no holes in their game. Oh wow. All right.
Oh no.
Yeah. Anyways, I was saying this team just has no holes in their game. Any composition that they want, they can just play. They play it at the highest level. They have a healer that's the most efficient healer I've ever seen. They just always have a mana advantage. It's just, yeah, Liquid definitely has their work cut out for them here.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think every time that I've, voted in these predictions against Welcome to the Jung, I end up, losing some points. So, on paper, this is a team that should win. Team Liquid, of course, had a good series last time. They've been putting a lot of work. I was talking with Trill during the break, and they're boot camping as well. They're all in LA playing together, and he says that does help him kind of them as a team get rid of distractions, kind of focus up a little bit, have better communication. So will that be enough to get that competitive edge, though? I'm honestly not sure. Welcome to the Jung is a team that's just so consistent. They're reminiscent of Echo in previous seasons. So we'll see what they can do here against Team Liquid. They're up for the challenge, though. I am sure. I think they are going to give them a run for their money at the very least. But it's game number 1 here in this best of 5 in the Grand Arena. Welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid.
Ooh, okay.
Not what I thought.
Yeah, not exactly what I thought either. So welcome to the Jung. This seems to be their new bread and butter. The Elemental Shaman Feral Holy Paladin. It looked really good in their last series. It's got good overall damage, longevity, cooldowns to trade. Liquid, they're bringing in Trill on the Windwalker Monk, and I'm curious, he actually is playing Shadowpan, so very unique to Trill. Not many monks play that Shadowpan specialization, but when he finds those big crackling Jade Lightnings, that's when Trill's going to be able to burst quite a bit.
Must be happy with all the Windwalkers we're seeing. Imagine if a Windwalker gets into the finals for both North America and Europe here this time around, with all the debate and discussion of what's the most meta, and we've just gone full circle at this point. Massive damage on Sidu. What was that from Prev? He just peaked at 2 million DPS in the first second of the game, and now Trill turns it around, double leg sweep, ice wall, ramping up on Prev. Drake seems to just be boldly unafraid, just attacking whatever comes his way, getting bleeds up on Sam. Lightning Lasso, I like the Spirit Walker's Grace, but Sam actually blinks in and Dragon's Breath it to interrupt it. That was a nice reaction from Sam to break up that Lightning Lasso. Now in a Maim Stun, blinking forward to get a Polymorph. He double blinks for it. Drake can punish this. Sam alters. He might get perched on it, but the Chi snipes him from downtown. Trill is playing some unorthodox Windwalker stuff here, Ven.
Oh, I love to see the Song of Chi-Ji. It makes a lot of sense. It's on the Cyclone / Fear Diminishing Return, so you can chain that together with a Mage's Polymorph. Really interesting tech here coming in from Liquid, playing some surprise compositions, and this Windwalker Mage Priest we talked about at the beginning of the day, this comp is very unique to them, at least this season. Big crackling Jade Lightning on a Prev, but it looks like he shrugs it off with that Astral Shift. Zhang manages to keep the team alive, but now we're going to be worried a little bit about Sam, and I feel like, maybe it just goes down. No, big heals incoming. Double Disorient to Roar. Can Drake find the Cyclone? He does. And now, once again, Sam's in a bit of trouble.
Drake fakes a kick. Looking for more Cyclones. Can't get it. Sam displaces back in midfield. Prev's ramping, Magma Totem, reloading those Flame Shocks. Big hit on Sea-Doo again. He just constantly chunks Sea-Doo's health. Another Ice Wall attempt on Prev with no wall. He jumps away with the Gust of Wind. Blink in, Dragon's Breath, Polymorph, double blink, Shimmer. Hey, didn't get the ring though. He got grounded, I think, on the sheep. And Prev actually resets his grounding totem, but a Song of Chi
from downtown,
it hits him. Gets Sam, get the poly off of it. He actually gets the polymorph off of it. Trill is just sniping 360 no scope Song of Chi around the corner, and he might just get. He got a trinket off that CC chain from Zhang Bahai. Sea-Doo tanks a win share. I'm just constantly looking at Sea-Doo's health. I feel like he could just randomly fall over to the Shaman at any point. He's probably being like super greedy with his stats. Likely a lot of low versatility, but look at this pressure on Drake. They get Bark Skin. Prev gets counterspelled. Drake jumps over. Sea-Doo's like, I'm Angel form. I see you guys poking me. That is not going to be an option right now. Pressure on Prev and Drake. Evenly matched here, 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah, this is a really good matchup here between these two teams. Once again, we're going to see if Trill can land those Song of Chi-Gis to set up Sam I Am. DC damage here onto Prev. Big Fist of Fears at the same time, though. Sam I Am, this could easily be an ice block. Do not greet it. Looks like he will end up greeting it and survive. Big heals coming in from Sea-Doo, as well as that Frost Fire Mage double barrier will be enough to keep Sam I Am alive. He blinks in once again, looking for a polymorph. Do they have the grounding totem? Song of Chi flying in. It hits Drake. Is it going to hit Zhang Bahai? It does, but Sam, can he land a ring? Can he potentially land the ring? Doesn't manage to find it. Blast Wave is going to be looking for it, but Prev preemptively knocks him away. Nicely done there, but finally it lands, but I don't know if they have the damage to really capitalize on the control.
I'm not gonna lie, this like skill shot crowd control is so fun to watch. I wish like more crowd control was like this in the game, to see this cloud float in. Like, is he gonna dodge it? Nope. All right, they get a major cooldown, but look at this damage from Prev again. He is just ramping out of control. He's almost doing the combined damage of Liquid, and we saw Houston on that Windwalker, man. He was doing like triple everyone's damage. So Prev is really gas penalty burrows. I don't think you can dig under the wall, can you? You just burrow and run under it?
I don't know.
You should be able to, I think, but I don't think you can. Oh my god, that damage on Sam with the Earth Shock. Okay, he recovers. It's an explosive matchup. This is so intense. Like, we're not even 4 minutes in. Some of these matches going 10 minutes. It feels like you could just topple over at any moment. Sam blinking in aggressively again, but he takes a huge hit of damage in exchange, and he can't find the polymorph. He's trying to fake interrupt. Song of Chi-Ji. He's going to snipe him. Oh, he actually walked into it, but he was on DR, so it's actually good. But he gets wrong. Oh, he pre-sacrificed. Nice play by Zhang Bahai. Trill knocks Prev up in the air there. Disrupting the lightning lasso. Here come the images. Trill is ramping a lot of damage here with the spinning crane kick. Double Fist of Fury, cleaving 2 targets. Sam is trying to get in. Drake is sneaking up from behind. He gets a Cyclone. Sam with no trinket. Double leg sweep. But Trill gets stunned and intercepted. Big crackle. He gets knocked on it. Prev is just doing a good job disrupting those crackles. Sam gets low, but Sea-Doo's an Angel. And it's just so close right now. It looks like Prev and Drake are on the back foot. Song of Chi-Ji just flying through the sky again, and Zhang Bahai has to trinket out of it. I don't think Tremor Totem works on it either, right?
I don't think so, no.
So it gets away from that mechanic. They can actually use Fear DR. This is super heads up by Trill if it works out.
Trill low on health right now, though. Needs to be a little bit careful. It looks like they want to focus the Windwalker Monk more. He kind of threw away his Karma a little bit earlier on, so with no trinket, no Karma, definitely an exposed target here. Ascendant's coming up at about 1.5 minutes for Prev, so that's going to be that massive hit of damage that he has available if they can get to that point. We'll have to wait and see. Song of Chi once again goes on to Prev. Lightning Lasso comes in onto Trill. Big amount of burst damage. Drake, can he find a Cyclone? I think Sea-Doo actually ended up fading it there, so avoiding that crowd control. Pops the Archangel. Big heals incoming, but now it's going to be Drake who's forced into bear form and having to retreat.
He's back to full health. You can get damage going on Sam. Sam gets disrupted. Sea-Doo's running low on mana. Double leg sweep. Trill's going in. Ring of Frost around the corner. Zhang Bahai dodges it. Rebuke on Sea-Doo into a Hammer of Justice. Little cheeky play from Zhang Bahai as he sees Sea-Doo there to punish him. Sam might have to block. He's going to trade it. Trill could get swapped too. Prev jumps away. Song of Chi-Ji again. Big polymorph. But no damage. Prev just going to burrow. He's anticipating damage here during the polymorph. Now he can come back to line of sight of Zhang Bahai. Crackle. Gets rebuked by Zhang Bahai. Zhang Bahai get a lot of good rebukes here in this game on that Holy Paladin. Fist of Fury, though, is cleaving 2 targets. Sam gets caught in a rake stun. Incarn in 20 seconds. He has no blocks. That is going to be devastating.
Oh, the Song of Chi-Ji into a clash. Trill making beautiful there. Throws out the song, clashes him into the cloud. Full polymorph lands, and Zhang Bahai doesn't have to trade out the trinket, but the wall comes down. Prev's in trouble. Beautifully done here. Zhang Bahai, I think he's just healing off of the ice wall. And now it's Sam just getting one shot. Massive damage. Who's going to fall? Sam gets topped off. Prev and Drake are getting low. The sacrifice trades. This is the Ascendants. I think Sam might fall. Oh my goodness gracious. I can't believe Seed is healing through this.
Angel form, he's got life swap, but almost 0 mana at this point. Shifting power, he fakes the kick. Polymorph blink in offensively. Is the Blizzard going to break the sheep here? He's in some AoE, it breaks early, but Prev is still rotting. Lay on Hands comes through. CD is sneaking in, looking for a Psychic Scream, but that can just get tremored. And it puts him on DR, but maybe it doesn't matter. It's so much pressure. Everybody is dying. Prev goes down. Sam almost falls. Liquid holds strong, breaking out new tech in the semifinals with a Windwalker build nobody has played before.
Yeah, Trill definitely, he's special, that's for sure. The Shadowpan Windwalker Monk, bringing in the Song of Chi-Ji, making plays, you know, landing it out of the polymorphs, just throwing it in the air, clashing the enemy healer into it, and ultimately, you know, a lot of those Crackling Jade Lightnings weren't super effective in this match, but it was the last final nail in the coffin, and ultimately what took Prev down in these final moments.
Oh my god, man. Like, look how low Sam gets, too. It's like Prev and Sam are both at like 30%. The song clash, just pulls him right into it. God, he makes that ability look fun. Usually the crowd controls that are like difficult to land like that end up being more frustrating than good. Like when you compare that to like a Stormbolt or a Kidney Shot, but it looks so fun when you actually land it. I'm just sitting here wishing more CC was designed like that because it's super entertaining. It must be so satisfying for Trill as well to land those types of combos. But look at Sam's health and look at Prev's health. Like, it really doesn't get much closer than that in the final second of the match. And did I curse Welcome to the Jung? Am I that powerful?
Your predictions are that bad?
I think I cursed Echo. They lost. Like, Echo normally doesn't lose, you know, aside from maybe this season's cups. And if I can curse Welcome to the Jung, then I really am cursed. Like, I'm actually a bit nervous to go outside. Like, I don't know if bad things are going to happen to me or not.
Oh my gosh, it's such a close game. That is ridiculous. Like, how convinced let's talk. How convinced of this win were you from Liquid? Like, was this super convincing? You think this is, like, something they're going to be able to repeat?
I mean, what would they be worried about queuing into?
Oh, nothing. I think this will probably just be the matchup for the rest of the series, in my opinion.
Or does Jung, like... What about, like... I feel like you shouldn't... Maybe Jung Bahai not on a Paladin?
Like a Resto Druid instead?
Or something? I don't know, but... Would Holy Priest be that bad?
Why is Resto Druid not good? I'm trying to wonder.
I just double Druid. It just doesn't sound very good to me.
Well, they have another... Did they play another melee DPS?
I think the Feral's so good.
Okay.
I don't know. I think the Feral's so good. I just feel
Maybe
like the
we'll see Drake on
versus
Windwalker.
the Mage. The Paladin versus the Mage looks rough. I don't know if they're doing that because of like the hollowed ground build, and that's what they're trying to abuse and like limit Trill's uptime or something like that. But it seems like he's getting uptime regardless.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's too worried about it. Let's see this Crackling Jade Lightning. So this is a light stack Crackling Jade Lightning, ticking for about 700k. Does a lot of damage. I mean, that ability is insane. To be fair, he's getting shut down on most of them, right? He's getting rebuked and wind sheared or just knocked as well. He's getting like the leg sweep going for the Crackling, just gets knocked away. So, but it ended up mattering when he's just stuck in a root in those final moments. He snipes him, and I feel like Welcome to the Jung. They're a team, like, quite often when they lose a matchup, they just keep playing the same composition. Like, they almost always just play one comp for the entire series. So I feel like they're not going to change almost no matter what.
All right, locking it in again here. I guess also there's this surprise element, right? Like, you don't know what's going on with this sleep tech from Trill, the sleeper build, literally, in this matchup. Now they've seen how it plays out, so they might have a better idea of how they want to navigate around it. For game number 2, and they've got a large map, so it should be more difficult for Trill as opposed to the Feral Druid to be able to move around on this, especially with the utility that the Paladin adds. Do you think that Prev should just push in more? I feel like when he got stacked up with Jung, that's when it got really difficult for them to kind of get Trill away, and he was getting double sleeps.
Yeah, I feel like Prev kind of has it's a difficult game he needs to navigate, because if he pulls too far off the pillar, then he's not there to defend against Sam-I-Am, who's just playing really aggressively in the match. And if he is stacked up, then Trill's able to get these double leg sweeps, the double Song of Chi-Jis. So positioning is definitely an interesting one. It's hard, but yeah, maybe just not playing on the same pillar as much. But like I said, then you kind of just run into a situation where Sam-I-Am's able to just shimmer in, get a Dragon's Breath, get a potential polymorph out of that, and you're just not in line of sight to actually stop it whatsoever.
it's going to be really difficult. I think regardless, this looks like a 100% skill matchup, which is nice. It's been the entire day. You know, nobody's just running through this tournament with a comp that's just unbeatable and everybody's just complaining about it. This is really exciting from that standpoint. It seems like I think almost anybody could take this here. So Liquid with some new tech. Ken, welcome to the JUNG. We called them the chameleon team because whenever a team shows them something, they just copy it and infuse it into their own strategies and their own builds. But do they have enough time to copy and figure this out if Trill's build actually will work for the series?
All right, here we go. Gates open for game number 2. The winner of this will be in the winners, the grand finals, actually. We're moving through this bracket really, really quickly. The winners final, winner of this in the grand finals, and that is definitely the spot you want to be in moving into tomorrow. Trill, Sam, and CDU playing a little bit defensive here in the opener. Trill's just going to flying serpent kick in and start getting the damage rolling here onto Prev.
All right, decent start here for them. Oh, nice Hammer of Justice. I think that they could punish Trill if they stun him behind the pillar with Lasso and with Hammer of Justice. But Sam is getting in there, bro. He is getting aggressive. Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost. Prev immediately trades, but Sam explodes. C2 explodes. An equal exchange of power at this point in time. But it was an overlap. And what is this swap on Jung Bahai? They're just really mixing it up. Instead of crowd controlling him, they poke him a bit here in the opener, but he blocks it. They overlap. Oh, big setup on C2. Oh my god, man. They're just all over the place. These teams have so much confidence. This is the semifinals for North America, and they're just going all out.
Ooh, the one thing I like about Trill playing the Song of Chi-Ji as well is he's eating interrupts. Drake's going to have to interrupt him. Prev's going to have to interrupt him. The Chastise into the Slash, into the Song. Beautifully done, but Trill's just dead. Lightning Lasso on Trill. CD luckily not in any crowd control. They do get the Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost onto Drake. Doesn't look like they're able to get the follow-up Polymorph, but still, that was a really nice setup there by Liquid, but they now find themselves on the back foot to just raw pressure.
All right, let's see what's going on here. You ramp moving in a little bit towards the mid. Prev jumps back with Jung. Trill and Sam have him gassed at the moment. Leg sweep, no trinket. Jung Bahai, Avenging Crusader. Good timing during that stun, but the ice wall. Prev rotates. He's not taking too much damage. Sam cancels it, blinks in for a polymorph. Gets interrupted on it. Trill going for fist. Is he going to go for a song? Jung jumps in to Hammer of Justice the mind control. Good positioning. Does he have blinding light maybe in this matchup? I can't imagine he would. I think Repentance is going to be a bit better for him. Maybe he needs to go for more Repentances. Maybe they should Hex Sam and focus Windwalker. It seems like their strategy at the moment is just blast all 3 targets and just do maximum damage, which makes sense as long as they can stay alive long enough with that strategy. I just wonder if there could be maybe a faster line if they utilize crowd control a bit more. They are focusing C2 heavily here. Full bash, Prev in position, Primordial Wave comes through, Paralyze on Drake, he can't finish. C2 should recover with the Guardian Spirit. Trill pulls away to assist. They're going after Drake. Lightning Lasso. No break for it. Sam's stuck in that. Nice double leg sweep from Trill. Oh, knocking Prev up. Sam blinks in. Polymorph pre-sacrifice from Jung Bahai. He breaks his own polymorph, but the team is getting cleaved. Look at this damage coming out from Trill right now. He is just destroying anyone. Drake's and Bear tanking, but has to trade Heart of the Wild and Survival Instincts. And C2 actually has a mana lead, even despite Prev and Drake doing so much more overall damage.
Yeah, it is very surprising. Sam, I'm getting a little bit low. He gets wind shear, needs to not throw the game. Flash onto Drake. Just getting the crowd control out where he can. Nicely done there by Trill. Just putting some pressure now onto Jung Bahai, but I don't think it's going to accomplish too much. Sam decides to just capitalize on a full polymorph. Drake getting swapped to now. Beautiful setup here by Liquid. They're all over the place. Liquid is playing extremely well in these games. They're keeping Welcome to the Jung guessing, going after all 3 targets, and kind of catching them off guard in this match so far.
All right, big damage on C2 again. He's just going to trinket Angel form. And I think that is the opening, at least before dampening. I think C2 is actually the most likely target that you can take down because the healers typically run lower versatility and run greedier stats. So it can be really good to swap to them, and they're getting a lot more pressure on C2 this time around. But now they're going to pull away, try and retreat, but they're getting cleaved. That crackle, man. Trill is just Darth Sidious, just zapping with unlimited power. Look at this pressure. 2 targets low. Jung Bahai needs to recover. Now he's low health as well. Song of Chi-Ji, right in melee range. You can't avoid it. Prev has wall. He burrows. Drake gets cleaved. Another polymorph. Everyone is dying, and Jung Bahai just Iron Will. Trinkets at the last second there with lay on hands. Sam gets low. Doesn't want to blunder. Big heal comes through. He'll recover with Invis. Prev holds on to Astral Shift. They're trying to reposition. I mean, they've probably never seen this type of strategy before, and that's exactly what you need as Liquid, is a curveball against Welcome to the Jung. Are they actually going to overthrow their dynasty? Welcome to the Jung has just been looking like a brick wall the entire season and basically unbeatable.
Every single one of us predicted Welcome to the Jungle to win this matchup, but Liquid is looking good. And I feel like his dampening gets higher and higher. These setups are looking deadly. Full leg sweep here onto Drake. Can they take him down? Big spinning crane kick. It looks like Sam I Am will get caught into the maim stun, paralyzed from Trill, shutting down any kind of nonsense, any kind of cyclone. But at the same time, he's left Prev open. That Ascendance is rotating back up in about a minute and a half. It's going to be a massive swell of damage. Sam needs to be careful. It's been multiple times in this game. Sam Imes is going down to 10% health. I mean, this is deadly. Welcome to the Jung is striking back in a big way, just shredding through the Touch of Karma, getting the ice block out of the way. Can they hold on, though, much longer?
Oh, they're gonna don't run into the song, Jung. It's way over there. Okay, dodges the song. Last one, Sammy's on hypothermia. Trill is rotting down, and oh man, Trill cannot stay on Drake. He's gonna get cleaved way too hard. Prev has been getting a lot of momentum. Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost around the corner. Zhongbai's is trying to dispel. Can Sam I Am punish it? He can't. He's repositioning. Frost Nova looking for Polymorph. Has to fake interrupts. No, he fakes the interrupt. Leg sweep hits two. Polymorph, where is it? He gets grounded. It looks like he can't get the Polymorph. Prev is still taking a lot of damage. If Trill can stay on target. He can't at the moment. Wrapping around the corner now. Interrupt on the Stormkeeper. He's on that hollowed ground, so Prev gets freedomed away, and then Trill gets snared, and that's the tech. That's what they're trying to abuse to keep Trill snared at the pillar, but he ultimately catches a Polymorph finally here. Chastise stun comes through. Fear on Drake. C2 is setting up for clutch plays, and that forces their hand. They use the Medallion on Zhongbahai. They use the Astral Shift on Prev. They get Survival Instincts. They get 3 major cooldowns from Welcome to the Jung in 1 push.
Yeah, beautifully done. But Zhang Bahai, of course, still does have that Divine Shield. And now Trill is in trouble. He goes for the Fist of Fury, just exchanging blows here with Drake, but he gets caught into the stun. Can C2 keep him alive? C2's burned through a lot of mana. Mana in favor of Welcome to the Jung. And this one, Samai might have to trade out the block. It's going to be the Void Shift. They hold onto the Ice Block, but Welcome to the Jung strikes back. They get a bunch of cooldowns really quickly there, and now Liquid can't be feeling as confident. However, Samai does have the Icy Veins. He's got the Ice Wall. They could make a push.
Sam blinks in. He's ready to go. Cyclone. The wall. It actually interrupted the Cyclone. Prev is isolated. Zhongbahai wraps around into a Chastise. He has to bubble. And I don't think there's a Master Spell. So Zhongbahai should be able to recover the team here. Big blast of damage from Prev. Look at that damage coming out from him right now. It's going to be a block. Trill might topple over. Drake's looking for Cyclones. Sam comes out of the block trying to get aggressive here. Trill gets put into the blinding light. That's going to break right away. Trill, Song of Chi-Ji, but Sam is in trouble. Can Trill get it? He gets kicked by Zhongbahai. A mind game going on right now for crowd control. And Zhongbahai wraps around the corner with that hallowed ground consecration, snaring up his enemies, speed boosting his allies. Sam wraps around the backside. Oh, it needs this Ring of Frost. He gets shut down by Drake into the main side. I think it's lights out. C2 has 0 mana at this point. He's just spamming Smite. He can't do anything. The barrier at 1%. He holds on by a thread, but Drake is chewing him up like a chew toy. I think it's over for him. Drake jumps over. Welcome to the Jung. Put a point on the board.
Oh, I love this match. We could not have asked for a better match. This is so back and forth. It has everything you want. Oh my goodness gracious. Some new compositions, some new talents, new tech. Everyone's playing a unique class. This is awesome. We're all tied up 1-1. Welcome to the Jung. Great defensive game there. It was a little bit shaky at the beginning, but I feel like as soon as they started just running away, trying to just drag the fight, and honestly utilize these large pillars, I feel like a big part of the reason why Zhongbahai and Prev were able to survive so long is not necessarily the size of the map, but just how big these pillars are. And, Zhongbahai is able to utilize, the snares of the Consecration and pull away a lot. It makes it really difficult for them to land crowd control on him.
Just look at C2's mana, man. This Holy Paladin build with Divine Plea and Blessing of Winter. It's just you will just always win on mana, I think, as a Paladin. As long as you can get there, you will win on mana. But Zhongbahai, they had a much better strategy to avoid crowd control. They saw what threats were coming, and they also had a larger map, right? I think the map was really important. If they pick a map where there aren't big pillars like this, not a lot of space, then Liquid can really push the pace and close the game out before it gets to this checkmate position where they've just been fatigued, right? Prev Drake's damage is so high, just sustaining 1 million on DPS for over 7 minutes in PvP while you're getting CC'd the entire game and have to be worried about getting blown up. Like, very difficult situation for everybody in this match. Maybe Sam could do a tiny bit more damage, but at the same time, it's maybe not so much overall damage for him. I don't know. I feel like he could maybe try to do a bit more. Is the damage on the meter here, like, is that like conduit? Like, why is that? That seems so high from the Paladin.
Yeah, I wonder what his breakdown.
Do we have details?
I'd love to see his breakdown if possible.
Because that's a lot. He literally did half of Sam. He's literally half of Sam. Like, what? That's a lot.
What is he playing? Let's see. Let me go to the AWC companion. Take a look at his talents.
Judgment does big damage, but 100 million damage? Like, Is it all consecration on pets and it's just doing tickle damage? Just
What
400
pets,
damage
though?
ticks throughout the game? Like, yeah, the images they run around the corner every once in a while. Like, how is he getting like?
It's got to be like
He's
some
getting
health
so much
distribution there or
damage.
something.
It's got, but that usually doesn't show up on the scoreboard. I don't think
Yeah, well,
it shows up on details sometimes, but I don't think it's supposed to show up on the scoreboard. So, I feel like that's massive. Like, the fact that Sam is half of the damage, and then also Zhang Bahai is like doing 75% more damage than Sidu. Like, once you get to that stage, that's just way too much of a deficit.
all right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that, see if we can find any intel on where the damage is coming from for Zhang Bahai. But welcome to the Jung. Yeah, okay, it's energy redistribution beacon.
Okay,
Judgment.
it's fake. Well, okay, yeah. So,
Tempered in
wait,
battle.
Add everything else up. Add everything else up, right? Like, does it equal 100 million if you disable the energy redistribution beacon?
Tempered in battle is also just fake. It's healing, right? Isn't it?
All this is pad. He's not actually doing that much.
Yeah, I think
he's
the
like
holy
a god.
paladin
This
damage is
all
not
fake.
looking.
It's fake.
It's looking
It's like
minimal.
maybe 40 million, so maybe the same as Sidu.
We see the final
type of
moments.
match.
Look at Samayam's death. Zhang
Why
Bahai.
doesn't Liquid just play a paladin?
I don't know.
Like, you wouldn't have to worry about mana. And paladin does really good in these dot classes, I feel like.
Well, that's one of the things I was talking to with Sidu before they left for California and to practice. I was like, what are you thinking about playing? What are you guys going to be focusing on the most? I was just trying to gather some intel, and he said basically they could play anything. The only healer he guarantees he won't play is Mistweaver Monk. Spoiler. But other than that, it could be anything. So
I think there's something going on with Shaylun's gift not working, also on top of not maybe being the best in the current meta, but I feel like if he just played a paladin, that would be insane. They get an extra stun, they don't lose on mana in those positions. Paladin's crazy good at healing through Ellie damage.
you don't think they would lose on mana?
I don't think they'd lose on mana. I feel like this
Samayam is getting gapped. Like,
maybe he wouldn't get gapped though if he is Sam also playing dwarf? I feel like if he ran like a paladin and a dwarf, and you got a lot of bleed resets for the incarns. You got like an extra trade for an incarn basically. I don't know why it wouldn't be decent. I guess, but wait, why'd they pick a big map? Didn't they just lose on a big map?
I'm telling
because
you,
of mana?
all that matters is pillars. Pillar size.
That's it. That's
The
all.
big
that matters.
pillars are good for Welcome to the Jung. The small pillars are good for Liquid. That's my assessment of this matchup.
So the paladin can't avoid sheep.
Yep, pretty much. I think
They just want limited pillar service area. The size doesn't matter.
What do you always
regardless
say
of
about these pillars, Sid? Like,
the toothpick pillars?
yeah, the small.
Apparently, it's really unhealthy to use toothpicks, though. If you didn't know that, it's actually bad. You shouldn't use toothpicks,
Allegedly. Or-
according to news I've seen. But everything, I don't know anymore. Here we go, Empyrean Domain. We're just gonna see them go head to head here. I wonder if at any point one of the teams breaks, but it's so even, it's so close. Like, Liquid had good momentum throughout that game. They just couldn't close it out. And how can they navigate around Zhang Bahai's strat with the hallowed ground? This new paladin tech, right? Because we only saw Holy Priest in the cup stage, basically, with a little bit of Resto Druid sprouting up every once in a
Sprouting, nice.
But basically there was only one paladin and on the team nap time, and he was making plays. But this new paladin tech, this infinite mana, you can't be snared build from paladin.
yeah, it's
that's
wild.
What we're seeing contend.
It's so
It
good.
looks so good.
Every time you like, I played this build. Every time you press Judgment, it just feels like the most satisfying button in the world. It's like a 10-in-1 button, with all that it does. So we'll see what happens here. Welcome to the Jung. Liquid all tied up 1-1. Winner of this series is going to be going to the grand finals for North America. The loser will be in the losers final. Definitely want to be winning this one. But we'll see if Zhang Bahai is going to be able to avoid crowd control, because it seems like the strategy for Liquid is crowd control. They have a Frost Mage. Obviously not going to be doing nearly as much damage as the Elemental Shaman, so they really need to focus on setups and kind of concentrated burst damage.
All right, Drake and stealth at the moment, picking his moment. He's going to open up on the mage. No blink stun. Ride the wind. Interesting tech for the hollowed ground, so that you can't be snared also from Trill. If he can lay that down on a pillar, his team can push in on top of them. So Trill advancing his tech once again. They get a Cyclone on Sidu. No pressure just yet, though, even though Prev has Ascendance rolling. Big Primordial Wave. He's targeting Sidu. Is he ready for the hits? Another Lava Burst comes through. He's ready. He's back at full. Sam's now low, though. He manages to pull him back from the brink. Drake seems like he's Cycloning a little bit more, though, this time. He got the Cyclone early on Sidu. He Cyclones Trill there. And I do wonder if he's going to adapt for more clones in this matchup.
Ooh, Maim stun onto Trill. They get the full polymorph, though. Prev could be in trouble. Trades out the Astral Shift. It's going to bolster his defense. Is he going to get the Song of TG? Looks like Jumbahai will be able to avoid it. And I do wonder if that tech kind of just caught them off guard in game number 1. And every game that goes by, Welcome to the Jungle will avoid that crowd control more and more. We'll have to wait and see how effective Trill really can be with that Song of TG in this 3rd game.
All right, Maim stun.
Nice.
Oh,
stun.
nice leg sweep. Triple leg sweep. Trill just getting the extendo legs. And he crackles off in the corner so he can't be stopped on it. And that forces a burrow with a double fear. And he can't tremor in the burrow. Song of Chi-Ji off the sheep. He gets wind sheared. He's not going to go for it again. Ice wall comes down. Zhongbahai's already running in. He gets in line of sight, but there's a mind control. Prev's taken out of the game here for some time. They're trying to move over to stop it. They go for Hammer of Justice. Big swap on Cedo. Is he just going to flop? Massive pressure. The trigger is emergency shield there. His desperate prayer comes through. He should be able to stabilize himself, but Sam gets low. He stabilizes Sam. Good recovery from Cedo. For Cedo, it's all about not using flash heal. The more he has to flash heal, the more likely he's going to lose on mana. So pay attention to Cedo's casts. If he's using flash heal a lot or almost at any point, he's going to lose this game of mana.
It's also a dispel. As long as Cedo can stay ahead of the dispels, and that's one of the nice things about the priest is I think he's more than likely running that double dispel. One advantage maybe he has over the Holy Paladin in this matchup to just really put Prev behind on damage. But if you look at the damage meters, it doesn't seem like it's that effective. Prev is still doing quite a bit of burst DPS. Crackling Jade Lightning comes in. Prev immediately wind shears that one. Trill going for a big Fist of Fury, big spinning crane kick. Prev taking a bunch of burst, and Sam may have overstayed his welcome. Zhongbahai is forced to trade out the sacrifice, and so far has been doing a good job using these pillars to avoid crowd control. Drake's all over Sam right now. Trill moves forward. Dragon's Breath into potential Song of Chi-Ji. Trill eats an interrupt for Sam. Sam gets stunned. Great defense there by Drake.
Nice Cyclone on Sam. Trill, where is he going to go? Just rolling on top of Prev. He's also running that double jump to be able to get to the target a little bit faster as well to try and get around that hollowed ground. And Prev has not been able to really abuse it on this map at all. It's working wonders. They get Astral Shift on this polymer, but Sam getting crunched at the moment. Full Maim stun. He's got a line of sight here. Cedo out of nowhere is getting wiped out. Massive damage. Welcome to the Zhong. That was almost a double kill in the final set. Not even 3 minutes in. Oh my god, if I was Liquid, man, I would be terrified. That was so much pressure.
I mean, this is the ultimate punish. If you're Zhongbahai, this is the best situation ever. Okay, you're in a polymorph. Sam there just being cheeky. He's behind the pillar trying to get another polymorph. Trill rolls over. He's looking for a Song of Chi-Ji. So they're trying to get as much crowd control as they can on Zhongbahai, but unfortunately they just abandoned Cedo. So watch this. This is what I'm talking about. You see Sam he's got the polymorph onto Zhongbahai. He gets the re-polymorph, and he's going behind the pillar to set it up once again. Trill's there also, and they just immediately turn on to Cedo and take him down instantly with no one really able to help him. So a great punish there by Welcome to the Jung. Really smart. I don't know. Let's see.
Because he's got Angel, and the Angel's Sam, I think. And he's got Angel, both Angels, right? Like, so Maim stun?
He just trinkets a Maim into another stun and just dies. That's crazy. He got Drake stunned immediately. Like, that was such a good stun by Drake.
Yep. Because otherwise he's just an immune Angel and he's chilling, right? He just gets to heal Sam with Guardian Spirit and he recovers the whole team. So Drake has fast reaction times here to stun Cedo's trinket. And Cedo didn't trinket obviously, I guess, right? Like, maybe that's why I didn't want to trinket right away. It would be too obvious.
Yeah, he definitely felt like he held his global for that.
Oh my god.
That's so sad.
And then the lasso too. The lasso too, just guaranteed. There's no chance.
That was a really insane play. They just pulled out a win out of nowhere, taking Cedo down through his trinket with the immediate rake stun into the lightning lasso. An insane punish by Welcome to the Jung, and now they find themselves up 2-1 in the series. And now Liquid, are they doubting themselves? What map do they go to? Do they go to a small map? Do they go to a big map? Are they going to mix up their composition? What are they going to do?
I feel like the Holy Priest, would a Paladin die the same way? Probably. Maybe not. You can wall while stunned. Like, it's just a really bad series of events, right? Like having to use Guardian Spirit on Sam and then not have that for yourself. Probably wasn't anticipating really like a huge commitment. And then as soon as there was a huge commitment, it just fell over. So I think they're probably going to do the same thing.
I think so.
They're just going to chalk that up to just like an unlucky moment on their side, because it was still so close, even getting stunned on the trinket, to get to that Angel and actually survive. So Welcome to the Jung, though, take the swing match. Liquid, they picked a big map with big pillars, though.
Big map and big pillars. I feel like this would be the map I would pick if I was Welcome to the Jung. Like,
yeah,
this is the best map for Welcome to the Jung. So I'm
gonna
a
do
bit
a
surprised.
sub-rogue pick, maybe? That's the only thing that would make sense based on how other teams have been picking these maps, is that they picked a big one and then they go subtlety rogue so far on the weekend, which is like the opposite of conventional wisdom that we've seen so far throughout history. But they're taking their time. Obviously, this is really important because it's no guarantee that you make it back to the grand finals, and also you don't want to have to play out a long series and be exhausted on Championship Sunday. Like, this is the big weekend. This is the big moment. This is what they've been playing the entire season for. So Liquid are taking their time here because that one just slipped through their fingers. Felt like they had adapted their build a little bit and they didn't get to play it out all the way with the ride to win tech that Trill brought in. And now they basically don't really learn anything from that game, as Welcome to the Jung just ran it so fast. And now it's, do they question the comp? Do they make a swap? Do they just run it back again and say we just have to play better? We can't get caught like that. We have to anticipate that better. There's a lot of choices that they're going to need to make here. And I honestly don't know what the best is, because I feel like the Windwalker Mage can win. I also think RMP could win. So either line that they run down, I think is fine. It's just going to come down to performance. And they are so this is the new meta now. If you see a big map locked in like this, it means they want to go sub-rogue. We have to like reprogram our brains because it's been small map is favored for sub-rogue for so long. But now it's, if they go big map, they're going sub-rogue. So they don't trust the new tech. They want some more lethality, some more stuns to slow down the game also on the side of Liquid. But for Welcome to the Jung, this is a matchup that they've probably played 1,000 times.
Million times.
One that they just saw previously. So weigh those odds here. Are we seeing Liquid go down to lower bracket?
Yeah, this is a tough one. For me, I feel like Welcome to the Jung, they excel in matchups like this where they're just blocking defense or blocking offense all game. Every time Liquid tries to do a setup, they're just one step ahead of the competition with stuns, peels, using defensive cooldowns, perfectly rotating. So I feel like Liquid, they're going to have to play a really solid game of offense. There can't be any mistakes. And obviously, we see the burst damage that Welcome to the Jung has available as well. It's not, it's not just, rinse, repeat setups on Welcome to the Jung you have to do. Liquid also has to survive because the damage Welcome to the Jung is putting out is quite high. I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see Liquid bring in the sub-rogue. Honestly, I did not mind the Windwalker Monk. Felt like they had both of their losses definitely felt winnable to me.
Yeah, I did. Maybe they just want to experiment, right? Maybe it's like, experiment, see if it works better. Maybe it could. Also, maybe Welcome to the Jung are like in a different mode of play against the Windwalker. Maybe it could throw them off. I actually don't mind this for like this moment in the tournament. Just because Welcome to the Jung have been practicing so much now into the Windwalker, they have to switch gears and not get caught off guard by the tricks that the sub-rogue has. It also gives Liquid, that's what they need. They need surprise in this matchup. That's how they got the game 1 win. It was like, what is this? Like, what is this Chi that's running us down? So I think the subtlety rogue does give you a little bit more of an edge, a little bit more of a surprise. You have to catch Welcome to the Jung off guard. If they're not caught off guard by something new that they've never seen before, it's just, they're so efficient. They're just machines. I'm questioning, are they AI after all of this time? Because it just seems like there's no mistakes in whatever prompt it is that created their team, because they just play like machines for years. That's the other thing too, is it's been years, right? Like Prev on this caster DPS has just been, godlike for so long in North America, coming out of retirement as well. There was a little brief period of time where North America got to breathe. It was like, Prev's in retirement. It's safe to come out to play, but now he's not. So what's going to happen here? Trill swaps over from Windwalker onto the subtlety rogue. They need that rogue mage priest pressure, that offense. They need it. That's the only way. They have to keep Welcome to the Jung on the back foot if they want to win this.
All right, let's see it. Liquid looking to strike back here. This is their last opportunity. They need to tie up the series. Otherwise, Welcome to the Jung, they will be advancing to the finals with their Elemental Shaman, Feral, Holy Paladin. Liquid's going to need a great game of offense. It's like Seeded will get rake stunned right away. We saw him get dropped super fast in that last game, but Liquid's looking to get aggressive early on. Full stunlock here onto Drake. Seeded's just going to get ahead of the damage here with the Divine Hymn, keep his team alive, jump high into a polymorph. He's got the sacrifice, will make the trade, but that was an overlap trinket with Prev.
Okay, let's see if that's going to be punished here in the near future. They're just attacking Seedu again. Drill, what are you going to do? Looks like he's stable here. Oh, nice polymorphs. I like that. Just polymorph the Shaman on the swap. Save Seedu entirely there on this setup. The Rogue should make Seedu a lot more stable. Shifting power from Sam behind the pillar. Well timed. Get that Icy Veins off cooldown. Get his shimmers. He blinks in. Double Dragon's Breath. Kidney Shot. Double Ring. Almost. He blast waves
nice
it. They fear him. Beautiful setup. Excellent setup. They need to get a major cooldown here, though. These Shadow Melds. I can't believe they're not going to get a Heart of the Wild. Not even a renewal. They didn't even get a renewal. Sam's in trouble. Barrier. It looks like he will survive here for a moment. Maybe not. Dying through the Guardian Spirit. Big heals come through. And man, Liquid, they are so sad. That was such a good setup, and they get nothing.
Yeah, the double Dragon Spread, double Ring of Frost. Sea follows it up with the Fear. Make sure that both crowd control, and Drake just calculates. They do not have enough damage to force anything and manage to hold on. Barkskin comes down, though. Beautiful Ice Wall play. Drake is not going to mess around with this one. Trades out the Barkskin, but that's more than a fair trade. Still has his Trinket. I feel like that was a great rotation there by Welcome to the Jung, and unfortunately, that was a really good setup once again from Liquid, but they're not able to pull more. Cooldown! Sea needs to be very careful. He trades out his Trinket. He does not want to mess around based off what happened in that last game. That was a great setup. I love that Welcome to the Jung is really punishing Sea here.
All right, they get the Trinket, though. Trill's still getting pressured. Sam's still getting pressured. Sam's just not doing enough damage, it feels like. But they get a setup, and it doesn't matter. They don't trade. They don't trade. Down goes Drake. We're going to game 5. That's what they needed. They needed a surprise. They needed to catch them off guard. They needed to make them choke. And I didn't expect it to happen on that setup, but it got them a point. It got them to a game 5. This is something that very few teams can say they've done against Welcome to the Jung when they are at full power. And we are running this to the ringer. And we'll see this in a moment, how this all went down. Sea survives that swap. And then they catch Drake, and they just don't trade. So what exactly caused him to think that he wouldn't need to make a trade in this exchange?
Blades.
It's Kidney Shot in cat form. It's every rogue cooldown. It's a meteor.
Boom!
I guess it's not a bomb, is maybe what he's thinking. Like, it's not a bomb, I can't Trinket.
It's Blades. Like, you don't trade on Blades, you're greedy, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, then this works, right? That's the whole point. Switch the comp. They don't make the right trade. Like, you have to switch your brain completely fighting against a Windwalker versus a Rogue, as far as like what's threatening, what do I need to be prepared for to exchange in these types of positions. And maybe he was afraid to get stunned on his Trinket like Sea did. And look at Sea's in position for a double Fear. This was really good. This is exactly what Liquid needed. But in game 5, what do you do? Because like, you do just the same thing. You just run it back on RMP again. Do you blind lock it? Like, does Welcome to the Jung have some sort of Omega hard counter to RMP?
Trill.
I feel like there isn't one, I want to say, but...
I want to see the deathlog there. I want to see what that was that actually ended up taking down Drake. Was it a big eviscerate? Like, what are we looking at here? Because I think Trill did a lot of damage there with that Shadow Blades. Trill also, like, just like he was playing the Shadow Pan Windwalker, he also plays Trickster Subtlety Rogue, which nobody plays. You see the eviscerate, a million. Decent secret attack, but yeah, it was mostly just a big secret attack plus eviscerate. Doing a respectable amount of damage, you know, like 3.5 million burst there.
Yeah, that's like slicing wins. Okay.
What are you trying to say?
All right, it got him. I don't know. I'm not saying nothing. Okay, Liquid, what are you doing? Blind lock RMP again, and you know they kind of just snuck away with that. And hope that you can sneak away with another one, or do you go back on the Windwalker Monk? It's a big question right now for Liquid. What are you going to blind lock? What's it going to be for game 5?
That was such a throw. Like,
yeah, I know, but they also had really good setups back to back. So it's like, you just do it again, even though it was, and just, you know, maybe they do. Yeah, they're going to do it again. They're doing it again.
I have to.
So welcome to the Jung. They got fooled by the Windwalker sleep build that we saw from Trill. Then they got played by the Subtlety Rogue swap. Now they know what's coming, and when that happens, they are a very tough cookie to crack. And as far as comps, I think they'll probably play the same thing. This just seems to be their bread and butter now. The Ellie Farrell Holy Paladin.
It's like,
so yeah, we're locked in. Game 5.
I'll say this: it's very uncharacteristic. We see Welcome to the Jung make these kind of mistakes, where it's like Trill commits a lot of offensive cooldowns, Shadow Dance, the Shadow Blades, and they're both like, yeah, I won't Trinket. Like, I've got Trinket Sacrifice, I've got Trinket Survival Instincts, and neither of them trade and they just lose. Like, that's not normal for Welcome to the Jung. So I do wonder, I mean, maybe Liquid is forcing mistakes here with their composition, some of the surprises that they had, like you mentioned. And if they win this series, I mean, that would be massive for Liquid, because I feel like just watching these games, Welcome to the Jung seems like they should come out ahead just based off of the way it's playing. But yeah, maybe Liquid will mix it up.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off here. Game 5. Liquid would be loving if they can just get into the grand final slot and hope that somebody else can maybe deal with Welcome to the Jung in the lower bracket, because we saw Left 4 Dead take games off them. right? Whereas the last time they went up, it was just 3-0. I think it was 4-0, actually. They just clobbered them in Ret Warrior mirrors. So Left 4 Dead have improved a lot, coming from that Cup 3 and coming from the Gauntlet for this tournament to take a game and almost 2 games off Welcome to the JUNG. So certainly not guaranteed for Welcome to the JUNG if they get down to that lower side. And Tiger Toads can always be a curveball with their tactics and their compositions with a player like Calvish on their roster. So this is really important. This game matters so much to get to the grand finals and just have a comfy front row seat to watch the carnage of North America's region. The gates have opened. There's no going back.
And the final game. Let's see who can do it. Can Liquid continue to push the pace? Can they force mistakes from Welcome to the JUNG, or is Welcome to the JUNG going to go back to being a brick wall in this matchup? Let's see what happens. Trill, of course, we're going to be looking for that Shadow Blades. That's going to be that really lethal moment.
Oh.
Massive setup. Sea-Doo! He's in trouble. Ooh, does he make a trade? Doesn't look like he does. Playing a little bit greedy there, but ultimately will survive. Now pushing forward, potentially looking for a big fear. Does land it on the Prev, on the Drake. No Tremor Totem gets traded out, and Liquid's on the back foot.
Oh my, everybody's just dead the whole game. See, just trying to pull away and just toss out Paramendine's rebuff through the purges and dispel flame shocks. Now we're following Prev, and he's just going to be hugging Zhang on the pillar here with that consecration, that golden... Oh my god, a big setup. See, doing a maim stun. Trill rotting down, moves away. Smoke bomb, trinket wall from Drake immediately in this exchange. Good reaction, he survives. But they just, even in game 5, you know, you're going to get knocked down to the lower bracket. They're still going after the healer. Maybe it's a gamble they have to take, because look at the pressure they've got as a result of it. If they can keep this positioning, keep this targeting, I don't know how much longer Sea-Doo can heal.
Yeah, this seems really difficult. Though he still does have the Spirit of the Redeemer. He hasn't traded out just yet. Drake's going to be very vulnerable. Full Polymorph lands. That's a Trinket lay on hands. And going after the Feral Druid seems to be very effective. At the same time, though, Sea-Doo could be in trouble. As Maimstone comes in, overpowered barrier to back him up, but Sea-Doo is forced to make the trade. He trinkets, and now Liquid is on a timer. There's a huge opening here where Welcome to the JUNG can take down Sea-Doo, but at the same time, Drake cannot be feeling too confident.
All right, Trill's got Shadow Dance and Blind. There's no trinket on JUNG, so that'd be like an auto bubble maybe possibly if they get a good setup here. But Heart of the Wild is up, so Drake's going to be very durable if he pre-bears. He's looking for Cyclone. He gets gouged. He can't bear. He's out of form. Could be massive. They chastise the Shaman Kidney Shot Ice Wall. Big setup. Can Sea-Doo get crowd control? He's trying to get a fear, but Zhang Bahai wraps out of range of it. They lasso Sea-Doo. Sam's looking for Polymorph. He gets hodged. He can't dispel it for a moment. Takes a huge hit of damage. He barriers. Sea-Doo repositions back to the back line. He doesn't want to cross out here. He knows he's going to be the target with no trinket. He can't really get close to the fight. Trill gets stunned. Prev engages. Big Primordial Wave crit on Sam. Another round of Lava Burst as well. Sea-Doo still just dispelling Flame Shocks. Trying to stay ahead. Gouge setting up with the blind. Into the cheap shot. Beautiful setup from Trill. And they have to respond immediately with Divine Shield. I love these gouges to stop the bear form.
Yeah, Zhang Bahai uses a Divine Shield, goes for a Hammer of Justice, but Sea-Doo instantly positions 50 yards away from him. So, unfortunately, Zhang Bahai's not able to get anything offensive there with that Divine Shield. Now they're making a swap. Can they take him down? Match point!
No,
Zhang Bahai's in so much trouble! Oh, he lives at 10% health somehow. Some way he holds on. Liquid cannot believe it. That was such a beautiful setup, and now Sea-Doo could be in a little trouble. Sam finds a full Polymorph here onto Zhang Bahai. So back and forth.
Zhang Bahai a Polymorph. He rotates around the pillar, trying to use that hollowed ground to sprint his team and snare his enemies with the consecration. They're actually crossing map. They don't want them on top of them right now. They're trying to reposition. I don't really know why. They have all their trinkets. I feel like they could actually play aggressively here. But they just want to drag it out. They want to win on mana. Welcome to the JUNG are not compromising on their morals here. They just want to dampen Liquid, pull away from this fight, not stay stacked up. Drake's behind the pillar, buying time. Maybe looking for a re-stealth stun. He can't. He's going to get bleed. Sam blinks in. Big hit of damage from Prev, but Drake gets hit low as well. He bark skins. Will he die through it? Nice Ring of Frost and Fear. Beautiful setup from Liquid. Drake bear forms, though. Incarnation. Massive damage that Sea-Doo needs to be ready for. He's caught him. Maybe Trinket Angels. Trill explodes. What is this damage? He recovers. Just in the same millisecond that he almost dies, Sam fakes a kick. Is he going to blink in? No, he blinks away. He's not risking it. He doesn't want to push into the Incarnation. And that's why Drake retreated. They were baiting them in and waiting for Incarnation, waiting for Ascendance, and then almost caught them off guard, almost killed them with that bait. And now they're waiting again for that Incarnation. Getting bleeds up. But he gets caught out of form. Kidney shot, chastised, steps over to set up Sam. Ice wall, but Trill got walled off as well. Oh no, that wall. Now they have to polymorph Drake and go Prev, I guess? They're trying to... Oh, that wall just... Oh, it lost all their momentum on that setup, and now they're on Stundiar, and Drake is tearing in. It's game 5. There's no coming back from this. You're going down to the lower bracket if you lose. Trill is critically low. Sea-Doo's finally free, getting heals rolling. And now a double blinding light. Cyclone on Sam, looking to reconnect, but no damage to be found on the side of Welcome to the JUNG. Just rotating on this pillar, dampening it out, dragging Trill around. He's got no trinket, no cloak, no evasion, but he's got a bomb. and Prev has no trinket. So if Prev gets off this pillar, maybe they go for it. Cheap shots set up the team. Ring on the Druid. C2 wraps around the corner. Polymorph has been secured. Prev is isolated. They fear Drake. Can they actually kill him through Astral Shift? There's no way, right? He's got Stone Bulwark and Burrow if he needs to here in this instance. A full blind, surely that's a trinket. He bops the blind. He's likely going to get spell stolen on that. He's probably going to cancel it here in a second. That's probably the most value you're going to get for a bop anyways in this matchup. And he holds on to his trinket. But now he's no bubble, actually. No bubble, no bop. Maybe you can swap him in this position. Both Prev and Zhang Bahai are vulnerable, but they're actually just sending it on Drake. Smoke bomb comes through. He trinkets late. He walls at 10% in game number 5. Zhang Bahai is rotting down. C2 is pushing in. Double Fear, Liquid are all there. And they are looking to take this. Trill pre-cloaks the stun. Insane play. Negating all the damage from Prev. Another Primal Wave comes out from Prev. He's cleaving the team. Kidney shot. Another re-engage. Trill vanishes out of the root, but Drake fakes a kick. He's got precog. He actually cloned Sam on the go. A crazy fake by Drake. And now Trill is just by himself trying to solo the Druid, but I don't think he can. Ice Wall comes down. Sam fakes the kick. He connects the wall. Drake in bear form. Renewal. Wraps around the corner. Zhang behind needs to avoid polymorph.
Incarn.
He's trying to get there. Incarnation up. Bloodlust is up. Big damage push. Trill doesn't have cooldown. C2's in angel form. Spamming out heals desperately with Apotheosis here as well. But Drake is there. He meets him with the Maim Stun. He trinkets immediately. It's so much damage. Only one more block. Big Primal Wave again from Prev, but the kidney shot Drake. C2's moving in. In defiance. C2 is pushing in, but Trill is dying at the same time. C2 void shifts, but it's so much pressure. I don't think he can handle it. It's so much damage in game 5. Prev and Drake are tearing him apart right now. He's vortexed. He's stuck down. Triple blinding light. And Trill at 1% is somehow still alive. He goes down. Welcome to the Zhang liquidating Trill, and they go to the grand finals.
What a close game. What an insane series. I mean, we could easily see this rematch in the grand finals, and we could be going to a game 7. Welcome to the Jung. They do manage to survive. I think they had an abysmal start. And let's not forget, Zhang Bahai held on at like 5% health very early on the match. We're going to see that right now. I mean, look at this health. I can't believe it. The second he gets out of crowd control, I think it's the armament that keeps him alive. So he has an armament on the Shaman, on the Prev, but it doesn't proc when you're in crowd control. So I think the second he gets out of the stun, it equalizes their health, and that's what ended up keeping him alive. But these are those final moments. I mean, Trill in desperation going after Drake, but this is the incarnation window. C2 already had to trade out that void shift. Trill has no defensive cooldowns left. He's doing a dance. He's trying to survive, doing what he can, but the double blinding light comes in. And Blinding Light actually received some buffs, so doing those kind of blinding lights is actually good now.
It doesn't remove the bleed.
Yeah, it doesn't remove flame shocks. It doesn't remove the bleed, so it could be a very useful tool in this matchup.
Oh my god. I might be biased here to say that I want this to be the grand finals. Like, I want a rematch of this again. Like, there's a little bias there maybe. I don't know. These comps, the matchup, the play styles.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's just fun. I love it.
This series for today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing is like these mage-based compositions when you play against like an Ellie Paladin or an Ellie Resto Druid, I don't like when you don't have the option to just do a ton of damage. Like if your only win condition is getting perfect crowd control, then it's going to be really difficult to win. But with the way Liquid plays it, and especially Trill, just playing these builds that just are like hyper focused on PvE damage and burst, like it seems like they can carve out win conditions just out of thin air and really swap around and put out a lot of pressure. It's really cool to see. It's such an interesting style.
Well, they are getting sent down to the lower bracket. Team Liquid. They're going to play against either Left 4 Dead or Tiger Toads, depending on how that series goes. So, Super Tees, there is a possibility for Liquid to claw their way back up and have a rematch against Jung.
Yep, I definitely think that's the case. I'm really looking for Left 4 Dead. I feel like they're one of the most improved teams. They kind of signed up. It wasn't really in the meta for them in the cup stage. And they were really putting up a fight with Tiger Toads. They had to fight for the tiebreaker for the gauntlet. And I think it came down to game 5 for them. So like the rematch of that tiebreaker between them with how much they've improved should be very exciting in that bracket side with Left 4 Dead and Tiger Toads. We haven't really got to see a lot of Clapper, I would say, recently. But like he was a super crowd favorite on the Warrior when there was like no Warriors at the time. So I feel like they've been building up steam as a team moving forward here into this top 4. And the fact that they took a game off Welcome to the Zhang and almost 2 games off Welcome to the Zhang, like they're looking very impressive.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I think there's a lot of teams that are, could step up to the plate to welcome to the Jung, as we've seen today, as you just highlighted, Ben.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt about it. It just seems like the theme of this year is there's not one team that's just beating everybody. Even in Europe, it's not Echo just winning every series like we normally see. It feels like anyone can really win. And I've been looking at the ladder, the 3v3 ladder, pretty much every single day just to see what's going on, who's winning, what compositions are winning. And teams that play a lot are close to like 50-60% win. So I don't think there's any one comp that's super broken right now. It feels like there's lots of different classes that are good, and it's still anyone's game.
For sure. I mean, the team that wins probably the most is Welcome to the Jung, and even them you can see is able to lose. There are teams that have bested them in the past. So we'll see if they can bleed tomorrow. They're going to be up there in that grand finals position. We can take a look at the final bracket for North America and the games that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. Give a little bit of an overview. Of course, we are starting off the day in EU, but here is North America. As you can see, Welcome to the Jung there in that grand finals position. Liquid just falling to Welcome to the Jung in that semifinals, and they will play, like I said, the winner of that series, Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads. Definitely stick around for that. That is not all. Also, we also have those European games for the first half of the day, and we can take a look at that bracket. CHIBAKU TENSEI, the team that made it out of the gauntlet, now sitting pretty in that grand final spot. They beat Echo. They sent them down to the lower bracket. DOBOB lost their first series against them as well. They're going to have to face off against Overload. CHIBAKU TENSEI just like throwing a wrench in this entire bracket, Supatees, and is just beating teams that have won entire cups before. And it's just been so fun to watch over in EU.
Yeah, they really leveled up, I feel like, as a team. They found their comp, they found their momentum, where their strat was going to fit in the meta, and they look really polished. They kind of had to rebuild their team together as a roster because, Mercy got poached to Echo.
Right.
Lontar used to be on Echo, and then it's like, okay, we got to rebuild our team. So they had to go through that entire process in the cup stage, and maybe the meta wasn't super in their favor. Now it's looking like it's leaning a little bit more in their favor, and they're beating the best teams. They beat DOBOB 3-2. Then they beat Echo 3-2. They're in the grand finals now, sitting there pretty. I bet they're very happy about their investment, sticking it out, not giving up, despite all of those challenges that were thrown their way early on.
Absolutely. I bet that team is feeling very validated right now. So very excited for them. Very excited to see both NA and EU tomorrow. So that is going to wrap up things for us. That is the end of the show. Make sure you guys are tuning in for tomorrow, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We're also on YouTube. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you everyone so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.